Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, August 17th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It has been a minute. It has been, 2.5 weeks since I sat in this chair talking to all of you. My God, do we have a lot to talk about? And I missed you all. I missed you all so very much. We had a bit of a taste on Saturday night with the post show, but it's not the same. It's not the same as sitting in this chair, behind this desk, behind this microphone, speaking into this camera. I have missed this. I have missed this so very much. As they always say, and as I like to say as well, absence, it really does make the heart grow fonder. And so I just want to say to everyone, we've missed you. I've missed you. I think I speak on behalf of everyone back there as well. Have missed doing this, the routine, the banter, the chats, the interviews, the debates, the arguments, everything that comes with this. God, I feel so blessed and so grateful to have this life, and especially to come back after our 2-week hiatus, 2+ weeks, and come back on this week, about to celebrate Uncrowned's 2-year anniversary. August 20th to be exact is when we announced it 2 years ago. I was in France. I'll never forget it. And so being, in the month of August, summer break, all that stuff was bringing back all those feelings of launching this. And 2 years ago this week, we didn't have a name. We didn't have a logo. We didn't have a set. We didn't have a studio. We didn't have anything. Some of the people back there weren't even on the team just yet. We had commitments, verbal commitments, but we didn't, Andy wasn't official just yet. Jordan wasn't official just yet. I pretty much had Eric, Connor, Frank, Spencer, PT to a degree, not yet Shaheen, not yet Chuck. We didn't have much. And look how far we've come in 2 years. I am so proud. I'm so thankful, so grateful, and so much more to do as we embark on year 3. And it's been amazing here with Yahoo. It really has been amazing. And so on this time off, I reflected a lot. I thought a lot. I was planning, thinking, and was very proud that even though we didn't have any shows over the course of the past 2 weeks, we did drop 2 uncrowned films. So shout out to Casey and Andy and Frank in particular, who worked very hard to put those 2 together. Hopefully you checked them out by now. The Resurrection of Cain Velasquez, love that one. And then The Agony of Victory, starring one Dakota Ditcheva, who did in fact win a few days later. I didn't get my shout out, but it wasn't her fault. It wasn't her fault. They didn't give her a post-fight interview because of the linear TV time constraints and all that meshugas. Both were great. We also dropped a couple of uncrowned wrestling shows. Solomonster is it's death, it's taxes, and it's Solomonster. The guy just never stops. 2 great episodes. We had, I think, 2 or 3 inside boxings. Another one dropped yesterday. So the train kept rolling along. Uncrowned.com kept rolling along. Much, much, much content. Even though we didn't do the show, there's still other aspects of Uncrowned, as you know. But now we are back, and we've got a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. A post-PLE Monday. Great time to come back. UFC 330 in the books. Philadelphia has come and gone. Issa Makhachev makes history against Ian Machado Gary. Mackenzie Dern successfully retains her title for the very first time. A lot to get into, and a lot to be excited about. I did want to mention off the top that, there are a few things in the works as far as exciting things are concerned, so stay tuned for that. I'm not going to say them right now, but we do have some things. I always need to have things in the oven. I always need to have things that I'm excited about, working on, things of that nature. Always have to have those things on my mind. I always want to be planning, evolving, growing, all that stuff and more. There's a few things that I'm going to talk about that happened since we last spoke. I'll sprinkle those in throughout the show when we get into the news and notes and whatnot. It's crazy to think. The last time I sat here, the PFL MVP thing didn't happen yet. It happened the next day, and I did a video, and the boys broke it down and all that. But that's how long it's been. It's been amazing. But 2 things I wanted to mention right off the top. Number 1, I did want to send my wishes and my thoughts to the family of Alan Nascimento, who we found out about 2 weeks ago had shockingly and tragically passed away. an awful, awful story. You saw Ian Gary talk about him, Charles Dubronx Oliveira talk about him, the whole Shooter Box family. Just a horrible, horrible story, shocking, and not something that, as far as like the UFC community, we have had to deal with a lot. It's unfortunately at times something that the pro wrestling community has had to deal with, but fighters in their prime just suddenly passing is just heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. Great fighter by all accounts, an even better person, great teammate, friend, all that stuff and more. So I wanted to send my best to his family, and may he rest in peace, and hopefully his memory will be a blessing. And also over the last couple of weeks, more so like a week or so, 10 days, I wanted to send my best to the people of Colombia. There was an awful earthquake that happened about a week or so ago, and the scenes have been, terrifying and shocking, and I know a lot of people were affected. I have some great Colombian friends in my life who I care about deeply, and I know that they were affected as well. So I wanted to send my best to the great people of Colombia, and hopefully the recovery efforts and everything that goes into trying to rebuild is going well, and my thoughts are with everyone who was affected. And also, I wanted to give my best to the good people of Hawaii. I was in Hawaii over the break, and there was a huge storm that hit over the weekend. We left just before the storm hit, but I know the damage was immense, and there were casualties as well. And so if you're out there in Hawaii, I'm sending you my best, my aloha, from my ohana to yours. Hopefully everyone is doing okay, safe and sound, power is being restored, and all those good things are coming back, because what a place, what a time we had. Oh my gosh. And if you thought I was insufferable coming back from Italy, I'm going to be way more annoying, at least this week, because I learned a lot about Hawaiian culture. Hawaii. It's not just Hawaii, it's Hawaii. And the great thing about it, PT, let me just tell you, I hear you snickering. I was doing this to the locals. I was hitting them with the shaka. But what they told me was, it has to be a very loose one. And the best is when you're driving, maybe one hand, and you do it out the window. It can't be hard. It can't be a hard shaka, PT. It has to be a loose. Look, you see this? Do it with me.
Yeah.
Do it with me. You can't even close the knucks. It's a loose one. No. It has to be a loose one. Yeah, easy, brother. Easy, brother. You all good, brother? Shoots, brah. You have to be.
Are you not a
loose.
heli though? Are you not a heli? They immediately disrespect you as a heli.
What does a howley mean? I didn't catch that.
You were in Hawaii. You don't know what a heli means?
I was doing the luau's. I was doing this. I had the lei. I had the one with the rocks. I had the one with the flower. The poke was to die for.
Pictures.
Of course I have pictures. I was baptized by the Hawaiian gods, Pizzi. I swam under a waterfall, and I was looking up at the sky, and I said, I don't want to say the king's name, but you know the king that I'm talking about, of course. Thank you for blessing me. Thank you, brother. Because it was spiritual out there. It was spiritual. Rick goes there all the time. I didn't realize how special it was. He was kind of keeping it to himself. You didn't tell me about the mochi butter.
Yeah, I was definitely mum on Hawaii. That's what I'm known for.
You didn't tell me about the loose shaka.
I don't do the shaka.
You always did the heart. No, see, that's wrong. You do that on the beaches of Hawaii.
Ariel's saying you got to just... But
loose.
Yeah. No, I don't do that.
Like this.
How many per day?
I don't speak the
How many
pigeon
times
either.
per day are you doing this, Ariel?
Oh, all day. I was driving with my kids. First of all, there's nothing better than renting a car, going to the supermarket, sand all over your legs, flip-flops, saying, hey, give me one of those Hawaiian poke, brothers.
No, you're pointing with this?
Yeah.
You're like...
Hey, aloha. And then you have to hit them with the mahalo. You have to hit them with the aloha and the mahalo for the ohana. You understand?
For the ohana, yeah.
The food.
Supermarket poke, unreal. Just next
A
level.
little miso soup in the morning. Are you kidding me?
In the morning.
Here comes
In the
the
morning.
shaka guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here he comes again. He's doing the...
How was your sleep, brother? All good there,
Where do you
brother?
see this guy?
That's what you were saying, brother.
Brother, all day. The loco moco with the gravy.
Yeah.
The egg on top of the hamburger patty on top of the rice. Are you kidding me?
You're describing a locomoco.
Yeah.
A locomoco with the gravy and the hamburger and the
Hey,
egg.
sister. Hey, uncle.
Uncle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, uncles, hit me with the loco moco. Hit me with the gravy.
I know they loved you out
They
there.
loved it.
They
loved it.
Oh, and let me tell you something. The freaking MMA fandom over there is off the charts. I mean, of course, I was talking to them about Baby J. I was talking to them about the Pens. Everyone's like, yeah, tough times. Max, of course. But then some guys were hitting me with, Oh, what's up with the spider, brother? I'm like, oh, Kendall Grove. You want to talk about Kendall Grove top 3? You remember Kendall Grove? Brad
Are they
Tavares.
really asking about fucking
I
Kendall
swear to
Grove?
God.
Holy
the
shit.
dude who took me on the waterfall hike, he's like, what's up with the spider? And I was like, what, Anderson Silva? No, the tall, lanky brother. Oh, Kendall Grove, top
That's
3.
crazy.
I'm
Someone
telling
asked about Brad Tavares as well.
I swear to God.
What's
I
good with
swear to
Brad,
God.
bro?
No, Brad Tavares. That's my boy.
Kakamaka? Is Kakamaka?
Kakamaka didn't get a reference.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Dan Ige, no reference.
Damn.
Yeah, no reference for 50K.
We're getting Kendall Grove before we
I
get.
got Kendall. I was shocked.
Dan
It took
Ige.
me a second. I was like, oh my God, you're talking about Kendall Grove. I haven't thought of Kendall Grove.
Yeah.
Troy Mandalonis. I was bringing them all back. It was an amazing time. Everyone have a good trip though. Everyone have good vacays, good time
Not as good
off?
as you, but it was good.
No, I think everyone. I mean, PT was in the. Where were you? You were in the farms or where were you? In the countryside of Ireland?
Kerry?
I was in Kerry and I was in West Cork in the middle of nowhere. It was great. It was just a cabin in the middle of the woods. It was fantastic.
Loving it. Just loving life. No connection to the outside world. No internet. No phone service.
Literally no internet, no service in the place that we were in for a while. And I got one of these Wi-Fi things. Didn't work for 2 days.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do one of these. When you said it.
Sorry.
Well, it's great to see you guys. It's really great. I've missed you all. We have a lot to
Likewise.
get into. Shall we get into it? We have a phenomenal show. Back into the show, we're going to be joined by Jalin Turner, who had an amazing win on Saturday. And we talked about this on the post show. I mean, the freaking look on his face, the intensity after the win. And you remember he retired and then he came back and now he's looked great. I was just blown away by it, so I want to talk to him about it. Arman Tsarukyan is going to be joining us. He's fighting in a little over a month. September 19th, to be exact, in LA against Mauricio Ruffy. We thought maybe Charles, maybe title shot. It's Mauricio who gets the call. We'll talk to Arman about that. They had a fun press conference. Nothing was better than Joshua Van and Alex Pantoja. We'll talk about that as well. Charles Johnson got a bonus on Saturday. Great win, great post-fight interview, great submission, Scottish twister. Mackenzie Dern going to join us as well to talk about her first successful title defense. She defeated Jillian Robertson. Going to talk about the whole Dean Thomas thing, all that and more. So we have a lot to get into on this post-PL. We may go 7 hours today. We got a lot to catch up on. As always, though, I do have to tell you that today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at Kalshi. Yes, of course, we love Kalshi, and they have been by our side. Well, I was going to say from the start, but really it's for the last 2 months or so. We love Kalshi around these parts, and I want to let you know that if you download the Kalshi app and use code Helwani, that's HELWANI, to get up to $25 when you trade 25, you can just scan that code right over there, and they hook you up. Here's what makes Kalshi different. You're not playing against the house. It's peer-to-peer trading. You buy yes or no contracts on whether something will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. It's like buying or selling a stock, and the line isn't set by some algorithm working against you. Public opinion sets the price. Kalshi is CFTC approved, federally regulated, which is why it's available all across this great country, including California and Texas. KALSHI, Kalshi Trade. What's next? There you go. Please support them because they support us. Hit the subscribe on the channel. We are growing as we approach the end of year 2. Also on the pod feeds as well. We love the support. Thank you so very much. Islam Makhachev, my friends, has now won 17 in a row. He breaks Anderson Silva's record for most successful or most consecutive wins, I should say, in UFC history. The record was 16. He tied it when he beat Jack Della Maddalena in November. When he won that welterweight title, he now becomes the 5th fighter in UFC history to successfully defend a title in 2 separate weight classes. Very big deal. And of course, he breaks Anderson Silva's record, 17 wins in a row, a record that I think a lot of people thought would never be broken. He has not broken Demetrius Johnson's record of most successful title defenses. He's got a long ways to go before even getting close to John Jones's record of most wins in a title fight, even GSP's as well. But he is very much in the conversation for one of the best fighters in the world. We, Pete and I and Chuck 3PAC, were talking on Saturday in the immediate aftermath of the fight, UFC 330, in which Islam won via unanimous decision. 2 judges had it 49-46, 1 had it 48-47. We all agreed that Eric Cologne's scorecard was the right one. 3-2, first 2 rounds for Islam, 5th round for Islam, And then the two middle ones there, third and fourth for Ian Gary. The fourth was a really fun fight to score. And I thought that Eric Colon got it right. The other two judges did not get it right. I rewatched the second round in which initially I had scored a 10-8 on Twitter. I was completely wrong. I was 100% wrong. It was not a 10-8. I was very much wrong there, so my apologies. That's why I'm not a licensed judge. But I thought it was 3-2 for Islam Makhachev. In the immediate aftermath of this fight, I said a couple things. Number one, I said it was a riveting fight that I really enjoyed watching, that I was on the edge of my seat for, that I thought it was theatrical. There was tons of drama. It was filled with intrigue. This was not Islam versus Jack Della. This was not Khamzat versus DDP. Online, I saw a lot of people complaining about it. I disagree. I thought it was great. I thought it was riveting. I thought it was interesting to see how Ian rebounded after the first two rounds, after getting dropped in the second round, winning the third, the way in which he won the fourth, even though he was being sort of dominated by the grappling, he was inflicting damage. And that's why I thought Eric called it the right way. The body shots, or judged it the right way, scored it the right way. The body shots from Ian were great. The takedown defense, Islam was 46%. Went for it a lot, but the takedown defense was actually quite good from Ian Gary. He loses the fifth. And in the end, while people were talking about, and Dana White in particular, and we'll get to his comments as well, that he didn't have the killer instinct, in the end, even if Ian would have won that fifth round, he still would have lost because the two other judges had it 3-1 going into the fifth. So it's important to remember that while you're maybe critical of Ian in this aftermath. But what I wanted to bring up was, PT Chuck and I were speaking a lot about Ian in the aftermath of the fight. And I still feel on this Monday that isn't unfair to the fight and to Islam. I thought, and Rick, I want to ask you this because you and GC didn't get a chance to immediately react. You were doing so in real time doing the watch party. I thought that the story of this fight was Ian Gary. The story of this fight, yes, it was Islam trying to make history. Yes, he's the champion. Yes, he's trying to defend. But the story was, could Ian be the guy, the guy who was so confident, so sure of himself, seemingly saying all the right things going into this fight? Could he be the one to finally unseat Islam Makhachev? And the story of the fight in the aftermath is, he should have been the one. He should have won that fight. He had it. He could have won that fight. Islam had never been more beatable than maybe the Volkanovski fight in 23, but that felt like a 50-50. If you looked at Islam after, and I know that's not the perfect way to score a fight or to look at a fight, it felt like Ian had the bigger moments, despite the drop in the second, the more damage throughout, and he had what it took to win the fight. That's why in the immediate aftermath, we were focusing so much on him. To me, this wasn't a quintessential Islam dominant win. This was Islam kind of winning by the skin of his teeth and not doing so in any sort of unfavorable or not so respectful way. He did what he had to do. He had to dig down deep. And you could tell afterwards that he was saying, I got to get bigger. It's different at 170, all that stuff and more. But I think Ian had that fight. And I agree with Dana White about what he said. Ian, in my opinion, is going to regret this because I think he could have beaten Islam Makhachev. That's why we focused on Ian in the aftermath. Did we get it wrong? Should it have been about Islam? Should we have given him his flowers first before focusing on Ian? Or was that ultimately the story in your opinion as well?
I think discussing Ian is appropriate. I don't think that there's one right way or another to go about that. I think, to your point, I thought that Ian had, in the rounds that Ian won, I thought he did more than in the rounds that Islam won, other than the drop, other than the head kick. It felt to me like in rounds 3 and 4, and I cannot believe that round 4 was not scored for Ian Gary, I thought that he was doing better against Islam than Islam was doing against him in those other rounds. He was doing more. He was damaging him more, right? You look at the faces. And again, I'm not the guy who's posting on Twitter afterwards and being like, look at Islam's face versus Ian's face. That's not how MMA is scored. Unfortunately, that's just not the reality. It is not pride. You win round by round. But I thought that Ian had better third and fourth rounds than Islam had first, second, and fifth rounds. I just thought they were more damaging. They were more effective. As far as the overall fight, I don't know, because they did not score that fourth round for Ian, I don't know that I agree with the narrative that Dana White is putting out that it's like he left it on the table per se, because even if he won that 5th round, he did not. And also this idea that he has like no killer instinct. I feel like Ian is just that guy. Like, and this came up during the week, and I've mentioned this to Connor. We talked about this on Boys in the Back. I think that Ian is just who he is, and everybody wants Ian to be something else. Everybody has their own perspective on who Ian is, how they want him to act, and what they want him to do. He is. I know it doesn't seem this way, but I actually feel like Ian Gary is one of the most authentic people we have in this sport, and I think people will kind of like react to that negatively because they'll feel like maybe he's a bit of a showman, he's putting on a thing. But at the end of the day, he really is just like family-oriented guy who respects his opponent and fights really hard and does the business. And people want him to be this other thing that I don't quite think he is. Ultimately, it was a great performance by Ian, but another time, like the Shavkat fight, where he just came up short. And he seems to be handling that well, and we'll have to deal with it. But yes, it's perfectly appropriate. And now we're spending longer talking about Ian. It's perfectly appropriate to talk about Ian afterwards.
What do you think, GC?
I went back and rewatched the fight, and I feel like we're kind of misremembering it a little bit. Like the first and second rounds were very successful for Islam, and it was sort of like, what is Ian Gary doing? He needs to get on his bike. He was very inactive through those first 2 rounds. Then it felt like round 3, he turned the tides. He was getting a bit of momentum. And then round 4, Islam was controlling him, but Ian Gary was doing the damage. I remember with like 2 minutes left in that round, I was like, man, Ian needs to do something here. And then you kind of see how bad he's hurting Islam's face and how much damage he's giving to him. That's why I ended up scoring for him. So I thought it was 2-2. I think this argument that like he has no killer instinct and he left it all on the table is a bit ridiculous, because Islam Makhachev is the one that dug deep. He got that takedown. He gets the back, which is credit to him. Obviously, Ian Gary didn't just let him do that, and then he controlled Ian Gary for the remainder of the fight and won the fight. It was a championship moment. He dug deep in the 5th round, and he did what he had to do, to your point. It wasn't the most impressive performance we've seen by Islam Makhachev, but I think he deserves his flowers in that moment in the 5th round, getting it done.
So you're 100% right, and I know I don't even have to look at the chat. I don't have to look at the comments. The narrative will be, oh, you're trying to take something away from Islam. There may not be a more sensitive fan base than the Team Khabib fan base. I'm sorry. That's just the truth. Like, if you don't overly glaze them in every single way and talk about them like they are the greatest thing in the history of MMA, then you're being a hater. I am not doing that. Islam deserves every single accolade. And you said it 100% right. The fact that he dug deep, well, he didn't necessarily have to based on those 2 scorecards, says a lot about him, because he was getting beat up. The shots to the ribs, those add up. The face, all that and more. I just feel like when I turn that fight off, I think Ian had it. And I don't know if it's about the huggy stuff. I don't know. Like, yeah, I agree. I thought what Dana White said at the post-fight press conference was actually, his post-fight press conferences have become very skippable. There's literally nothing that's said. It's either judge us at the end of the year, Zuffa Boxing, or I know where AJ Fury is happening, or we don't make fights on fight night, or like, what do you want me to say? Like, yeah, it was great. Like, there's nothing literally of note that is said. I actually thought what he said about Ian was some of the most thoughtful and profound commentary that he's given us in quite some time. If you missed it, let me just play it for all of you so that you can understand where I'm coming from. And I'm also going to ask PT about this. Take a look.
If he had even an ounce of killer instinct in that 5th round, he had been beating him to the body. Islam's whole, I think, right side was beat up. His face was beat up. You don't come out and hug and shake hands in the fight. That shit drives me fucking crazy when there's so much at stake, and there's also a lot of mental gamesmanship, whatever you want to call it, in this game. You come out in that 5th round with a flying knee or something crazy, and you try to finish the fight. I think that this is one of those fights that Ian will go back and watch and say, fuck, wish I could do that over again.
And I'm not trying to rip on Ian here, because I thought he fought beautifully. I think he could have just done a little bit more. I think it was right there for the taking. I really do. Now, I don't know about the killer instinct stuff, and I actually think that there's a case to be made that maybe he was trying to soften Islam by being so nicey nice towards him. But yeah, I'm watching that as well. I'm thinking, and that's why I asked PT and Chuck about it in the post show, like, will he regret this? I'm watching that as well. I'm thinking, like, man, I felt like there was another gear. He was not breathing heavily. Islam was. I felt like there was something more, and it felt like he was closer than anyone in recent memory to finally unseating the great Islam Makhachev. PT, now that you've had some time to digest it, your reaction to how the fight played out?
Yeah, I think it played out the way I imagined it would. Like I imagined Ian would give Islam a very good go, and Islam would get the victory. I think that's exactly what happened on the night. In terms of Ian and his interactions with Islam and the huggy stuff, as you called it earlier, that's been Ian his whole career. Right back in, like, you can see it particularly in the last fight before he came to the UFC, the fight that got him to the UFC against Jack Grant. It was a title fight, tournament final in Cage Warriors. And these lads are in grappling situations having open conversations with each other in the cage. A lot of respect. I genuinely don't think, maybe with the exception of Neil Magny, that Ian has ever really resented or had that kind of malicious intent towards an opponent. And even at that, with the Neil Magny thing, that was all to do with the pre-fight build-up, the things that were said about his son. I have never seen him go into a fight with any kind of malice, genuine hatred towards his opponent. He obviously does have a lot of respect. I think, from what Dana said, okay, this killer instinct stuff, this goes right back to the way UFC have incentivized more so in the last 5 years, or ever since the launch of Contender Series, right? We're looking for killers. That was the Brendan Loughnane line, remember? We it's not simply a sport here. We want, people splayed out. We want lads getting splattered all over the place. At the highest level of this as a sport, this is what it can look like a lot of times, because it's about people mitigating risk as well. The reason why Ian Garry doesn't come out and shoot a flying knee in the final round is he'll suffer immediate consequences because he's fighting the best fighter in the world. Like that is literally, Islam will punish you every time you do things like this. We used to talk about Habib when Habib was at the top of his game. Daniel Cormier used to say, you can kind of wrestle hard for 2 rounds before you got to take a round off. And we saw it play out like this. In the 3rd round, Ian gets back into it. And then the 4th round, as GC said, it's not as if Ian was bludgeoning Islam in that moment. He just landed more damage, and that's why I scored it for him. My fear for Ian would be, because of Dana's attitude, this lack of killer instinct, does that now obscure him from title shots in the future? Is Dana going to use that as a stick to beat Garry with? Look, the same way we've kind of seen, not in the same circumstances, but we've seen over the years with Bilal, with Leon, with Arman Tsarukyan, in the lightweight situation. That would be my concern if I was with Ian, because I'm sure Ian wants to get back in there as soon as possible. He certainly did after he lost to Shavkat. I would say he would be open to opportunities to get himself back in that mix. I would just wonder if Dana's verbiage in the aftermath suggests that a title shot or getting pushed to the top of the line, like he did in this situation, even though I thought he deserved it, but there were Morales there and Pratchett who were the sexier picks for the MMA fan base, I feel, as a whole. Will he now suffer because of what he put forth in this title fight? I don't think he should, but just based on what Dana said, I would be worried if I was in Gary's camp about that.
We have certainly seen fighters have to scratch and claw their way to get a title shot, and you think to yourself, like, oh, if they don't win this, they're never getting one. Or if they don't successfully retain, they're never getting one again. Like the likes of Leon and the likes of Bilal. I don't think Ian is in that category per se, but I do think a couple things are working against him, maybe 3. A, that take from Dana. B, the Eddie Hearn stuff. I saw you comment on it afterwards. I saw some people refute what you were saying and whatnot. Don't think for a second that Dana White, Mr. Loyalty, didn't feel some sort of way that they announced a title fight and then he announces that right afterwards. Don't think for a second that did not stick with him and will stick with him forever. That is all that's the currency he deals with. Loyalty. That, to him, there's no way he views that as anything but disloyal. And so that will work against him. And also, there's just a long line of killers and exciting and fresh and popular fighters that haven't gotten a title shot yet. Carlos Praches, Michael Morales, Shavkat Rakhmonov, just to name a few. And then there's other guys who, are obviously going to come up as well over time. And so, yeah, there's a few things working against him. But as he said in the aftermath, 28 years of age, I think he always steps up for the UFC. He wants to be active. He doesn't turn down fights. He's chomping at the bit. He wants to fight the killers. I know that he rubs people the wrong way. I know that some people don't like his personal life, all this nonsense. As I said on Saturday, like, we need Ian Garry's in this sport because he makes us feel something. He makes us feel either good or bad. We need him, and we need Islam's as well. Like, again, here we are talking about Ian because he's kind of like the fresh story here. But I felt like Islam Makhachev owned the week. I felt like he came across as a superstar for one of the first times in his career. Like, I always felt, as I said on Saturday, Khabib had the aura, had the catchphrases, had the Triple G-like demeanor, smash you and all this stuff. And it took Islam some time, and I think he's surpassed him in that regard. I think he really, truly comes across now as a star, as maybe the biggest star, honestly, in the UFC. Like, the way people talk about him, relate to him, want to consume his content, he is that guy. He has not only surpassed Khabib in that regard, his career resume has already surpassed Khabib. Like, there's no question. I don't care that he was knocked out by this guy back in the day. Like, it doesn't matter. They get triggered by the name Adriano Martins as well, by the way, even though it happened. It doesn't matter. It does not matter that he lost that fight. Whatever. He has surpassed him career-wise, resume-wise. And I know he has surpassed Anderson Silva as far as winning streak is concerned. 17 is greater than 16. I know that. But I feel very, very, very confident in saying, guys, that not all winning streaks are the same. I think a lot of people who are commenting on the winning streak and saying that Islam is the GOAT or Islam is past Anderson and whatnot, maybe didn't live through the Anderson Silva era or watch it. Do we forget that Anderson Silva's second fight in the UFC was a title fight? So I actually want to pull it up real quick, just to make you understand. The first win for Anderson Silva was against Chris Lieben, that debut on the fight night in Las Vegas. He finished him in 49 seconds. His second fight in the UFC was a title fight against Rich Franklin, the dominant middleweight champion. Second fight. Then he beat Travis Lutter. Then he beat Nate Marquardt, Rich Franklin, Dan Henderson. These are all title fights. Then he moved up to 205. Then he went back to 85, 80. Title fight. The vast majority of the winning streak were title fights. The Lieben fight wasn't. The James Irvin fight wasn't. The Forrest Griffin fight wasn't. And the Stephan Bonner fight wasn't. That's it. So 4 of the 16 were non-title fights. The first one was his debut. The 3 others were at 205. Islam Makhachev, at the very beginning of his streak, Chris Wade, Nick Lentz, Gleison Tebow, Cajun Johnson, Arman Tsarukyan, Davi Ramos, Drew Dober, Thiago Moises, Dan Hooker, Bobby Green. He has to get to 10 fights. The 11th is a title fight. That's just a big difference. Like, you cannot tell me that title fights are the same as non-title fights. You disagree, GC. Like, it's not the same. The pressure isn't the same. He's main eventing. He's the guy. He's defending. This guy's fighting on prelims and, like, early main cards. It's not the same. It's just not.
No, I agree with you. I was just chuckling because of your pause on Davi Ramos.
Yeah, because I had to, like...
The Adriano Martinez.
Yeah. I feel like I've gotten it right now.
You have gotten it correct, but
yes.
The classic Davi Ramos thing, that's why I was chuckling.
You are correct. The streaks are not the same. Anderson Silva's was more impressive. What I will say, because you have to contextualize it for the time, right? You can't do the direct comparison. It falls apart because there are going to be people who just don't know who Rich Franklin is, don't know who Yushin Okami is, don't know who any of these guys are, and they're just Chris Lieben, right? His first fight, he was supposed to be food for Chris Lieben. Chris Lieben disrespected him like he was just some dude from Japan, didn't know, coming over from Japan, didn't know, who this guy was, and I'm going to knock him clean out. And that history has kind of been lost. The part where I think it is evened up a little bit, right? Again, I agree with you. Name for name, moment for moment, in that context, I don't think they're equal. The part that has evened up a little bit for me is I do think that the fighters have become better and become more well-rounded. And the variance and the ability for guys to dominate has actually become harder. The ability to put together a win streak like Islam Makhachev has right now is much harder than it was for Anderson. Now, as I said, the names in that streak for Anderson, greater. I'm not arguing. I'm with you. But the ability to do what Islam Makhachev is doing right now, I think is harder than when Demetrius was on his streak, title defense streak, is harder than when Anderson was on his streak. It is impossible right now with how good MMA is and how high the variance is for somebody like Islam Makhachev to do what he did. So I have all the respect for Anderson Silva in the world in that streak. I do think what Islam Makhachev is doing is closer than just the comparison of the names.
Is he the greatest of all time?
He's not. Nobody will touch John Jones. I can't foresee a career ever playing out in a way that comes close to John Jones. It's just not possible.
Does anyone here think that he's the greatest of all time?
Not yet, but he has been saying all week, guys, judge my resume when I'm done. You guys keep talking about 17. I'm looking for 20 beyond that. So I do want to see where his career goes. And undeniably, whatever the semantics are on the record, 17, 16, who they fought and everything, he is in that air of the conversation of the GSPs, the DJs, the Anderson Silvas of the world. He is getting to that legendary status because I agree with you. I think he's surpassed Khabib's resume. He is getting to that legendary status.
Man. PT, I'll let you weigh in.
Well, like to Chuck's point he made in the media aftermath, as only Chuck Mendenhall can in those moments, like he is our generation's constant and we need them. You know, so many champions have gone now, and Islam is the guy for this era. And he was talking about how unstable the UFC would feel if another kind of pillar of the organization, Islam, had a loss to Ian in that moment. I think that's what we need to be grateful for. He is the guy of this organization right now. He might not be a poster boy in the same way as Ilya or Alex Pereira was, but he is the constant. He is the benchmark of what a great fighter is for this era and the best fighter in the world.
Okay,
without a doubt.
Yes.
That's the perfect way to put it. But think about those guys just lost. All of those guys that you mentioned.
That's
Islam is the one who didn't lose, and it needs to
What
be
he's saying.
No,
what
but
I'm
I'm saying like beyond just the like star power, right? Beyond just like the actual star part of it, like who's a bigger star, who's the GOAT, all this stuff. Winning fights is at the end of the day the thing that this job is about, right? There is the promotion, there's all those things. Ariel, you pointed out that like sometimes in the past it hasn't felt like Islam has been as big of a star, but this week it did feel like it. If he comes in there and has a performance, we just saw Hamzat lose. We just saw Alex Pereira lose. We just saw Ilia Topuria lose. These are the guys. These are the names that are at the top. These are the ones that everybody's pointing to, the biggest stars. Winning is the thing that you need to do. And in that round 5, when he thought he was down or tied 2-2, and Khabib and his corner thought he was down 2-2, he summoned something and dug deep and got it done. He's doing a thing that I think is extremely impressive beyond just like the numbers and beyond just like the who's the biggest star in the UFC conversation. He is a throwback in a certain way to just being able to get this done. There's never an injury. Like I had an injury in camp. There's never an excuse. There's never a this happened, that happened. There is none of that with Islam Makhachev. He shows up like Khabib did and fights and wins. He's truly incredible.
Yeah, and great to hear him say afterwards, I want to be more active.
Yeah.
Like if he does come back in December, or even at the very least fight before Ramadan, we were talking about this on the post show. Will he come back before Ramadan? And I think I said, I think he will because it's further out. Like when he fights in November, it's a little tough to come back. But yes, I would love to see that. I would love to see him, way more active. We're essentially getting him like every 9, 10, 11 months these days. But just for people to understand, I had the page up here. John Jones had 16 victories in title fights. Like it's just, it's absurd.
Crazy. It's crazy.
GSP 13, Demetrius Johnson 12, Anderson Silva 11. Then there's Nunes and Shevchenko with 11. Matt Hughes with 9, Couture with 8. So he's getting into that territory. There's still a long ways to go. There's still a very long ways to go before, like to me, the mark of a great, of a GOAT is what they did in title fights. That's why I feel like he's surpassed Khabib, his mentor, but that's why I feel like there's still some work to do. And I understand that this could come across like I can't say enough good things about the way in which he did not seem like his dominant self on Saturday, and yet he still dug deep and got it done. He still figured it out. He showed the range. He showed that he was able to, figure out this puzzle. That's a really, Ian is a tall, lanky, smart fighter who's very crafty on his feet, who's developing into a really strong ground fighter as well. And he figured it out. I can't say enough good things, but there has to be some sort of critical thinking here. Just like I'm being critical of Ian, by the way. I thought that he could have done a little bit more to try and win that fight, to try and secure secure that fight, to try and maybe finish the fight in the 5th round, because of course he had to do so now in retrospect, and part of the reason why I would love to see open scoring. But I'm fascinated with Islam at 170 because I think it's going to be a lot tougher for him. And so now we're going to really truly see who he is. He's already proven himself at 155. There was really nothing left. Yes, there was another Arman fight, and yes, we wanted to see the Ilya fight, and I would argue that I probably wanted to see those fights more than any other challenge at 170. But now, him versus Carlos, him versus Michael Morales, him versus Shavkat, maybe a rematch down the line against Ian Gary. Sign me up. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. And so who are they going to go with? They had Carlos there. They had cameras on him. They did the split screen with Michael Morales and Carlos Praches. I feel in my heart of hearts it's going to be Carlos Praches. I feel like that's the move. That's the guy who's been more active. That's the guy who has the higher quality wins. I feel like this is the move. Does anyone disagree with me? What do you think, GC? Praches, Morales, Shavkat?
I think it's definitely not going to be Shavkat. I mean, we just need to see him get back into the cage first. I also think it's going to be Carlos Praches, but I think it should be Michael Morales. I think he poses a bigger threat to Islam Makhachev. The difficulties that he gave Sean Brady, obviously stuffing the takedowns and then knocking him out, the power that he has, the size, the range, the superstar factor that he could potentially grow into with a win. 19-0. He's got the look. I think it should be him. Carlos Praches also lost to the guy that lost to Islam Makhachev on Saturday. Let's not forget. I know he has wins since then, but he did get dominated for the first 4 rounds of that fight. I think it should be Michael Morales. I think it will be Carlos Praches. He's just too big of a star. The knockouts, everything like that, the cigarettes, the pop when he goes on camera. I think it will be Carlos Praches. I think it should be Michael Morales.
Rick?
It should be Michael Morales.
Really?
I said it should have been Michael instead of Ian. I just want to see Islam solve that puzzle.
Now, when you say it should be, does that mean because that's what you want or because that's what he has earned,
the fight
deserves?
I don't think that exists in MMA.
I know, but like
Carlos Praches lost to Ian Gary 2 fights ago.
I know,
Who
but
cares about
Jack Della? He just beat Leon Edwards.
So what? Michael Morales just murdered Sean Brady.
In November. He's been more active.
The goal of this game, the goal of the fight game, should be to beat the champion. That is the goal. As a matchmaker, as a promotion, you should be giving your fighter, your champion, the toughest challenges. And by the way, Islam Makhachev is the guy whose shoulders can handle that load. Is the guy who can face the toughest challenges, as we just saw in a drastically outsized fight with Ian Gary. He is able to overcome and overcome those challenges. I want to see what it looks like when a guy who's a middleweight going on light heavyweight steps in there against Islam Makhachev. That is what I want. And I think he will be the toughest test that Islam has to face in his career because of the size disparity, because of what Michael Morales brings to the table physically. Ian Machado Gary brought some very interesting things to the table because of his size. I want to see what happens when you combine that size with the type of power that Michael Morales has, because the levels between Michael Morales' power and Ian Machado Gary's power are very, very different. Now, I want to see what happens when that size is in play, but now you have that finishing capability that he has, that all of a sudden, if Islam's not able to get him down, what happens when he has to stand 6 feet away from him and is still getting hit?
Carlos's last 3 wins: Jack Della TKO, Leon KO, Jeff Neal KO, and then the loss to Ian is in the 4th fight.
I said 2 ago, 3 ago. My mistake.
No, and I'm just trying to compare. The Brady TKO was supremely impressive. The Gilbert Burns TKO was impressive as well. Obviously, a little bit, back end. Neil Magny TKO is very impressive. The guy just never dies. He looked great on Saturday. Once again, coming back. Jake Matthews decision, Max Griffin, Adam Fugit.
Okay, but these are like very early on in his career.
No,
I'm just 7-0 UFC,
100%,
19-0 overall. The good news is both of them have insane knockout power. Carlos Praches might be the hardest hitting 170er. I mean, he literally ethers everyone. Michael Morales as well. I think we're going to see both of them. If he passes the test on whoever is next, I think.
Well, I saw a lot of people.
After that.
So it's interesting you say that because I remember saying not that long ago, why can't we have Carlos versus Michael? Why can't we figure this out? Because the resumes are so equal, because they actually both have very strong cases, why can't we see them fight each other to then figure out, there used to be a thing called a number 1 contender fight, like a true number 1 contender fight to determine who is the guy rather than the jockeying of position, right? And a lot of people were saying, no, that's crazy. Why would you kill off a contender? Well, that's the whole point. You want to see who the rightful guy is. Well, they were giving us some fodder over the weekend, especially on Saturday, a few times where it's like, yeah, can we figure this out? Can we see this now? Can we see who the better man is? Here they are. Like, let's go through some of these clips right here. Here they are talking to each other right after the fight. I think this was, let me get this, in the arena. They're in the arena immediately after the fight, going back and forth.
Let's go! Let's go! After bell. Oh, let's go right now! I'm gonna fight for the bell! Right now! Come on, look at this guy! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Look at this guy! After bell, bro. After bell. Let's go right now! Right now! After bell. After bell. December! I'm gonna beat this one, and then I'm gonna fight him. December! I'm gonna fight this one December. And then I'm gonna fight him. April, June. What do you think?
Okay, look at the look on his face. And then they see each other after that whole fracas outside. They give us more things to chew on. Take a look.
Let's go, protest! December! Let's go, December! Let's go! First, Makachev.
Who is this hype man?
I don't know.
Makachev is gonna take a year, bro. It's normal. No. He's gonna take a year. No. I don't know.
That might be true.
6 months? Morales, practice, and the other 6 months?
In 6 months, Carlos and Makachev. And after maybe 4 months, Carlos and Morales. Right? Right?
They give you. They don't give you.
You va a pelear. Bro, 10 months. Good time to cut weight because you lose a lot, bro. I know you, bro. I know you, bro.
Praches was sporting an I'm Next t-shirt, by the way. So he's trying to put the message out. And earlier in the week, he was seen with Hunter Campbell. His manager, Lucas, was seen with Hunter Campbell as well, insinuating that big things are being discussed, that he's next. It's all good. It's all well and good that they're able to talk it out and plan these things and the timeline and whatnot. Ultimately, it does come down to the UFC. In fact, we were actually supposed to have Carlos on today's show, but you may have seen online that he had a bit of a nightmare, a mare, as they say, at the airport. His flight got canceled. He just so happened to be on the same flight as both Justin Gaethje, the lightweight champion, and Team Islam. Here they are. Look at this. Carlos chilling. Audio?
This is no. They decline our flights for tomorrow morning. Jalin and Gaethje over there. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't fly in the same airlines. I don't know.
Here's the one thing I know for sure. The UFC likes to book, in these situations, book the title fights based on who they think will sell more, right? i.e. Strickland, Khamzat. I think we could all agree on that. I think we could all agree Praches is a little bit more popular than Morales right now. And so that's why I ultimately think they'll go with Praches. Praches has the following. He's sort of a cult-like figure. If you had to weigh the two, not the resumes, just their following and influence in the sport, Praches probably wins. I haven't looked at their IGs, so I don't know if one has more than the other. I think they'll go with Praches, right?
Praches has like 2.1. Michael Morales has like under 1 million. I also think resume Carlos Praches is probably better. I know even with the loss with Ian Gary, but like the names that you listed, he has beat very worthy opponents. So that's why I agree with you. I think it'll be Praches.
He's also funny.
Still
he sells. It'll be it's a great fight.
I think PT agrees with me, right?
What? That Praches is the way to go? I think Praches is what they're going with. I would personally prefer to see the Morales fight, but not for nothing. Like, two good style of matchups for Islam again. You know, like I think he's looking at this division full of these strikers, and they're only good if they're fighting in their wheelhouse. And as we've seen, although it was scuppered in some of the rounds against Gary, he can take these guys down for 5 rounds. He did it against Jack Della Maddalena. He took 3 and 4 off against Gary, or Gary mitigated the takedown attempts there. But he got it when it mattered, as Rick said earlier. In the 5th round, when all the marbles were on the table, he was able to do that. Praches and Morales, despite Morales' judo background and despite the evidence that we've seen in Praches' last few fights in terms of his takedown defense, it's just different gravy when it's Islam. And I think he'll be rubbing his hands together facing two primarily strikers, even though there is quite a significant size difference, especially with Morales.
Man, both fights are amazing. I just hope if they go with Praches and now we're talking December, January. Like Morales is going to be out for over a year by the time that happens, and then he has to wait for the next one.
Why,
Like
why is
They're
he
going to
out?
keep him cooking.
Just fight
They're
somebody.
going to keep him cooking. They're going to fight Ian.
Yeah, fight.
I mean, it's
Ian
just like
Morales.
Arman. Arman's fighting Hoofy now.
Yeah, you're right.
Fight. Michael Morales can fight. Whoever doesn't get the
You
opportunity,
think they'll
fight.
do Morales versus Ian? Because historically, they
think-
don't like to do that. Because then, what if Ian wins? Now you've killed off the guy who should be next, and you're putting in position a guy who you don't want to be next.
He
Potentially.
just went to. I know the
They sometimes
scorecard said 49-46. He went to a 1-round difference fight with Islam Makhachev. Like Ian's going to be around for a while.
What if Shavkat came back?
By the way, he beat
Shavkat
Carlos.
Morales. Shavkat Morales is the one.
crazy.
Sure.
Anyway, Ian and Morales were
Shavkat
giving.
Morales feels. Can I just say, like Morales? I know we're not in the business of warm-up fights in MMA, but if ever there was a fucking warm-up,
I know. We were just talking about this
Give it to
before.
Shavkat.
A tune-up.
Oh! I thought you were saying
Nah,
Shavkat was a tune-up for Michael Morales. I
No,
was
he
like,
should
brother,
get one.
we need to put the fucking tape on of Shavkat Rachmanov.
Well,
I'd
Ian
like
actually.
to see Shavkat fight back a bit. Like,
No,
for
you're
UFC.
right. You're right. But you're right also that UFC doesn't historically do that
Yes.
sort of thing. If this was boxing, he'd be fighting, with all due respect,
Welcome
Christian
back,
Prenga.
Shavkat. We've got 19-0 Michael Morales for you.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
that would be a little bit crazy. Morales and Ian had a bit of a tete-a-tete in the back after the fight. Here's what happened.
All this you talk, it's okay. You make sure you back it up. No, I know. No, I don't know. Whatever story you made up about meeting me, I've never encountered that story. You know that, right? Okay? Listen, you're a good fighter. Show up, keep winning, and you can do anything. Does that make sense? You got massive fights in this division. You got me, you got Patches, you got Islam. Show up and fight. Does that make sense? You're an animal. You're strong. Does that make sense? I don't know about any story where I've met you and I've chat shit to you. You know that? In this sport, if people talk, I ignore it. Does that make sense? You're a good fighter. You're young. You're strong up here. That means you can do anything. Does that make sense? Spread good. Do good. You knock people out. You beat people up. That's what gets respect. Does that make sense? You make sense? Yeah? I got you.
Rick, over under how much of that Michael Morales understood?
I don't think it made sense to him.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
by
like,
the way, I
"Thank
did,
you,"
I
when he
did
was
the
like,
over
"I
under
talk
for
shit."
you as well.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He didn't understand that. He's just like,
He mogged him, right? As the kids say, he was mogging him.
I don't
Who was
think he
mo-
understand the
Ian was
patches
mogging?
exchange
Ian was
outside
mogging
either.
him.
He was just like,
sunning him.
no, mogging's different. But
Ian, it felt like Ian was attempting to sun him, and Michael
Yeah.
Morales just sort of nodded along.
All right. But now I want to see them fight.
I'm down for a fight. And another example of Ian, look, that a lot of like that could have gone a different way, right? He's looking at an up and coming contender. It could have been it was a very respectful and downright like kind of cordial conversation where he's like, "Hey, don't talk shit, but good luck. Like, go get it." I don't know if I'm trying to carve out a corner where I think Ian Machado Gary gets way too much stick, and I think most of the interactions we see with him are actually quite like nice and good, and he probably should be more supported than he is.
Okay, so let me ask you, afterwards, he's in the locker room, he's talking to the team, he's giving them his thoughts. He's incredibly positive. Like, sometimes
Yeah.
we see people distraught,
Yep.
heartbroken after their first title fight, loss. Who knows when they'll get back? You're so close. You could have won. You had moments. He was beatable. He was right there. This is Ian after the fight. Like, it's almost like he's trying to lift everyone else's spirits up. It's unbelievable. Take a look.
I've learned this from Charles. Losing in this sport means nothing. It means nothing. It's how you come back from it. I might not have won today, but I win every day when I have all you guys by my side. I love you all. I'm so proud of everything we do. You guys have changed my life, opened my eyes. I love you both. There's nothing we did that didn't work today. Just more of it. And Strout, man, I love you. I love you, dude.
I was trying to motivate you, but I didn't want to talk.
It wasn't about motivation.
I didn't want to talk
We would do
shit.
everything. We're gonna be back. Ain't no fucking stopping us. You know that, right?
I know that.
We just got to the top of the mountain and we fell short. Don't stop. We come back, we do it again. Exactly. It's okay. There is no stopping us. I fucking love you.
His son Leo in that British accent saying "I'm hungry" at like 1 a.m. kills me every time I listen to that. Strout's accent as well is very interesting. Where's Strout from? PT, do you know where Strout is from? He's got a very unique accent.
America.
What?
I thought America.
He's got a very unique accent. Anyway, it is interesting to see how he's like he's the one giving the sort of like uplifting speech afterwards to the team rather than the usual shot of the fighter sitting there with his, head in his hands, all down. And Rick, I think that's the type of stuff that actually some people look at and say, is that legit? Is that real?
Of course they do. But he's been consistent. That's the part where he has always been this. And to Pete's point, right? Like the respect for the opponents, like I get it. Sometimes he can miss the mark a little bit. Sometimes he can be a little bit goofy. But he tends to just really like show himself to everybody. He tends to be the authentic article. And that to me is more evidence, that specific interaction is more evidence that in his head, there's no shortage of confidence for Ian Machado Gary. In his head, he thinks he's going to be back there fighting for a title. There's not a doubt in his mind, right? He fell short against Shavkat. He said, I'm going to fight for the title. He gets that done. Now he's fallen short in the title fight. In his head, he's thinking, I will be back and I will win it next time. He's very confident. I just feel like the guy kind of gets a bad rap, but hits the right notes most of the time. But yes, there will be people who look at that and go like, is he planning this for the cameras? It doesn't really matter ultimately. Also, this is the life he's living.
If you were ever going to not be able to fake it, it would be immediately after a title fight loss in the locker room. I mean, we saw the speech afterward, which I thought was
amazing,
very eloquently put. It was probably the best microphone work I've ever heard from Ian Gary, where he essentially was just like, I fought one of the best fighters in the world. I came up short. I have no excuses. It was his night, and I will be back better. To all my haters, fuck off. And I'm going nowhere. I'm 28 years old. He's also citing a guy in Charles Oliveira who has 11 UFC losses, was able to capture the title after being like a 500 fighter, has lost many times over, and he's learning from a guy like that. He's citing, Justin Gaethje just got the belt. Alexander Volkanovski still has the belt, and they're in their late 30s. He's 28 years old. So I would imagine he has this self-confidence and belief that he will be back.
Will he be back? Does anyone think he never gets a title shot again?
He will fight for another title.
I think he fights for a title again, yeah.
I agree. PT, you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, in case you were wondering what Islam thought of all the hugs and the pleasantries, he seemed to have agreed with Dana White. It seemed to have bothered him just a little bit. Take a look.
It seems like between every round, Ian was saying something to you, kind of trying to give you a hug, touching you on the head. Beginning of the 5th round, he high-fived you. Dana White said he hates that. He wished you guys would just...
Bro, honestly, I don't understand, man. This is the fight. This is not something we have to, like, hug each other every round, We're going to war to broke the face, to broke the eye, That's why I respect all my opponents. But Jan, I don't know. He respects too much.
By the way, that is a real thing. We have seen this in the past where you respect your opponent too much. A very famous one was Pat Barry Mikro Krokop, and Barry afterwards said, I respected him too much. I didn't want to hurt him. And I don't think that Ian didn't want to hurt Islam, but there is a compilation out there. You can find it, or you can just watch the whole thing. But someone clipped it all together of every single round, every moment. He's giving him like a pat on the head. He's hugging him, a pat on the, whatever it is.
Through the first 2 rounds, that's what I was kind of thinking. I was like, this doesn't feel like Ian Gary is on the gas pedal. It feels like he's very inactive right now. It feels like he's waiting too much. It feels like he's respecting Islam a little bit too much through the first 2 rounds.
Yeah. And maybe that was part of like I said, maybe that was part of the game plan, softening him up. Or maybe it was, we know we have a better gas tank. We're going to take our time. Only he can answer those questions. And in the immediate aftermath, it seemed as though he was at peace with it all. Let's see how he feels maybe a week. I kept thinking about those videos of him going crazy, wanting that title shot, dying for the title shot, praying for the title shot, trying to will it into existence. And you just wonder when he gets that. Yeah, when he gets that again.
He's the uncanny valley of MMA. That's what he is. Nothing feels quite right when you see
uncanny valley.
You know what like that is? It's like when they tried to make an animation version of reality and it's getting so close, but they just can't get it quite right. That's what Ian Gary feels like in some moments. It's like that's what the MMA fan base feels like when they look at him. They're not used to this guy kind of standing up like it's an AGM or a quarterly meeting about hitting targets after you've lost his fight and kind of dishing out to the staff like, listen, guys, we're going to be back. We're going to rally. It's it's not commonly seen in this sport. We're not so used to seeing someone get to the acceptance stage, which Ian did very quickly. We're used to seeing a mourning stage after you get to this moment that you've dreamed of your whole life. And he just kind of skips by it. And that's it. Look, it's obviously working for him. And then I just think that's what it is. The hugging as well. It's just not something we see. So Ian is obviously this brilliant fighter, but he just doesn't fit the usual norm of what we expect a fighter to be. And he does it kind of constantly.
I have a lot of respect for him. I think he stepped up. I do wonder if there was more there, but as I said, we need more Ian Garys in this sport. People that make us feel a certain way. There were over 19,000 people in attendance. They broke the gate record at the Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philly. Over $6.7 million gate. Breaks the record by over 2 million. Last time they were there was 2019. 2 title fights on this card. In a matter of moments, we're going to talk to the other champion who successfully defended her title, Mackenzie Dern, the strawweight champion. She beat Jalin Robertson in a somewhat one-way fight. She was never really in a lot of trouble, in my opinion. Jalin Turner is another guy that we're going to speak to. He had a phenomenal 39-second win in the very first round, and he's all the way back. Dustin Stoltzfus of Pennsylvania, in my opinion, scored a shocking submission win over Mansour Abdul Malik in the second round. A guy who, Mansour that is, who I thought was, on the short list for can't miss prospects to watch in 2026. Now he's on a 2-fight losing streak. Shout out to Dustin. Loved his post-fight interview as well. Esteban Ribovitz defeated Edson Barbosa. And the big story, of course, was that Edson retired afterwards, was emotional walking to the cage, was emotional in the aftermath. His family was there. He took off the gloves, could hardly speak. It was beautiful stuff. And as I say all the time, those guys from the 2010s, if you will always hold a very, very special place in my heart. Getting to cover his debut, getting to cover some of his biggest fights. Just an amazing guy. One of the greatest kickers in the history of the sport. Shout out to Edson. Chidian Jokuani had a massive win, maybe the biggest of his career, over Yoel Alvarez. That was very impressive, and we do wonder what has become of Alvarez, especially at 170. We're going to talk to Charles Johnson about his Scottish twister over Eduardo Chapolin. That was an amazing win in the third round. Dante Johnson with a great win as well. Tresean Gore with a massive win over the veteran Vicente Luque, and in doing so also lost his teeth, or some of his teeth, not all of his teeth. Lucas Fernando, Chuck very high on him. He had a great third round KO over Rafael Tobias. Neil Magny came back, as I said, over Brahimaj. Looked like he was about to lose that fight, comes back in the second round to win. And what about Jeremiah Wells submitting with the standing ninja choke Miktabik Oralbai in a fight that he was a massive, massive favorite. Dog. Oralbai was the favorite. He submits him, and afterwards takes off the gloves, says, "I'm done, unless I get a top 15er," and then afterwards says, "You know what, I'm not actually done." Very unique stuff from Philly's own. Impressive win for him. So there was a lot to chew on Saturday, but let's go back to the co-main event. Mackenzie Dern, her very first title defense, successful in a fight that, I'll be honest, when we had Jalin Robertson on at the very, very beginning of all this, right after they announced the fight, I didn't think that there was much there between the two of them, but I noticed a lot of spiciness. I know there were some fighting words there, and that kept building and building and building en route to the fight. In the end, Mackenzie proves she's the better fighter. On the night, she defends her title for the first time. She is still the reigning and defending UFC women's strawweight champion, and she's kind enough to join us right here now to talk about it all. There she is. The champ is here. Hello, Mackenzie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Welcome back, and congratulations on the win. It was interesting. In the aftermath, I watched your post-fight press conference, and comparing how you felt and how you sort of came across after winning the belt to this title defense was very different to me. You're usually smiley, you're usually very happy. I could sense that you were happy, but I didn't feel like an overt happiness. It felt like there was maybe a part of you that wasn't happy. I don't know. Am I reading you correctly, or maybe you were just tired after a long night at the office?
No, I mean, definitely I just want to be grateful for my win and, being able to defend the title. Of course, having my daughter there was great. But, I mean, yeah, that's definitely what it is. I mean, I'm not happy with my performance. I think I have so much to get better, and it's just, yeah, I just want to, I wish I did better.
So specifically, can you tell us what weren't you happy with?
I mean, I guess I wasn't happy with my cardio, my endurance. I wasn't happy with my striking. I wasn't happy with my grappling. Yeah, I wasn't happy.
Wow. So
I should have done a lot of that stuff better. I should have finished that fight, honestly.
You said striking.
But Jillian is very tough too, you know. She obviously I'm not trying to take any credit from her, but I really believe I should have finished that anywhere. I think I could have knocked her out. I think I could have submitted her, and I should have as the champion and what I know I'm capable of. And for whatever the future is for me, like whoever comes up, I should. If I fought that performance against someone else coming up, that wouldn't be good.
You think you lose that fight? Like, let's say you were fighting Zhang Weili, who a lot of people think, you know, is one of the best, if not the best at 115. You think you lose that fight?
I mean, I don't think Zhang Weili has that good at grappling. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think her defense is that good. So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, styles, MMA math is so crazy, but just me, endurance, me as Mackenzie, I would not want to fight Zhang Weili feeling the way I felt in that fight.
Okay. It's fascinating to hear you say that, because you said striking, grappling, cardio, like you pretty much checked off all the boxes. It seems like you were not happy with anything from the night. Is there anything you're happy about or proud of?
I'm proud I got the win.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm proud we were able to get the win. I'm proud that, you know, my daughter was out. I'm happy with my takedowns, but again, it's a lot easier to take someone down when they're coming at you, you know, and I knew that the fight was going to go to ground, especially because, I mean, Jillian's going to try, her strength was the ground, you know, so it's like, it was way more comfortable to be able to get takedowns and stuff when you know the person's coming. It's kind of like how Vina took me down, you know, you're coming forward, you don't mind being on the ground. So it's a little bit easier than someone who's good at footwork and not running away, but moving, and you know, you got to try and catch them and things like that. So I think it would be harder for me to get takedowns against someone who doesn't want to go to the ground. But I mean, obviously I've been working a lot on my wrestling. So I think maybe my takedowns were probably my what I'm most happy about.
We could say this now after the fight, like some of her talk bothered you, right? It got under your skin, it annoyed you?
With her, for sure. And I'm like a super friendly person. So for me, like, I mean, shook her hand and everything after the fight, but I was like, be the bigger person right now.
Yeah, I could feel that. Did you want to spike the football, as they say? Did you want to talk a little trash and be like, well, like after all that, that's the fight? I felt like you kind of wanted to, but we're holding back a little bit.
No, because I felt like she did. I felt like she did good. I felt like I'm the one who didn't do good. So I didn't want to talk any smack, because I mean I got the win, but I didn't have the performance I wanted to do against her. So I felt like she could be like, well, you didn't even submit me, you know?
Did you think that was the best that she could do? Do you think that's the best of her, or were you expecting more?
I think she'll go from that. I think that was the best she could do right now, but I think she's going to learn from that and she's going to come back better for sure. I think she'll probably start getting, having a faster, like start quicker in her fights. You know what I mean? I felt like she started to get better in the third, fourth, and fifth round. I felt like I started to kind of go down in the third, fourth, fifth round, you know? So I think she'll start to do that in the first. But it's hard too. When you're attacking a lot from the beginning, you do get a little bit more tired than when you're not doing as much, you know? So, but I think she's going to learn and come back and come back stronger. But I do think that was the best that she could do for that. But I don't know. She looked like she was kind of limping or something. So I don't know if she had an injury or what.
Okay.
But
you did mention your cardio, and I saw in the post-fight press conference you talked about your legs being tired in the fifth round. Has that ever happened to you where you felt that way?
I mean, I felt that in sparring. It wasn't like cardio breathing wise, you know, it was just like muscle endurance, you know? So I think just from all the grappling exchanges and, you know, just trying to footwork, you know, we were like really working on the footwork, on the striking and things like that. But yeah, just, I mean, little adjustments to do in the camp and make sure that the next fight, like my cardio from, let's say, Angela Hill, where I can go all 25 minutes just pressuring the whole entire time and attacking and all this, compared to this one, for me, I felt the difference. So I want to be able to do the type of pressure and aggressiveness for all 25 minutes that I did with Angela Hill against Weili or against Fatima or against Tatiana or against whoever comes up next. You know what I mean? Also, too, though, I did put on more muscle and weight for this fight. So, I mean, just a lot of adjustments to do and trying to find that perfect formula to get us with the long title reign.
Any particular reason why you added the muscle?
Just building, I've been trying to get stronger. I've just been trying to get stronger. I feel like that's a big advantage against the girls. And then especially for Jillian, for her being 125, a 125er, I thought that she was going to be bigger on fight day, but I felt like she was actually pretty lean and kind of, not petite. I mean, she's lengthier, you know what I mean? But I definitely was bigger than what I thought that she was going to be.
Second straight fight, by the way, that you outstrike your opponent, which I feel like has to be like a feather in your cap, right? Given your background, we're seeing the striking develop in front of our eyes. You're working with Jason Perillo again. That has to be something that makes you proud.
I mean, yeah, coach, what we do in training is I'm feeling so good and I'm so proud of how I'm developing. Obviously it's very different. Like I'm outstriking grapplers, you know what I mean? So it's not like the biggest, it's not, they're still grapplers. We're all us three are grapplers. But yeah, in training, we've been developing so much. And if people saw a little bit better, then I'm happy with that. But yeah, I'm definitely happy with what coach is getting me to understand. And I felt like a little bit better in the locker room. We were on point. So yeah, I think it's going to come out very soon.
I'm trying to give you like props here, and now like you're refuting my props. I'm like, yeah, you outstrike your, but yeah, but they're grapplers. Like you're not taking any compliments whatsoever on the performance, which I respect. That shows, I think, the sign of greatness that you're not really content with what you did.
No, I'm thankful for the compliments, and if people see growth, and better performance, then I'm happy with that for sure.
Could I ask the difference between defending your title as the champ, you're showing up, belt, the media, all that stuff, as opposed to fighting for the belt? I know it was a vacant title fight, so you weren't fighting a champion per se, but being sort of the hunted rather than the hunter. Was there a feeling, like a different feeling this time as opposed to back in October?
Yeah, there was a different feeling. I guess the feeling in October was very much like, man, I want this so bad. We trained so hard for this and we did every single thing we could. And then this time, obviously fight week was a little bit different just because everything you're doing, you have this belt on your shoulder, so even just like shaking hands and you're kind of like, you're just kind of getting used to having the belt with you all the time. But yeah, and then I think just people are always kind of calling you out and just kind of it's a different type of pressure. It's not like, for me, it wasn't a pressure, like too much pressure. I feel like there was more pressure trying to become the champion than being the champion. But, and it feels like whoever's fighting you, they're going to be a little bit more, they have that will and that want to win. But they don't know what it feels like to be the champ, you know what I mean? So like, there's that little doubt in the mind, kind of like, I hope this works out. I hope I have what it takes. I think I got what it takes, but until they feel what it's like to be in there with the champion. And I think Jillian felt that. I think whoever fought Weili or Joanna, that you probably feel it. It's a different level. But yeah, it was different. It was different. It was a good different. I definitely like it. I think my next title defense, I'll be even more comfortable. But yeah, I definitely felt comfortable with it. I liked being the champ. I like fighting like this and I like training like this. It's just, you're training smarter. You're training to get better. You're not training with this pressure to like accomplish something. You're training just to protect what's yours. Which I think was something that I was just kind of like, man, she's posting like that she has the belt on, that the belt's already hers and this and that. And I'm like, but the belt's mine, So it's just, that kind of, I'm not that type of fighter, but that definitely got to me a little bit to really just kind of want to, prove myself as a champ. And I think I was able to. I feel like a lot of people are respecting me more as a champ now than when I won my title fight. Even though I think I fought better in my title fight than I did this fight.
I felt the same way as well. By the way, did you guys talk afterwards at all? Did you bury the hatchet or no?
No, I mean, she with what Dean Thomas said, and then probably what she's going through, and just everything. I'm sure she's probably just recovering, from Saturday night, So we haven't talked or anything like that. But I mean, I have nothing against her, and I mean, she shook Moa's hand, and so yeah, we're all good. I'm good.
I do feel like some of that may have been just to sell the fight to a degree. I'm not saying that she didn't believe all of it, but maybe she was trying to spark a fire under the fight, and I think it actually worked for both of you. I'm dying to ask you about the Dean Thomas situation. So on the post show, he's working, and he essentially looks into the camera and says, "I'm retiring from cornering fighters. I've taken Jalin as far as I think she can go. That was it. I'm done. He gets blasted for it online, to put it mildly. And then today on another show, his own show, Deep Waters, he says, quote, "It was irresponsible. It was despicable. I shouldn't have done it." He's very remorseful. He feels very bad. It looks like he's almost emotional. Can I ask what you thought of that when you saw it on Saturday? And I don't know if you saw what he said just an hour or so ago, but what you make of this whole situation.
I mean, yeah, I think that's tough. You know what I mean? That's tough to say. I think that's, I don't know. I don't even know why that has to be something public. I mean, I feel like that could be something just resolved between the two of them. I don't think that's something that needs to be not even announced. I feel like you can just tell your athlete, whatever he wants to say. And if anyone asks in the public or whatever, in the future, her, why she isn't working with him or why he's not in a corner, they can just have their own, for personal reasons or whatever. I feel like there's some things that don't need to be shared to the public. And so the fact that, that was something that was set out there, I feel like was just not etiquette. I guess etiquette is that it wasn't, I don't think that was something necessary, So the reason for that, he did come back and say sorry. So, but it doesn't seem like he changes really what he thinks, he explained he's sorry about, saying that in public, but it doesn't seem that he changed about how he thinks that she can't go farther than that. Or maybe that he doesn't think that he can provide for her what she needs to go farther than that. So that's definitely more about him than her potential. And she came to fight for a title, and like he said, broke records and things like that. And she doesn't come from any type of background like I do, since I'm 3 years old, training, things like that. So she really got far, and she is only 31. You know what I mean? So she can accomplish so much. So yeah, I don't think it was cool, but not my business.
I think what you said on the back end was the part that kind of bothered me the most as well. If he would have just said, "This is as far as I think I can take her, and maybe now it's time for her to seek other help or have another voice," I think that would have been okay. The timing was horrible. The platform was horrible. That's not the time to do it. But the way he said it was, "That's as far as I think she could go." Then you're basically saying, like, that's it? Like, she can't grow anymore? She's hit her ceiling? And then to do it an hour or so after the fight on television, it didn't sit well. And I appreciate him coming back and apologizing and showing remorse, but I can't imagine how she's feeling in the aftermath. Like, if that was you and your coach said that publicly an hour after you lost a title fight, your first, you would probably feel horrible, right?
For sure. But again, I don't know the whole context of the relationship. I don't is, you know what I mean? Well, I can't make any explanations for her or for him, obviously they've been together since she was 15 years old, like training and everything like that. So, I've been kicked out of teams before, some coaches say that I'm hard to work with and things like that. So I'm not here to say if she is the perfect athlete, if he's the perfect coach or things like that. I know that we're all human and we all make mistakes, and that was just bad timing. And I think that wasn't anyone else's business besides theirs to figure out.
Yeah. By the way, do you think that she can grow more, or do you think we've kind of seen her ceiling?
No, for sure. I definitely think she can grow more. I do think that her last few fights were against a lot of fighters that were like with losing records and things like that. So I do think that she might have had this false, I don't know, this false like of what her reality was and just how technique and things. I see that in fighters, you know. I think sometimes when they, or like if they're really good in the gym, then they think that they're like this beast, you know, but it's totally different in the fight. But I think that this loss will definitely improve her, and I think she'll improve very quickly. And I think her next fight, she'll already like make the little adjustments that I think she needs that will make her potentially another fight for the title again one day.
When we spoke before the fight, I was asking you about Zhang Weili and why that fight didn't happen, and it still seemed like there were a lot of questions. Since then, not many answers other than her makeover, and we see her looking completely different with her hair and the makeup and all that stuff. Do you have any idea now that it's over, maybe you were there, you were talking to people, why she wasn't next? Why it was Jillian and not her?
No, I have no idea.
I have
no idea.
Would it be safe to say that if it was up to you, that would be the next fight?
I mean, I'm down for whoever they throw at me, you know. So I don't think that I'm in the position to really pick fights. You know what I mean? I'm the champion. So
You're the champ. So you, if not you, who? Who else is in the position? You're the one that could call your shot.
Well, not really. I mean, I feel like the managers, when they're building their fighters to get to the belt, I think they do a lot more picking on what would be a great fight for their fighters to get them to the belt the quickest and most efficient way possible. And as a champion, I mean, there's really nowhere to run. It's like whoever they throw at you, it's like most likely they're going to be on a win streak. Unless you're talking about like the lightweights or the really like heavyweights in the men's, you know, you can have like a number 10 fighting for the belt, you know, that's like way behind on the rankings. But I mean, whoever can kind of sell a fight, you know, or, you know, talks a lot can cut the line. So, I mean, there's not really anywhere to run. I mean, I guess I would be more concerned, like if I was fighting in China, you know, and defending my belt, I would be more concerned in like where I'd want to fight for my title defense than as to who I was fighting, you know. And yeah, I mean, I just got to be ready for all of them because I think the girls, they all, I mean, if it's like a I don't even know how to say her name, Fatima. If it's in Portuguese, we're saying Fatima, but I don't want to mess up her name. I don't know how old she is. She's probably like 24, like younger, coming up the ranks, well-rounded. Or if it's a Weili who's experienced veteran, you know, champion, it's like, I'm got to be ready for any type of Tatiana who's fought for the belt, who's like Olympian wrestling. It's like there's nowhere really to run. I'm going to be picking the least hardest fight. You know what I mean? It's like they're all going to be worthy to fight for me one day, and I'm going to have to beat them anyway. So I guess I'd be more concerned just what fight card it would be on in dates. You know, so I feel like the champion, that's kind of more where the biggest negotiation part comes in, not who, but where, when, or what kind of card we want to be on. I would like to be on whatever amazing card that Dana has kind of been throwing out there. That'd be exciting.
Well, I did want to ask you about Fatima Klein because she was vocal afterwards. She tweeted, "Here to save the strawweight division," in all caps. And then she posted a screen grab of, I think, an AI picture, but it was a DM with Anne Hathaway, the famous actress, who wrote, "WTF, Fatima, you would destroy both of these girls, future champ. Thanks, girl. I'm ready to get that belt." I think it was AI. I don't think that she's friends with Anne Hathaway. Maybe she is. Anyway, have you looked at what she's done as of late, and do you think she is ready for the likes of you, or is getting a little ahead of herself?
I mean, no, I just saw her with Tabitha Ricci, who obviously, I mean, she beat Jillian. So, I mean, I think she's tall for the division. I think she looks well-rounded. I think she's young. So I do think that, you know, young fighters kind of make mistakes. I mean, we saw that with Ilia Topuria, who is this beast and, you know, has all these things, but you could just see the difference in like maturity and you know, the talk. But if I do believe that when she says, you know, like saves the division, it's good to have those type of like, I guess, bad girls or the ones that talk slap and stuff like that. It's good, and that can call a lot of attention, and people like to see that. So I definitely think that she's a great addition to the strawweight division and future title contender. So I think it would be good for her to get one more fight in, just because I don't know if her win against Tabitha is the best gauge into her being ready for a title fight. I mean, I don't know how much Tabitha Ricci is like, like, oh, I beat Tabitha Ricci by taking her down and stuff like that. I mean, she's pretty small. Tabitha's like 5'1", and she's a small girl. And I mean, I know she did her best in that fight. It was a short notice fight that she took, but I think it would be good for Fatima to get one more fight in, just for her to, to correct any things, or not even correct, just to sharpen any other tools that she could sharpen. I mean, I don't know, I think she's with Erin Blankfield. So, who's a beast, great grappling. So just putting those things, I'm just saying this as me analyzing as a fighter. I'm not a coach or anything like that. But me as a fighter and the champion, just seeing like someone who she trains with often, who I think is her partner, great grappling. Fatima being long reach, great striker. She looks like her striking was really good. Great takedowns, well-rounded fighter. I think she's definitely going to be a problem for the strawweight division, and good. And that she talks, that's awesome. That's good to have. I mean, it's not my style, but it's good to have those type of girls in the division. We have the Ronda Rouseys and stuff like that. So definitely. But I mean, she can't be throwing shade at the champ. You know what I mean? She's got to kind of give respect where respect's due too. So I think, people just can't be arrogant.
But I do want to confirm one thing that you said in the post-fight that got some attention. You don't feel like you have to beat Zhang Weili to be considered the real champion. You feel like you're the real champion. You won that belt fair and square. That doesn't need to happen for you to feel that way. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, do you think I need to beat Weili to be the real champion?
No.
I don't understand.
But you were asked that question, right? I think you are the champion because that's how this whole game works. There's a million people who don't beat the champion to become champion, and that doesn't change. Tom Aspinall, I consider the best heavyweight in the world. He didn't beat the heavyweight champion at the time to become the champion. I just wanted to know, there are some people who do say this in the past. Oh, I need to beat the guy or the girl to be the girl, that type of thing. And so I just wanted to confirm that with you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand how the people could think that I need to beat the former champion to be the champion. You know what I mean? Not just me. I think they'd probably be saying that to anyone, right? If Vienna was to win or something. I don't know. That's just a weird mentality for me to wrap my head around, for them to think. So I guess I would like to understand what goes through people's minds when they say that. But yeah, no, I don't think that at all.
I think it's a lineage thing, right? Usually how the sport goes is this person has the belt and then they lose it to that person. But it doesn't, like more often than not these days, it doesn't really happen this way. Islam moved up. He didn't lose the title. Ilya became the champion. No one thought less of Ilya, the fact that he didn't beat Islam. But you said it on Saturday, so I just wanted to ask for a confirmation, just to make sure. I do want to ask you before I let you go, at Uncrowned, we have our pound for pound rankings, and they just came out. And so I want to see if you agree with where you are currently. This is the pound for pound rankings. Look who's featured, the strawweight queen. And right now you moved up 2 slots to 7. Now these aren't the UFC ones. These are the real rankings, Mackenzie. We don't go division by division, just pound for pound for male and female. Are you okay with this, or did we get it wrong? Should you be higher up? Can I be honest about something? I don't vote on these. The whole team does. I'm not trying. I think you could be a little bit higher up personally. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. I think, I feel like Amanda Nunes should be on there.
Well, she retired. She hasn't come back yet. We have weird rules about these things, but I think we can make a case for you in that top 5. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think in front of Dakota. Natalia is one of my best friends, my best friend in the UFC for sure. But I think just being the champion and everything like that could be in front of her too.
Yeah.
And then, it's Chris, and then I would say in front of Chris Cyborg too. I love Chris and everything. She's a good friend of mine too, but I would say, and then in my opinion, I think Amanda Nunes should still be on there because I thought that she had a fight scheduled. So, with Kayla.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I think it's good. I don't know, Seika or I know her, but yeah.
So would you put yourself as like 3 over there or 4? Would you put yourself above Zhang?
No, I wouldn't put myself above Zhang. I would put myself like probably if I added Amanda Nunes, for me, Amanda Nunes, Valentina, Kayla, I always mess it up. Kayla, Whaley, me, and then any of the Chris, Natalia, Dakota, and then the rest of the girls, in my opinion. So probably fifth? Well, I think that's
fifth, which is kind of what I said. Yes, not trying to take anything away from anyone else, but I do feel like you've done enough, especially as of late, and now defending your title once. It's certainly warranting of a top 5 slot. Before I let you go, 10 months in between fights, second longest break of your career in terms of duration. A, did you feel rusty at all? And B, are you hoping that it's a quicker turnaround?
No, I didn't feel rusty. I mean, I've had bigger breaks for bigger reasons, like pregnancies and one pregnancy, but injuries, like surgeries, no surgery, knee surgeries. So this one even though it was a while to come back, we were training for a long time. We've been training for since February, March. So we had a lot of training going in. So I would like to be able to get 2 title fights in a year. I'm not saying necessarily want to do it by December. I know that they had said maybe December 12th. I think that's the last fight card of the year, but I feel like that's a little bit soon for where I want to develop before fighting whoever I fight next. I had mentioned I wanted I would feel good March to be in before March. So yeah, because we're August, then we're the middle of August. Probably going to take this next month, train, but, doing other tour and everything, media, and then just get back into training. So I wouldn't want to just get back right into a camp. I would want to get back to getting better when I need to get better and then start a camp. So, I feel like February, March, and then if I can get that win in March or February and then be able to fight again August or July, of next year. So have 2 or potentially 3 fights next year, hopefully, title defenses. That would be amazing.
Okay. For now, though, enjoy this one. It was great to see you out there with your daughter in the cage. She's so cute. It's so cute to see how much she supports you and loves you and is there as you're walking. These photos are priceless. Really, really amazing. She must view you like a superwoman, like a superhero. It's amazing. I can't imagine what it would be like for a 7-year-old to view their mom doing the things that you do out there. So congratulations to you and the whole family. Enjoy the victory. And as always, thank you so much for coming on to talk about it. It's always a pleasure, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Ariel. I appreciate it. Always good talking to you. And thanks so much. Talking to you at the next one.
Parabéns. Thank you.
Obrigada.
There she is, the great Mackenzie Dern, the reigning defending UFC strawweight champion. Sometimes they say women's strawweight, but there's only one, so it really should just be strawweight. Doing big things and amazing to see her daughter. My daughter actually asked me a couple days ago, why isn't it the MNBA? Why is there a WNBA and not an MNBA? And if I'm being honest, I was like, well, I don't know. I feel like that should happen. And I said, I have a friend named On Air Jordan who says the same, right? Doesn't On Air Jordan say the same, that it should be the MNBA?
I'm always calling it the MNBA, the MMLB, MNHL, every league. And then fill it in.
Yeah, why? Why is it the PWHL or the PWSL? Why is it
the MMLS? I don't understand. I say it to everybody, and everyone's like, "What are you talking about?" Like, what are you talking about?
Like Petr Yan is defending his men's bantamweight, not just bantamweight.
Yeah, men's MMA, MMMA.
Yes, his men's mixed martial art. Yeah, the triple MA, the triple MA.
MUFC is what I call it. Actually, I don't even.
MUFC.
And men's UFC.
Nah, because UFC encompasses all of it.
Yeah.
I'll remember this in the build-up to UFC 333 when you're discussing Merab and Petr Yan.
We should say
a fight for the men's bantamweight.
Yes.
Is it men's featherweight? Do we still recognize featherweight, or is that
a good question? That's a good question.
Well, to be honest, I don't even put women's in front of strawweight because there's no men's strawweight.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Strawweight.
Yeah, that should be just strawweight. In fact, one can make a case that the only division that shouldn't have that what is it? The gender beforehand, the precursor should be strawweight. That's the only one that there is no. Actually, no, I'm wrong.
Atomweight.
Yeah.
Well, no, in the UFC.
No, 155 and up.
Right. Well, for the women, right? So it should be women's bantamweight, women's flyweight, women's featherweight. I still think we should acknowledge it, but no women's strawweight, and then anything above. Yeah, because there is no 55 for UFC women, but there are in the other division organizations. Then just lightweight, but men's featherweight, men's.
Claire and I agree on many things, and this included the Knicks are the men's NBA champions.
Thank you. I feel better about this. I really do. All right, still to come, Jalin Turner, who had a tremendous win on Saturday. Arman Tsarukyan, who I'm curious what he thought of Islam Makhachev's win on Saturday, even though they're not in the same weight class anymore. And obviously, he finally has his next assignment. He is fighting September 19th, UFC 331, Los Angeles, against Mauricio Ruffy. He's not fighting for the belt. He's not fighting for the BMF, but he is fighting. And that is great news considering the fact that his last UFC fight was in November of last year. So that is still to come. For now, though, let us talk to the man who had a phenomenal win on Saturday, won the 100K bonus, which I know he was very excited about, won via rarely seen, although we have seen it a couple of times as of late, Scottish Twister. Shout out to the great Stevie Ray. He is the one and only Charles Johnson who defeated Eduardo Chapelin. Chapelin taking this fight on short notice. It was at 130 pounds because of the short notice nature, but it was an amazing, amazing win for Charles Johnson. He's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about the victory. There he is. What's up, Charles? How are you? And congratulations.
What's up, boys? Doing well. Ariel, how you doing?
I'm doing great. By the way, nice background over there. It looks like life is good. Well done.
It will be soon. I'm at my manager's house, so at Brian Butler's.
Shout out to Brian.
So, yeah.
Shout out to Brian. You could have told us it was your own house as well, and I would have believed you.
Yeah. Shout out to my boy B. Let's go.
What a win, man! What an amazing win! And afterwards, you said Eagles fan, getting to sing the song for all the people. That whole weekend, that night must have been super special for you, considering your love and connections to the city, right?
Yeah, man. St. Louis is home. Everybody knows I'm the pride of St. Louis. But I've always been a Philadelphia Eagles fan since I was probably about 8, 9, 10 years old. So for me, it's always had an affinity for the Philadelphia Eagles. Being able to come here and compete. When they called me, I talked to Mick of like 2 days after I fought in Baku, and they presented this opportunity, and they said Philly. As soon as they said Philly, I said, hell yeah, let me get my MRI, make sure I'm good, and let's do it. It's only been about 40-something days since that fight. So, yeah, I had to take this opportunity, man. Growing up watching Rocky on VHS, that spirit, that fighting spirit is going to be crazy in Philadelphia, and it was.
By the way, why Eagles fan?
Why Eagles? I was a Madden. I played Madden since Madden 95 on Sega, and my dad, he used to be in tournaments. He was a super athlete, semi-pro, all-pro, had a tryout with the Dolphins before he messed his knee up. And so he used to play Madden all the time, and I used to play with him all the time. And the first time he ever played with the Eagles, that just became my team. And I played with them forever since, and he played with other teams, but I always played with them ever since. And they had a great defense. And then when Donovan McNabb got drafted, it was like a black quarterback, and it was cool. Andy Reid, running the show. It was dope.
So, fight week, you find out that your originally scheduled opponent, Jose Ochoa, is withdrawing. They call upon Eduardo. Great. Was there a moment where you thought you were off? And if so, how long did that last, and how did that feel?
Nah, we can go to the next question. I ain't know anything. I was signing posters. They called me with a new opponent. I said, let's get it.
Wow. So there was no moment where you were like, oh shit, I don't have it. They literally told you that he was out and a new opponent at the same time?
Basically, I was signing posters. I was like, oh, well, yeah, the name sounds familiar. I don't know. Brian called me. It was like, Charles, I hate to tell you this. And I was like, it's all right, man. I mean, if they got an opponent, that's all that matters. I want to fight. I'm here. And I'm in Philly. I'm fighting. I don't care, who it is. And they said the name, and I was like, it sounds familiar. Let me look it up. But I'm signing posters. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. I called them back about 45 minutes later and told them, yeah, just send the contract, let's do it. And they just needed to know the weight, whether I wanted to do 135 or lighter than that. And I like I'm already in my weight cutting process at that point. I'm like, I can make 130. Yeah, let's do it. As light as a motherfucker can make it. Let's do it. I'm not a 135er, so let's do it.
That is wild that you found out in one fell swoop. You were somewhat familiar with Eduardo?
I saw him fighting the LFA. I remember his red shorts with the yellow letters, and I saw him knock a couple boys out with. I didn't remember how until I watched it back, and I was like, that left hook, the same thing he dropped my ass with. So, yeah.
Okay, and so that probably helps a little bit. Do you go back to the room and start watching tape on him? Okay, you did a deep dive, because some fighters would just be like at this point,
No. It was like, we had one film session. I watched 3 fights. It wasn't much to find. It was a Contender Series fight. It was a Ultimate Fighter fight where he got submitted fairly quickly. He took it really short notice again. All his fights seemed like he had to get him short notice, which is kind of unfair to him, but because I think he's a good fighter. But, you got to stay ready. So, but in every film study session I saw, that left hook, it comes from weird angles, and he hits boys hard with it. So I was prepared. That was the main thing I was focused on. And he still caught me with it when I was in there having too much fun doing my Philly shuffle. Caught me with it. And I was like, damn. But, that's where your cardio and your routine takes over, so I was good to go.
How much did the knee mess you up in the second round? And were you at all surprised that the ref decided to take away a point?
I mean, I think the point was warranted. It was 2 fouls back to back. And I think that he missed. Herzog told me he missed the eye poke. He watched it back. He said, "I see he did eye poke you. I'm sorry, I missed that." And he also needs you to take as much time as you want. And I said, "Okay." Then they brought me a wet towel. I said, "I need something dry. Let me clear this eye." But the main thing was the knee actually helped because it landed on my eyebrow. It didn't cut me, which was fine. And he kind of pulled off of it a little bit as he was throwing it. And we saw in film study, he landed an illegal knee in his Contender Series fight too that didn't get called. So we had already said something to Herzog, said, "Hey, this guy's thrown an illegal knee to a grounded opponent before in the back." So unfortunately for us, but fortunately for us, he did the same thing in our fight. And it allowed me time to get my eye clear because my eye was still blurry from the eye poke, and got back to business. And I put it on towards the end of each round. I was happy about that.
By the way, for the record, I not only agreed with the point deduction, I was kind of happy to see it because I feel like that doesn't happen enough where we're getting, you know what I mean? There's too many warnings.
You know how many fights I've had where my opponent specifically has gotten more than 2 warnings. I've gotten kicked, kneed, elbow, poked in the eye, and it's just warning after warning after warning after warning. And I have to fight differently, and I'm fighting more cautiously now because motherfuckers poking me in the eye and kicking me in the balls. And it changes the range. It changes how I approach him a little bit, and he's getting corrected, but we already got warning in the back. Why do you keep getting 3 more warnings in the cage, So I was happy about that because I lost the first round, but I think part of it was due to the eye poke, and, it is what it is, but I'm not here to make excuses. I'm just saying, I was happy that the point got took. In my eyes, it became a 9-9 round. I was like, all right, fresh start to the second round, with what happened,
Okay, so in the end, you win via Scottish twister, made famous by the great Stevie Ray of Scotland. Is this a move that you've worked on? It's very rarely seen in the UFC, I believe just twice. This is the second time. We did see it in the PFL recently as well, which is crazy, like in the span of a month or so. But super rare and super freaking cool and looks super freaking painful as well. Is this something you were working on? Is this something that you'd like to hit in practice?
Right. It's so much shit I want to talk to you about, so I'm going to be fast with this.
Talk
Jake
your
Hadley
shit.
hit that. Jake Hadley hit it in the PFL. I was doing it in the back during that training week. They were here in Florida, and my teammate Mondo Gutierrez from Murcielago MMA was fighting on that card. I hit it on him in the back, and we were working and we were playing around with it. And then Jake hits it that same show in the PFL. All right. Then, but before that, I was in Vegas, and when I'm in Vegas, I always train no matter where I go. So I was in Vegas, and Patchy hit it on me like twice in the same roll. And I was like, what the hell? And then I asked him about it, and I picked through it. I started looking it up, And then I'm like, I'm the same height and range, arm length, everything is patchy. So I was like, man, I can hit this dude. This on 125ers. I just got to figure out these back takes. So I got back to Orlando. Me and Mike Davis picked through the position a little bit. And my guy, Courtney Baxter, who I train with, he's like just a jiu-jitsu player. Man, I figured it out. And my back take is crazy right now. So I have a couple different ways of getting to it. And that's the easiest way when they turn in. You know, you just got to be knowledgeable of positions, you know, and that guy has a long way to go with his grappling and jiu-jitsu, in my opinion. I've been preparing for the best guys since I got in the UFC, Makayev, Amabayev, Durden, all these guys I fought with good jiu-jitsu and grappling and MMA grappling. So he was just in deep waters at any moment of time when we had to grapple and he re-engaged. And so once I got his back, I knew I was going to get him. And I just literally went straight to it. I hung off the side and just went straight to it because I knew he was going to turn in. I just felt it. And like I said, I called it earlier the week in my vlog on my YouTube. I literally called the exact submission. I said, going from being a meme with the Sulayo stretch to making a meme. And then there we were. I made it happen.
Yeah, this is wild. From being a meme to making a meme, the back-to-back submissions, you're on the receiving end just a couple months ago, and now look at that. Look at that on the right. That is absurd. Can I ask regarding the Suliev, how did you come across to me as a very prideful person. You care so deeply about the sport, about how you fight, your career. How did you react to that one, to getting caught in that one?
No way. I knew that I had to take a risk at the end of that fight. I was going to lose it 30-27. Almabayev was on, and I was taking a risk to get to my feet. And unfortunately, he got to that submission. I had watched film study versus him versus Ochoa, and Ochoa does a good job of forward pointing and getting his butt high, and he fell off when he fought Ochoa. I didn't get my butt high enough, and he was able to get to the leg. And I tried to peek out the side, but, if you ever been in that position, I've been there a couple of times before in practice and able to get out, and sometimes I haven't gotten out. And once it got to a certain point, I tried to push it, and then I knew, and I was like, I'm not going to tear my hamstring. I've been doing track my whole life. I know when my legs getting overstretched. And it got to that point where I felt it was ready to get to a tear. So then I just tapped, I tried to get my head out, and he just did a good job, man. He had the leg hooked. He had a great positioning on it, and he cranked it, and it was unfortunate. But for me, I was taking a risk to get up anyway, and I tried to win this fight. And so I'd rather not lose the fight on my back playing jiu-jitsu. I'd rather lose taking a risk. I'm going to give you everything I got every time I'm in the cage to finish someone and give myself an opportunity to win, and I'm not going to settle, right? So I wasn't upset about it. Shit happens. It's MMA.
We saw Mario Bautista try to hit that on Corey Sandhagen, and we saw the aftermath, how his hamstring.
He didn't try. He hit it, and he tore Sandhagen's leg up in the process. And I had a strain as well. But I jumped right into PT. It was just a grade 2 or grade 1, grade 2 strain. They said 6 weeks, but once I got that news that I could be fighting in Philly, I was like, nah, let's go.
Damn. So you didn't have bruising like he had?
I'm black, man. You can't see that shit.
I mean, all right, fair enough. It's
no purple leg, nothing like that. Like his leg was purple and green and stuff. It looks nasty.
Yeah.
For me, it was sore. It was a little sore, but I jumped right into recovery. So I was fine. Icing, doing everything, acupuncture. I have a pretty heavy recovery routine integrated into my training already. And I work with 3 different trainers, go to 3 different places here in Orlando. So I was ready for that,
And we braided the hair this time. Why'd we go with the braids?
Yeah. I mean, we in Philly, you got to come with them AI,
Okay.
the AI braids. You know what it is. And the answer, you dig? So my sister was with me, and she'd been braiding my hair my entire life. So I was like, come on, let's do this. Like when I was younger. Because when I was younger, I used to get all these braids. I used to get everything in my head. She used to do all type of styles. So I was like, yeah, let's knock out some AI braids, man, and let's go put on for Philly real quick. So
I liked it.
fun.
Are you going to stick with that?
Yeah, I mean, if she's with me, if I'm fighting in America, it's hard when I'm not in America. But when I fight in America and she's with me, yeah, that's my stylist, man, my whole life. And yeah, so that makes it easy for me, you know.
Yeah, I was having a debate with someone. I feel like, I know we've talked about the hair in the past, but do you cut it to look like, do you shape it up here, or is that the natural hairline at this point?
Nah, I'm like you, bro. You see how you got the hair? You see it? Yeah, that's me. That's me. But
it's so wild.
It grows thin in the middle now, so it don't grow the same, you know. My hair was straight. My hair was straight in the front and curly in the back. So all the curly, luscious hair stayed, and all the thin hair that was up front started thinning out, you know. So in the straight hair, it started thinning out. So I just shave it now. And that happened when I was in Thailand, you know, shaving my head all the time and just didn't grow back right. And so I was like, all right, whatever, let's get it. You know, let's try this bald look out for a while, you know. But
would you do the turkey thing?
What's that? What's the turkey thing?
You know the turkey thing. All those guys going to Turkey, they get their hairlines all fixed up.
Oh, hell no. No, that looks like cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, I agree.
Weird.
I agree.
I'm good, man. You know, as long as I got what I got, I'm cool with it, you know. I'm looking forward to, you know, I think about fighting, man. And the hair is all fun, you know, but it's me, right? So, yeah, I got a lot of side quests.
By the way, I saw this video of as you're walking out, your daughter is like shouting you out and screaming "daddy" and all this stuff. This right here, I mean, this melts my heart, man. What does it feel like to see it? And you clearly see her and you blow her a kiss, like you're about to go to war here. You're about to fight in front of thousands of people, you know, millions at home in Philly, a place that means a lot to you. You're an Eagles fan, and there's your daughter. Just like, look at the smile on her. It's just amazing. How do you put that into words right there?
It's what my life has been about, you know. That's what this whole thing is about, you know. Turn my fight money into family money, right? That's where I'm at. And they mean the most to me, my babies. And in that moment, come on, man. You walking out of the tunnel, you see your babies. What more inspiration you need to go in there and do what you love to do already, right? And so seeing her and allowing the UFC allowing me to go on stage with her, these are moments I'll never be able to recreate when I'm done with this. And so, hopefully in the future, she'll be able to look back and be happy about these moments and reflect on them in a different way, that she was able to share this with her dad, even though right now she doesn't really understand how big of the moments are. You know, they mean everything to me, you know. And my son, he's 11 months. So pretty soon it'll be him. And he's already a fighter. I can tell he loves everything. Little side boy. So yeah, those things that's the easy part. That's the fun part. That's the part that makes everything worth it. That's who I am at the core. I'm doing this for my family. I'm doing it for me. I'm chasing a selfish dream, but this dream allows me to take my family with me, which is the amazing part, right? And so I'm excited about, you know, what's to come, you know, and I think I'm in a great position for like main event, or, you know, the 100K, you know, allow me to do some things to be patient, you know.
Why do you call it a selfish dream? This is your job. This is how you're providing for them. Why do you feel like it's selfish?
It's selfish because I'm taking a lot of time. It's a lot of time to myself, you know. And when I'm in, this is my fourth fight in 8 months. I go camp to camp to camp to camp, and my wife, it's a heavy load. We got 2 under 3, and she's cooking. She's taking care of the babies. And so when I say selfish, you know, I can't do what my wife does. She's amazing. And my wife can't do what I do, right? But it's selfish because although I'm the provider, I just feel like I'm taking a lot of time focused on my goal and my dream before I can really push them, you know? So, and I have to be this way and able to provide things I want to, right? So it just feels a little selfish at times because it's a lot of time, man. I'll leave the house at 6:30 and go train, and I won't get home until 6 p.m., 7 p.m. sometimes after doing 3 sessions, 4 sessions. Like, this camp was crazy. I'm waking at 6:30 a.m., going to train with the Dragon, Lyota. Then I go straight into a 10 a.m. with my head coach. Then I'm going straight to a PT recovery session and grabbing my dinner. And that take 2-3 hours. Then I hit my last session, you know? And so it was just 3 and 4 days, just like that, all for 40 days straight. You know, so it's a lot of time away from the family. I'm missing moments, so that's why I think it's a little. I said it's a little selfish.
I get what you're saying. Do you feel guilt about that?
Not right now. No. I sometimes, because I miss the moments. You know, like I think these are the most fun moments, man. You know, like the babies. My son's starting to walk. My daughter, she's starting to talk more, ask more questions, and her personality is shining. And so I just hate those long days to be away. I want to do more stuff with them, right? And that's the next journey after I'm finished fighting and like pouring all of this into them and everything that I'm learning in life, right? So, yeah.
By the way, you're not still a blue belt, are you?
Man, Coach Julian probably finna promote me. We'll see. I ain't put on
What the hell, man? How you getting Scottish twisters out there?
Submitted black belts.
Come on.
And beat up black belts. And Julian was like, man, put on the gi so I can promote you. I'm like, man, my manager everybody tell me, bro, you too hard on yourself. You need to let them promote you. I'm like, man, I just want to make sure that I'm legit when I do it and feel like it's not just being given to me. So now this is one where I feel proud of myself and my work. And I was like, until I get me a submission in UFC, I don't want you to promote me, man. Let me be what I am.
All right. Well, you got one, and it was a pretty damn rare one too.
Let's go, baby.
Yes.
You know?
I think you deserve at least one step up. Can I ask? I know you were focused on your fight, but on Friday, we did see the press conference between Pantoja and Van, and it was a bit of a different side of Josh Van, like a heel Josh Van, if you will. What do you think?
That's not surprising. That's been the same Josh Van all along. I don't know what y'all been watching, but he's been the same guy all along. He's been talking the same way all along, and he's just being pressed about it. And I think he's getting a little annoyed with some things that were said. He's still young. I think that Josh is an amazing talent. I think he's done some amazing things. And I think he's going to be very successful for the rest of his career. And he's already done what 99% of people in this organization haven't been able to do. He's living at the height of his dream at a young age, you know. And it's fun to see. It's fun to witness. It's fun to be a part of that story and him to be a part of my story. And so for me, I wasn't surprised. I've seen how Josh moves and talks, and he believes in himself 100%. And that's how you're supposed to talk when you're a champion. You know, nobody was sitting up here making excuses for Muhammad Ali when he was talking crazy to people. You know, he was saying some crazy stuff to people. So, yeah, man, that's part of the game. That's what it's supposed to be. And I think that brings a lot of good attention to the weight class. You know, we need more parity. We need more parity. We need to get rid of this old lame ass narrative that the flyweights were almost cut. Everybody says the same thing for 10 years. Like, what are y'all talking about? The most exciting fights for like the past 8 years, when we talk about fight of the year, has been like flyweight fights. Like, what are we talking about? Stop talking about how we were almost cut. Like, that doesn't even, I know it was a thing, but that thing was fleeting and it should have never been a thing. So why are we still talking about it, right? And I think, yeah, this flyweight, how we are now, everybody in this weight class can be a world champion. And there's a lot of amazing athletes. So the more shine, more glory we get, the more things that happen like that is good. Let's get it more and more and more.
I agree. It should have never been a thing. It's been 7 years since that narrative came out. It was before the TJ Henry Cejudo fight. It's almost every event now, certainly the numbered events, like last event, the Lonnie Kavanaugh fight was unbelievable. Brandon Royval, like almost every event, the flyweight fight is one of the best fights on the card. Your fight on Saturday was amazing. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I love, like, this title fight is amazing. By the way, do you think he wins? Do you think he beats Pantoja, Josh Van?
I think he has an opportunity. I'm not one for picking fights, and I'm not a betting man, but I think they both have an opportunity. It's all going to be a battle of wills and who can make their game plan happen. I think he has the correct archetype to stuff takedowns and keep the fight in the center and make it tough for Pantoja. And I think Pantoja knows exactly what he has to do to win. And it's going to be tough, man. Josh is getting stronger. He's grown into a man. And so, you know, I think that he'll surprise people and he'll have some things to work through as well through the fight. And I'm excited to see how he deals with that. I'm excited to see how Pantoja deals with he always had like this round 3 or 4 laps where he's like kind of coast. And I don't think Josh gonna allow him to do that. And I think that's going to be a very telling part of the fight coming up. And I'm excited to see how they handle that.
How soon do you want to return in against who?
Finally, my boy. I would love to fight as soon as I'm healthy within the next 90 days. And I would love a main event if it makes sense for the UFC. And I would like to fight against Brandon Royval or Kyoji Horiguchi or Tatsuro Taira for a main event. Whoever they think is due for a main event, give me one of those guys. They're all proven. They're all amazing. And I want to show what I can do.
I love that. Do you have a preference, a one slot there? Do you have someone that you would love if given the option of the three?
Yeah, I do have a preference, and I love him to death, but it's Brandon Royval. We had an amazing fight in the LFA. And I think he's the most proven out of those three guys. I think he's the best out of those three guys. And let's work, baby. He's the man. I'm the man. We both dogs. It's going to be fucking fight of the year. Let's go.
I love that fight. I love that idea. I love that fight. Love everything about it. Also, by the way, we talked about your love of the Eagles. Did the boys give you any words of wisdom before? I saw you hanging out with Saquon and the crew beforehand. Did they give you any words of wisdom before you went? Or maybe you gave them some words of wisdom as they start the season.
It was more so, the other way around. And they don't know who I am. Yeah. And, they're superstars. And I'm becoming a star in this promotion. And I just introduced myself, kept it transparent. And kept it moving, really, honestly, and told them, good luck on the season. What's funny enough is my guy Saquon back in Orlando, the guy who trained him for the draft, name is Bert Norrie at the Draft Academy, and I'm good friends with Gabe Davis, as you know.
Yes, sir.
And they run the Draft Academy, so I was able to name drop that. He was like, "Oh, tell him I said hey." So that was cool. We had a little bonding moment through that, but it was quick. It was after practice. They got a lot of things they got to get to, and I understand the business of it. So we had about a little 2-minute interaction, which was great, and got to shake hands, take our photos, and keep it pushing. Jordan Davis, a cool guy. Mailata, real big guy. His story's dope, from rugby to NFL. Amazing story. So yeah, man, it was a good little sequence of conversations with those guys for those few minutes.
By the way, before I let you go, how is my guy Gabe Davis doing? Tore his ACL back in January, broke my heart. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's doing great. House just got built. He's back running. He's back training. Got that dog. He's got the dog mentality. He's gonna be back real soon. He's looking strong, looking good, bro. And progression is going great. He's got a few more months until he's where he needs to be, but progressing really good. And main thing is back training, looking like himself, feeling good. And I got 100K to get back, and buy a lightsaber. So I'm excited.
A lightsaber? You're buying a lightsaber with the 100K?
Yeah, I got to get a lightsaber for Obi-Wan, my chicken. My rooster.
Why a lightsaber for Obi-Wan?
So my rooster's name is Obi-Wan, so I got to get him a lightsaber. He got to protect my 18 chickens, I got 18 hens. And we got to find our Skywalker, So I got to get him a lightsaber so he can defend the coop,
Okay. Now I understand. Now I understand everything.
Yeah.
All right. Respect. Much respect to you, Charles. Congratulations on the win, the amazing sub, the bonus, everything. Well done. Always great to have you on. Enjoy everything that comes with this.
My man. Thank you, brother.
There he is. Energy. Mr. Charles Johnson. What a sub. Back-to-back subs, unbelievable. He mentioned the chickens. I was in a beautiful place called Kauai and also Maui during the break.
Were you?
There were so many chickens, Frank, walking around. By the way, conspicuous by your absence in the opening block there as we were talking about our break.
You just talked over me. I kept trying to say something, and you were like, "Brother, no."
Brada.
Exactly.
That was more Dagestani.
Brother.
Yeah, that was more Dagestani. Anyway, there's chickens everywhere. They're just walking around town. You're at the beach, they're walking on the beach. Turtles, dolphins, fish, chickens.
Fish are walking around.
They're just all walking. The roosters, the chickens, and I'm like, hey.
Where were you? Wait, that's the first time hearing it. Where'd you go?
Hawaii. Not Hawaii.
Not Hawaii? Is this a different place?
I'm so upset that I didn't wear my shirt. I should have wore the shirt. I thought
That's
about
bullshit.
it. No. I thought about it. Still to come, Jalin Turner, Tarantula, going to join us to talk about his big win. But what about Arman Tsarukyan? He is finally back. UFC 331, September 19th, Los Angeles. Mauricio Ruffy, not the one we expected. Let's talk to the man himself who looked oh so cool at the press conference on Friday. Hey, with the glasses. Hello, Arman. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, Arman. It's great to see you. I like those glasses. Those are the ones that you were wearing on Friday, right?
Yeah.
They're nice.
I have the bruise here, so that's why I'm wearing the glasses. Nobody can see.
Who gave you that bruise?
By myself. So I was wrestling and like, I don't know how it happened. It was not even sparring.
Someone hit you? Or you what happened? Like
No. I hit. I was like I don't know, like elbow was or like something. I didn't even remember what happened exactly. But it's nothing. It's just a little bit.
Nothing. You look cool. You're a fighter. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to talk to you. We have a lot to talk about, Arman, because I saw you meeting with the brass. Everything looked good, the messages. So I was expecting, all right, title fight, maybe BMF. We end up with Mauricio. Can you tell us the whole timeline here? How did we, no, sorry, not Mauricio, Charles. We ended up with Mauricio. Can you tell us the timeline here? How did we end up with Mauricio Ruffy in LA?
So I supposed to fight with Charles, co-main event 5 rounds. And then I went for my training camp, and then they, in 2 weeks after when I was in the mountains, they called me and said, "We got a new name for you. It's Ruffy." I said, "Okay, no problem." So because I don't want to pull out and wait for the Charles because LA 5 rounds, it's a big card, and I have not fought long time, and I need this fight. So, and yeah, that's all.
Did they give you a reason why it's not Charles anymore?
Because Charles' friend died, and he cannot train. But I don't understand. In 3 days or 4 days, he's doing live streamings and like back in the camp, and like probably they already set it up fight with Diego Lopez. He was just find the excuse, and now he just find the excuse, and I don't know if like everybody is different. Yeah, it's to lose somebody is so hard, but like you could beat me and like dedicate this victory to your friend, and like, but you never know. So, but of course, like fight me or Diego Lopez, for sure he would pick Diego Lopez.
Is that what you think is going to happen, or were you told that he's now fighting Diego Lopez?
No, I just think that probably they're going to make BMF versus him and Diego Lopez.
And when your fight was booked against him originally, I'm assuming it was for the BMF, right?
No, it's supposed to be just contender #1 fight.
No BMF on the line?
It was like the discussion. So, but we didn't confirm anything yet.
Okay.
Like they said 5 rounds. Oliveira, I said yes, and then that happened.
After everything that you had been through and the waiting and thinking the Hooker fight was #1, the fact that you were fighting a guy who you beat rather convincingly at UFC 300 all over again, did it excite you? Did you like the matchup?
Yeah, I like the matchup because this year Gagey, he doesn't want to fight. And then if I just sit and wait, someone can come new face and like deserve more than me. So that's why I took the chance and want to fight. So, and nobody can again jump and be #1 contender.
So now the fact that it's someone that you haven't fought, who's on a roll, who looked good in his last fight, who's looked good as of late, does this excite you more? Does it motivate you more? Is there a different feeling because it's a new opponent?
It's a kind of same shit, I don't have feelings different. It's just a fight. I'm going there to do my job, and like I was taking serious so much this before, not anymore. Now I'm just chilling and doing what I like, because before I was taking so much serious and overtrained myself. Now I'm trying to not think about fight too much and do what I do best.
When was the switch? When did you stop thinking that way?
After Islam's fight.
That long ago?
That fight that's supposed to be with Islam that I got hurt.
Oh, okay. And why did that, I mean, obviously we know what happened, but why did that change the way you thought about things?
Because I was living only with that fight. I was like pushing myself 6 months nonstop, and then I got injured. So now I don't want to be injured and stay focused on my recovery, and do like some different activities, not like be in the crazy camp like I used to do.
Were you impressed with Ruffy in his last fight against Michael Chandler?
I haven't watched yet that fight.
Really? I think you were traveling during that White House card, right?
Yeah, I was traveling and I saw the result, but the main event was more interesting for me. That's why I watched main event.
Overall, though, you're familiar with him.
Yeah, I've seen. No, I haven't seen any of his fights. Only his knockouts and like his result and But when they gave it to me, I said yes, and I started watching his fights. I just watched a couple of his fights, and he's a dangerous striker.
Have you been told you win this fight, you will finally fight for the belt, you will fight Justin Gaethje?
Correct.
You have been told this?
Yes.
Is it in writing or is it just verbally?
No, just saying. That's enough for me too.
From Hunter Campbell?
Yes.
You believe him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Because I reported this as well, and I saw a lot of people, they say this all the time. Why should he believe them? Da-da-da-da-da. I want to hear
but
from
like I flew there, I talked to him, and it's different. It's different when your manager is telling you something that they told them that you fight. But when you sit with somebody and like shake the hand, and then it's gonna be like that.
Was the option given to you to just wait for Gaethje?
It was the option, but the best option is to fight, stay active, and especially in LA. I gotta build my name, and like I know I'm the best, so I shouldn't take the fight, and like I make good money as well for this fight, so everything good, money, hype, and number one contender fight.
Sure. Is this the most amount of money you've made for a UFC fight?
Correct.
Okay, so your stock has clearly risen.
Little by little.
Yes, look at you. Things have changed.
Yeah, I can buy new glasses after the fight.
By the way, is it a number one contender fight for Mauricio as well, or just for you?
I don't think so. He can jump like that, but like most likely maybe one more fight. But like if he beats me, it's huge for him,
Yeah, I would say it's massive for him.
Yeah, so that's why we shouldn't let him do that, and so it's not gonna happen.
What about the fact that at the press conference, Dana White was asked about you getting out of the doghouse and he got mad about it? Like now it seems like he likes you. He doesn't want any friction with you whatsoever.
I don't know, like, because they know we have a normal relationship, and people is like still asking that.
Yeah. Did you talk to him in the back?
A little bit.
Just hi, hello. Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
That's your catchphrase, by the way.
What is that?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
I think that's like your catchphrase.
What is a catchphrase?
Because we play it on the show.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, got it.
When we say hello to each other, we play that. Now every time I say hello to someone, I say hello, I'm good. How are you? Because that's like your famous line. You have a lot of famous lines.
For sure.
You don't love it. That's it.com. I thought was going to be one, but you dropped it.
Why? That's it.com still working.
Oh, it is. Okay, I haven't heard you say it since.
I'm saying only with you, so I cannot say it to anybody,
Okay.
We gotta be unique.
We're exclusive, you and I, you're saying?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I see with other people, Arman, around town.
Really? Who is your competitor?
No competitor. You said it yourself. I saw an interview. You said I was the best. That's it.
Yeah, that's why you see. I don't know who is your competitor in MMA community.
No, we're bigger than MMA. We're sports.
Yeah, in the sports. But
thank you.
There is Joe Rogan.
I know. I saw you post about Joe Rogan, Arman. It broke my heart. I have to say. You called him.
I want.
You called him the GOAT.
No, I mean he is a GOAT. So after this fight, I gotta give an interview to him.
What do you mean? You never post pictures of me and you like that. We've taken pictures. I never got the GOAT. I never got anything close to the GOAT. Not even a sheep.
Soon.
You've been in my studio. You didn't post anything.
Really?
Yeah.
No way. I post.
It's crazy. You posted you eating another pizza in Times Square. Not even the pizza I gifted you.
No way.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta change.
Okay, all right. You were even in New York. You didn't come visit us when Khamzat was fighting.
Because you never asked me.
I didn't want to bother you. You were in New Jersey.
Yeah, was busy a little bit.
Some people say I bother you too much.
No, it never bothered me. So between trainings, you see, like we got the right
time. Yes. What are you drinking?
Coffee, double espresso.
That's
Italian. Papa, what's the called this coffee? Maca coffee.
What is that?
From the mocha pot. I have no idea.
Any milk?
No milk, but man style.
Yeah, double espresso. I like triple.
Triple. Oh, it's 3 cup. Yeah, it's triple as well.
Yeah. Okay, so Arman, can I ask you? First of all, you were at the press conference. What did you think of Joshua Van? He was talking some good shit up there.
I mean, I couldn't understand him very well too. So he's talking like English slang.
Okay. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, but I wish Ruffy could speak more English, and we had a little bit different conversation. It's bad when someone translates and you cannot like talk so much shit.
The face-off was good, and then Dana was like, I don't like it. He felt like something was going to happen.
No, after Hooker is not going to happen anything.
Never? You're done?
Never know. Never know. I say I'm not going to do it, and then I go and do it.
He was getting aggressive there with that hand. You saw that? The fist.
Yeah, I was scared.
Did you feel like he was trying to intimidate you?
No, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't believe on that things. And when someone says he's in your head, is that for me it's not working. Even like with Hooker, we had a beef before the fight and on the press conference, on the weigh-ins, and then during the fight I was so calm. So fight is different. The press conference is different.
And this one is 5 rounds, right?
It's 5 rounds. Number 1 contender. I go there, beat Ruffy, and then fight for the title, finally.
And have you been told Gaethje's going to stick around? Because he was hinting, teasing, maybe contemplating retirement. Have they told you about that?
They told me a couple options. If he retired, still I'm going to fight for the title if he's going to be there beginning of the next year. But like right now, it's too soon to talk about that. We got to take care of the business September 19th, and then after that, talk about title fight.
What are the options, by the way, the other options?
No, I'm saying if he...
No, I know, but did they say, oh,
if
we
he
might
retired,
go...
you fight with somebody who is going to be who's going to deserve fight for the title.
Okay. Did you stick around for the event on Saturday?
No. I left same day because I have to train. So now I'm in the camp. I cannot waste time.
Did you watch the main event?
Yes. To be honest, the guy was on the podcast right now. It was you. What's his name?
Which guy?
The small 57 kg. 61
kg.
Charles
Johnson.
This fight was incredible. So good.
Yeah. He got 100K for that. You saw the submission, the Scottish twister.
Yeah, so good. But other guy is good too. The so good strikers.
Yeah.
I like that fight.
The flyweights have been amazing.
So good. Yeah, main event was kind of boring.
So tell me, I'm dying to ask you, what did you think? What are your thoughts on the main event? Islam beating Ian Gary the way in which he did.
Ian Gary, he didn't believe himself so much. If he could believe himself before the fight, like the earlier rounds, he could do better. But like he didn't do anything. He was just like thinking about defend the takedown, but he forgot that he's a striker. You gotta strike. How are you gonna win? You just stay there like this and doing nothing. Like how you wanna win this fight? Yeah, people saying he defend Islam's wrestling, of course. But if he's not fighting, like he's just defending, he's gonna lose. And Islam looked better than him.
You thought so? I thought it was 2-2 going into the fifth.
No, only one round. Gary won. It was second or third?
Third round, but I thought in the fourth round, Islam was kind of threatening the takedown, but Ian was hitting him with shots. He was doing damage. Islam wasn't really doing anything.
Yeah, but control.
I think damage supersedes control.
I don't know, maybe. But for me, it's 4-1.
4-1.
Islam. Yeah, but this fight, Islam, he didn't look good before.
Why do you think that is?
I think maybe he missed that high kick or he hurt his nose. Something happened. And Ian Gary was defending very well against the cage. He didn't let him to be on the top. He always stand up and like it's always like hard to carry. The fighter who knows how to defend so good. That's why he got tired.
Do you think Islam's going to have problems with some of these bigger welterweights, Morales, Praches, Shavkat? Do you think the welterweight, landscape is just too big for him?
Morales, maybe, yes. But still, like, I don't know right now who can beat Islam. Yeah, only maybe prime Usman. But he's gone. He's in 84 kg.
Right. What about some of the criticism that Ian is receiving is that he was too nice? The hugging, the stuff that, was happening at the end of the rounds. What did you make of all of that?
Yeah, you go there, fight for the title. It's maybe your last a title fight in your life. Go and fight. You're just staying like this on the pose and that's it, just waiting for his wrestling. Just go and fight. Why you hugging, doing this shit, go and be a wild, I just don't like it, After fight, yeah, just shake the hand, hug. But before the fight, you gotta be enemies, You go there to kill each other.
Do you think that took away? I feel like he could have won the fight. I feel like it was there for the takeover.
Yeah, he could win, but he didn't do anything. If he could strike and do his job that he used to do it before the last fights, yeah, maybe it's possible. But like this fight, impossible.
So overall, you think that the story was Islam just did enough to win the fight, but you weren't blown away by his performance?
Yeah, but he usually how he beat Madalena way better.
Yeah.
But he usually dominate, but this time he couldn't hold.
When you watch those fights, those Islam fights, do you think, man, I really want that? I want to be the guy to beat him? Or because he's at 170, do you not think about that anymore?
Not anymore. I used to. Now I just watching my division, 155.
Okay. Can I ask, Max Holloway brought this up. They give him 2 belts. And he's like, why does he have 2 belts? He's not the lightweight champion. So why does he have 2 belts? As the guy going for that lightweight belt, does it bother you at all?
No, it's not bothering me. It's just he's double champ. And he was a champion 155. So, and he never lose, in 155. He's still kind of ex-champion in 155 and the current champion in 170. It makes sense.
He did have a good reply, Islam. Did you see his reply?
No.
You're too busy. He said, I don't know, bro. It's even too heavy to hold, but you don't understand. Sorry.
What don't understand?
That Max doesn't understand what it's like to be a champion in two different weight classes at the same time or at two different points in his career. To hold two belts.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for marketing for the UFC. It's good.
Sure.
To have a double champ.
Do you think he beats Carlos Praches?
Yes.
Morales?
I gotta watch Morales fights. I've seen a couple, but like I gotta watch all of them.
Well, you said you care about your weight class, and I understand that. You know, his friend Usman is Usman Nurmagomedov is a free agent. I feel like it's a done deal. The way they're acting, he's coming to the UFC, and he's a 55er, and he's watching the clips, and he's like, look at these guys. They're all, you know, I could beat all these guys. He thinks that he could be the champ already. What do you make of him?
He can beat a lot of guys in our division because stylistically he's so good. He can wrestle, he can strike, and but like there is a tough guys too. So let's see who's they gonna give it to him, and we're gonna see from there because PFL there is no competition.
You think he beats Gaethje?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Do you think he beats everyone in the division other than you?
Almost, yes.
Who wouldn't he beat?
There is a new guys, so we gotta see them. The who beat Gumroad, choke out the Gumroad, that guy.
I like that guy, Quillan Salkield.
Yeah, that guy is good. A couple more new names. Charles Oliveira, interesting fight with him too because Charles can do some submissions, take his back, choke him out. But he's good everywhere, so he's dangerous for everyone.
But you don't think he's overhyped or anything. You think he's warranted, and you want him to come over.
Yeah, he's legit.
Would that be the next best thing to beating Islam? Getting a chance to beat him?
Kind of teammate there.
Yeah.
Yeah, would be great too.
He's unbelievable.
I gotta work on it, to become a champion, and then we can talk.
Sure. Have you ever met him?
Usman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are all cool.
Yeah, we're cool.
No issues.
Never.
They never.
I mean, if we have an issue, we can talk and figure out,
Sure. They did also announce RAF that you're going up against Dylan Dennis, right? I think this is 2 weeks after your match, your fight. It's a match after your fight. It's confusing. In Vegas. This is true, right?
Correct.
So you're going to fight, and UFC's okay with this. I guess it's afterwards.
Yeah, it's after UFC. So hopefully I do my job very well, and then wrestle with Dylan Dennis.
How do you feel about Dylan?
Trash can.
Why?
He has no wrestling. He's just talking. He never trains. He's just like on Instagram, posting, tweeting. But I don't know. He's like a influencer.
So you think it's going to be easy?
Not that easy, but I win, yeah.
I have to say,
because
Arman,
he's heavier. He's heavier, bigger than me. So
sure. What weight is
only
this
that
at?
thing. But we're gonna wrestle 175 or 180.
Okay.
175.
Wow. Is there like a deal with you and RAF that you have to compete for them X amount of times? Like they have to give you 5-6 matches? It's crazy. Almost every week, every month, you're competing for them.
Yeah. It's good, no?
Yeah, it's great. Good money.
Good money, good hype. And I don't get hurt from wrestling. I just have fun. I don't cut weight. And it's like go there and play some games for me, wrestling.
How many RAF matches equal this Mauricio payday?
You know better than me.
No, I don't actually.
But the RAF different deals.
Okay. I have to say, Arman, you've been
not only money.
I got you. Equity, right?
Everything.
It was surreal, Arman. You versus Colby. We hadn't seen you lose in so long. It's crazy to see that.
Yeah,
What happened?
I was in Georgia. Came there for 2 days from Georgia to the US. Was a little bit hard, but jet lag and everything. And the most important thing, I was too light for him. I felt that he's heavier than me. So, and for the rematch, I want to gain weight and wrestle him, and I know it's impossible, like him to beat me.
How much did it bother you?
A little bit.
You were mad?
I was mad, yeah.
Because it was Colby, or because it was so long that you lost?
No. Because I lost. Every loss I get. Even like yesterday, we played game and I lost, and I was thinking like why I lost.
Which game?
Prado.
Ah, yeah, it's fun.
So that's why like I don't like to lose.
But Colby, you and him now it seems like you guys are cool though, right?
No, we are okay.
You're okay.
Yeah.
But there was some tension before, so to lose to him, it probably stung a little bit.
So rematch, I need a rematch, and Ariel is gonna give it to me. And I think it was a too close match. He got just only 2 points, like legit 2 points, and then I didn't have a very, very well game plan. I was doing the wrong things, because I thought he would be lighter, and but next one is gonna be different. So I can't wait to wrestle him again.
Okay, and they've told you there'll be a rematch?
If I beat Dylan Dennis, yes.
I actually have a theory. I actually think this was an amazing thing to happen to you.
Why?
Because you had been on such an amazing dominant run for your last, for your last RAF match to end like that. I think is amazing because it's going to light a fire under you, because it reminded you of that bad taste, and now you're going to the UFC. This is actually a blessing in disguise. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
This reminds me of when I told you the whole Hooker thing and not getting the title shot and all that actually ended up being a blessing, and then you went on that generational media run. This is the same type of thing. Look how much more popular you are now.
Let's do it.
I know, Arman.
Let's see what happened this year.
How it ends up. It's going to end up good. By the way, before I let you go, excuse me, something in my throat. Besh Barmak. Besh Barmak?
Besh Barmak.
What is it?
It's like a pasta with the horse meat.
Horse meat?
Yeah.
Golly, where is this?
It's in Armenia.
Horse meat, huh? And you have to eat with your hands?
Yeah.
It's nice?
Very good, brother.
One day I'd like to go to Armenia with you.
It's good for the men strengths.
Okay. You invite everyone to Armenia, but I never got the invite. What about Uzbeki plov?
Oh, Uzbeki is plov #1, brother.
What is that?
No competition. It's like a risotto. Rice with meat.
What kind of meat?
It's a lamb.
That's lamb?
Yeah.
I like that move that you're doing there. Back and forth, and then you cup it.
Yeah, it's a professional technique.
Why no fork?
Because you gotta eat like this, plov, to feel it.
And why this one lamb and the other one horse?
Because different culture, different people.
Oh, but both in Armenia?
No, this is not Armenia. Yeah, it's in Armenia, but from Uzbekistan, people came and cooked it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so good.
So that's your favorite?
Plov, yeah, #1.
#1?
Yeah.
Your mom made it for you as a kid?
A lot.
The best?
Yeah.
What about the Magnum and the croissant?
It's okay.
Crazy. Not good for the diet.
Yeah, but now I am on a diet.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I just watching the videos only.
And in the end, the truck that you promised Gaethje, who did you give it to?
Who won on Instagram?
You just gave it to a random person.
Yeah.
Come on. How did you pick him? This is the truck right here. Dodge Ram.
The randomizer picked somebody. No, the randomizer picked him.
That guy. You don't know him?
Yeah. I don't know him.
That's crazy.
Crazy. And you know what he was texting me from first day? Brother, God bless. I'm going to win this. I feel I'm going to win this. And when he won, I said, how you felt? And he said, how he said, God knows who needs more.
Wow.
He needed that track. So he's he need that track because and he said he's not gonna sell it.
So you feel like you did a good thing?
Yeah, but he picked the black. He wanted 2026 black track. So
are you a little bit offended that Gaethje didn't take it?
No, even better. Gaethje doesn't need that track. This guy needs more than him.
When you fight on September 19th, is Bruce Buffer going to announce you as Arman the Achal Kaletis?
No, I changed my nickname.
Okay. That's from your hometown, right?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Achal Kalakets.
What does it mean?
Like a place where I was born.
Why'd you change it?
The fans is calling me Batman, so...
Are you going to go with Batman or Armenian Batman?
I think short Batman.
Okay. Well, it's going to be an amazing crowd there in LA because you know there's a huge Armenian population.
Are you coming or not?
Come on. I can't. I'm going to be supporting from here.
It's okay, but I can make you a corner.
Could you imagine, Arman, me cornering you?
Yeah.
That would be something.
Brother. Hey, and you can... You know what music I'm going to walk?
Tell me.
Yeah, you know Neon?
Neon, the streamer?
Streamer. So he created the music like she wants to hang out with Indians, something like that. And we had a bet. So for my next fight, I'm going to walk out.
Come on.
Yeah.
You're going to walk out to that song? For a number one contender fight?
Yeah, but we had a bet for 200K.
What was the bet?
200K.
No, but what was on the line? Did you lose the bet?
No. Listen. If I walk... I get 200K.
Oh.
I got to pay him.
Okay. So you're going to do it, and you're going to win. Do you think he'll pay? Because Ryan Garcia, you had an issue with the payment.
No, this guy is legit, and he's going to pay. If not, I know some company that pays him money. They can stop it and send it right away to me.
Okay. I asked Ryan about the payment, by the way. He's not going to pay, it seems.
It's okay. I'm not going to be rich for 30K, 40K.
Yeah, no. Well, your friend could have used it, right?
Yeah, but he's okay too.
All right. I'm looking forward to. I'm happy to see you back. I said online, Arman, I thought it was a travesty. I used that word that you're not fighting for the belt next, but you seem to be at peace with it all. So I'm at peace with it.
Yeah, all good. So we have not a lot of choice. We gotta do our best and be the best. We gotta take the risk in this life to be the best.
For sure, you're right. And then hopefully good things come afterwards, and hopefully we could talk to you after the win as well.
Thank you so much, brother.
You're the man. Thank you, Arman. All the best to you. Good luck. Bye-bye. There he is, the great Arman Tsarukyan, the one and only, perhaps soon to be number one contender in the 155-pound division. He has to get through Mauricio Ruffy, who's been on some kind of Raw as delay. We had an amazing chat with Mauricio in Las Vegas before that show, International Fight Week. Was it before? Yeah, it was before. It was the Friday before. The day before the Conor McGregor fight. It was amazing. Really enjoyed that chat and looking forward to seeing Arman back in action. Okay, one more guest. He had an amazing win and it lasted I believe off the top of my head, 39 seconds. Was it 39 seconds? Yes. In fact, it was 39 seconds. An amazing win for Jalin Turner on Saturday. But as I said today and on Saturday as well, the look on his face, the intensity afterwards was really striking to me. I want to talk to Jalin Turner about this. He's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about the big win on Saturday at UFC 330. Jalin, my man, how are you? Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. 39 seconds. I sometimes we ask fighters like, "Oh, were you expecting that?" Like, I don't know if you ever really expect a quick fight, but you were probably confident. You were probably feeling good when it ended that quickly. What was your reaction internally?
I was happy it ended. I didn't expect it to go that way. I mean, not that quickly, at least.
Sure.
I didn't think he was gonna fall. I almost kicked him in the head while he was down. I was like, oh snap, he's out. Like, let me keep going.
I have to say though, the finish was great. The like look at this action right here, the power, the speed, all that. But you had a look on your face afterwards, like you were walking around that cage. You didn't strike that smile. That smile came after. There was this intensity. What was that? What were you thinking? What were you feeling in that moment? Because that's the part that stuck with me in the aftermath.
Man, I was just electrified, and then also, that front kick kind of landed a little bit. So I was like, let me. It kind of took a little bit of a delayed effect. So I was like walking that off too, but I was just hyped that I got that finish, and it just felt really good.
Wow. So the kick that he threw in a very short amount of time, that was actually like hitting you in that moment?
Yeah, because like I caught it, I stepped back, but like I think like the end of his toe still caught my solar plexus or grazed it a little bit, and I was like, I felt that. So that was a little part of it.
Okay, because I was wondering what was going on in your mind. Like it wasn't an anger that was on your face, but it definitely wasn't this smile that we usually see you sporting. And so I don't know if that was like a chip on your shoulder coming out or something else.
No, I was just still locked in. I was just locked in. The joy of the victory, and then also just catching my breath, just walking off a little bit of the effects of the body shot. But that was it. I was just like, all right, I'm here.
When you go through a whole training camp, you're preparing for someone and the whole thing lasts 39 seconds. Even in the back when you walk, like you obviously broke a sweat, you're hyped up and all that stuff, but it's not going the full 15 or even 5-10 minutes. Did you feel like you needed some time to come down because that was so intense?
Yeah, definitely did. And then, it just, it all set in. Man, it was almost my fastest finish in my career. But it was just good. It was a lot. The warm up felt great. Being in the back room, getting to get sweat, and then, going out there and putting on that performance, I was like, I could breathe because I've been wanting to fight since December, so it was just all that was built up since then.
Why did it take so long?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay.
I think just contract negotiations and matchups, finding people to fight. Like it just became difficult.
Was your deal up, or do you mean just like trying to find you the right fight?
My deal was up. So but I was going to the last fight of my contract, so I just signed a new 5-fight deal with the UFC.
Oh wow. Okay. And did you look elsewhere, or were you only talking to the UFC?
I mean, I let my manager handle all that.
Okay.
I'm happy with the UFC. I ain't saying nothing else about it.
No, I know, but I didn't know that you were a free agent, and I would imagine that anyone out there who's trying to sign people would have been very, very interested in you.
Yeah, I mean, I heard some talks, but ultimately the UFC came through, and they always come through, so I'm still here.
Okay, and you're happy with what you got?
Yeah, I'm happy. I can't complain. All is blessed, like whatever I get financially and being able to help others with it, regardless, help my family, build this future, build something for my kids, just that's what it's about at the end of the day. Everybody sees that moment under the lights, but they don't see the 13 years it took to get to that moment just for the opportunity to make that money. It's not like a overnight investment. It's been a long time in my life, so I'm trying to make the most of it and capitalize on it. So, when I step away this time for real and for good, and I really retire, like my kids are good, my family's good, everybody's taken care of. There's no wants or needs for any of them.
I can't stop thinking about that because I remember it wasn't that long ago where you did retire, you're emotional, then you come back, and so you have the fight against Edson, and it's like, all right, that's a good win, you're back, but now it's another fight, and I just feel like, man, we almost missed all of this. Like we were almost, I don't want to say robbed of it because it's your life and your career, but like it would have been this big what if, what could have been. Like clearly you weren't ready to be done with the sport. How do you balance that? You walked away and now you're looking better than ever.
I honestly look at it as I really had to lay it all down and sacrifice everything. I gave it up. I did not have any intention to come back. I truly, sincerely mean that with my whole heart. And, when I was in prayer, fasting, and, God spoke to me and told me he wants me to be in this avenue, to be in this area to shine light. I said, okay, God, I'm going to do this out of obedience for you, unto you. And he showed me a newfound love and drive for it. Again, it's not even so much just about the fight. It's about what I get to say after the fight, the people I get to reach, the people I get to see, the people I get inspired, that can see that you can fall off, you can have a hard time, and you can get back up again and get better. Just another underdog story just in my time frame for my generation, for the people.
You mentioned fasting. How long did you fast for?
Shoot. Some days I would do 2-3 days. Sometimes I would just do like a fasted every other day, or it just all depended on the time. Like when I really was trying to, get breakthrough and hear an answer that I needed. And the start of the year I did a 21-day fast with my church. That was intense.
Wow, 21 days, no water or food, or just water?
No, I just it wasn't a full fast, it was a partial fast. I just had one meal once a day. That was it.
And what prompts this? Like, why do you feel that this will help you get those answers?
Just more like a spiritual breakthrough, just kind of like putting your flesh in check, because our body always wants food, is always craving something. So we just come against those cravings, and it helps the spirit be amplified so we can hear clear, and just kind of clears out some of the noise.
The longest you've gone without anything, water, food, anything being consumed, how long?
A dry fast, I've only done like 2 days.
Okay.
I haven't done anything past that.
2 days is a lot.
Yeah, it's just there's some people that go way longer than that.
No, I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's interesting. You bring this up. I was actually just talking to my family about this as well. There's a holiday. I'm Jewish, and there's a holiday coming up called Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement, which you're supposed to atone for all your sins. It's the holiest day of the year for us, and you're supposed to fast for 25 hours straight, no water or food. And I hate it. It's the worst day of the year, obviously. I dread it. But I was just telling my kids a couple of days ago that the last hour is actually my favorite hour, the part where you're suffering the most, because I always feel so close to God. Like I feel like that's the one time where I feel like I can actually speak to him. And I make a point to be at synagogue and be able to talk to him in that moment. And what you're saying there makes all the sense in the world to me. I feel like the more we deprive ourselves, for some reason, everything kind of opens up. Maybe we're sacrificing, I don't know, and we're able to communicate with, the God that we believe in. So I understand 100% what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly that. Fasting is a really good breakthrough spiritually.
And do you do this throughout camp as well?
Yeah, it's actually funny. When I was traveling to Philly, I all I had was tea for 2 days, and I was upset because I didn't lose any weight. I was like, "What? How did I not lose weight?" I was like, "What? That's crazy." Yeah, I had tea and I had like one little decaf coffee. Our flights kept getting delayed. It was, man, getting to Philly was a mess. It was a headache.
Oh wow! But you weren't stressed out.
I mean, I physically, I know I was stressed because my body didn't lose any weight, but mentally I was still like, all right, well, it's just, there's something I got to deal with.
Because your faith is such a big part of your life now, I'm wondering, do you feel for lack of a better word, do you feel like a better person? Do you feel like there is something greater than you, that because you have a higher power, because you believe in this so strongly, is it not just like your belief, your faith, but do you feel different as a human being? Do you feel like a better person, a changed person?
I do feel, in a sense, I do feel like a better person. But the thing is, I don't even want to say it like that because I've always felt like I was a good person. I've always felt like I had a good moral compass. I didn't want to do anybody wrong. I always felt that. What I do understand now, though, is there's a love and a level of love that I didn't understand, that I feel I receive from the Lord, and it shines through me. And that's what has changed, is being able to love people in the hard times, being able to love people even when they're getting on my nerves now. And I'm like, oh man. And it's like, okay, no, I got to love you through this, because I got shown a love that has healed me in my broken places. So when I see someone else that has that same broken area, I need to be able to pour love into it so they can feel fulfilled and feel free and then feel the joy of the Lord.
And so when you are consumed by that love, how do you then sort of park it to beat up another person?
Because there's a drive in love. Love is an ultimate force. It's stronger than anything on this earth. It's love is so powerful, but that does not mean love is meant to be looked at as weak or soft or something that you could just walk all over. When I go fight, it's with a passion and a desire to achieve something, and whoever is standing across from me has that same passion and desire as well. So that's what makes me feel free to know that my heart, when I go in there, that's what my intention is. I gotta love what I do. I got to, because it's already hard to do. And to find that love, another person has to love it as well. The good and bad, everything that we do, like there's jobs that people go to that they hate every day, but they do it out of love for their family, out of love for someone or something. So love is always a driving force. We just have to find it as the root. But yeah, I digress.
I love this type of stuff. I do want to ask, you say that you're here for a purpose now, and obviously like providing for your family is a massive part of it. Is there another purpose? Like you said that that's the reason why you came back. There's a greater purpose now. What is it other than maybe just providing, and maybe that's it? That's good enough, but I was wondering if there was something else.
I know this is where God wants me to be. I do believe He has called me to be a champion. And, there's so many more people that I want to help reach. And I just want to show the world that everything that I grew up understanding or thinking was cool, that the world depicted as awesome, all glorifying drugs, sex, parties, clubbing, women, like all the gangbang, everything that was negative that I thought was cool growing up. And everything that I thought was square or corny, like when it came to Jesus, it's like I had it all backwards. So I'm just here to shine a light on that, I celebrated my fight with my friends. In the Airbnb, we had cookies and ice cream. And that was the best time. That was the best time of my life. When I used to go to Excess and have these after parties and get drunk, I used to think that was a good time. And I had it all backwards. So that's another thing too. Like this next generation needs to really know that the way, the truth, and the life. And that's through good examples of men that are following Jesus, that are really walking the walk, talking the talk, and not just being hypocrites, not just doing something behind the scenes, and being real and transparent about the faith and being bold about it, and not scared and not afraid and not weak.
I love it, man. I really do. And it takes a lot for you to share this with us and to be so open and transparent about it and authentic. So I do appreciate you doing that. You were on the same card as Edson, who did retire on Saturday. And it seems like this is more final. What was that like for you? The guy that you came back after retiring, like some weird symmetry there, I thought.
Yeah, it really touched my heart because Man, that's the guy that I fought when I came back from retirement. And, even after we shared the octagon, which was such an honor because I've grown up watching Edson and, he even told me he just wanted the Lord's name to be proclaimed in the octagon after me and him fought. So I felt that and I received that. And, it's just time. It's gonna be my time one day. Father time catches up to us all. We're all gonna breathe our last breath one day. We're gonna have our last performance. We're gonna work our last job. And it just made it all so real. And I felt for him and I respected him. And I respect him so much for that and stepping out the way he did and going out the way he did, as a warrior, fighting, swinging, it's Edson.
It was hard to see the emotion walking out and then afterwards as well. We don't often see that, but yeah, he is a legend, and I was happy that his family was there and that he was able to have that moment. Also, your friend Ian Gary, it was nice to see you guys have that big hug before the fight. He gets to fight for the belt. What did you think of how that main event played out?
Islam Makhachev is one of the greatest of all time. And, Ian went on and he put on a fight and he showed up and, it was competitive. It was nice to see. Islam got his hand raised. I'm proud of Ian. I'm proud of what he did. I'm proud of his mindset. I saw him after the fight. And he's in good spirits. I got to pray with him. Me and my pastor got to pray with him. And, dude, Ian's such a good dude, man. Like, everybody gives him all this crap, but bro, when I was helping him get ready for that practice fight, and I'm out here, and I go out to camp with him, dude, he showed me so much love. Like, he showed me a crazy amount of love. His family is so loving. Like, they're such good people, and that's ultimately that's what connects me with people is who are you behind the scenes, behind the camera? Like, are you real? Are you genuine? Is your heart there? And I'm happy to see him fight for the title. And this is the second time we fought on the same card together, which is crazy.
He has been criticized a little bit about being like too nice in the fight or respecting Islam too much. Dana brought it up. I brought it up as well. I was wondering if that was part of the game plan, maybe to soften him. I don't know. Or maybe that's just him. That's who he is. But you just don't often see it. What's your reaction to that?
I think Ian was just respectful of one of the greatest of all time. And I get it. It is a fight, and I understand that. But you see Ian's heart. That's all it is. And how he had a little bit more. I don't know. That's just Ian. That's just what happened in the fight. I don't have anything else to really speculate on it. Yeah, I'm proud of his performance. And if they run it back again, it'll be competitive again. He's still young too. Like, Ian's still super young, so he has so much more to go.
Yeah, just 28. Do you think you'll train together in the future?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's talking about trying to get me to Brazil. I'm like, Brazil's far, brother. But I'll make the trip for sure.
In your mind, you talk about ultimately being a champion. We heard you say that just moments ago. How far away do you think you are from that?
I don't know. Maybe I think there's so many shifts going on in the division right now. I think if I get 3 more finishes, I'm knocking on the door. And people like to see me fight. People love to see me fight, so that's awesome. And dude, there's such a 155, man. It's such a crazy division. Regardless of the time frame, I'm gonna be here. I got 5 more fights on this contract, or 4 more fights on this contract. I'm gonna be here. So however long it takes, we're gonna make sure it happens.
How when you eventually fight for that belt in your mind, do you have a vision? Do you have an idea as to who will be the champion at that point? Because I could see, like, you can make a case for Arman, you can make a case for Ilya getting it back, you can make a case for Justin still being a champion. What do you think by the time you get there?
155 goes up and down so much. I have no idea. I can't even make a prediction. I don't know. I think Arman might touch the belt Yeah. I don't know. We got to see how September 19th goes and what Ruffy and Arman looks like, and then how long Justin stays. There's so many factors right now, but there's definitely going to be a shift. There's going to be a shift, and yeah.
Do you think Arman wins that fight against Ruffy?
Oof, I ain't making no predictions.
All right.
Y'all like to clip things. I don't make predictions anymore. I don't say nothing.
Why did you get
May the
burned?
best man
Did
win.
you get burned with a clipping?
Nah, you know what? I'm gonna keep it honest. I'm gonna tell you a story real quick. I just always end up in a situation where I'll pick someone or I'll say something, and I'll say it with like pure intentions, right? But I end up having to cross paths with that person. I have to be close to that person, and I'm just like, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm like, unless I'm an analyst getting paid, I'm not saying nothing.
Hey, I don't hate on you, man. I don't make predictions as well because I remember very, very early in my career, I made a prediction. I don't know what fight it was, but Rashad Evans was involved. And I picked against him just because I had to make a pick. And then he saw me and he's like, I don't want to talk to you because you picked against me. And I was like, you know what? Predictions are stupid. Why do I need to do this? People get offended.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. I ain't here to hurt nobody's feelings. It's all love. See, if it's a team sport, it's different.
Yeah.
You know, because there's so many people in a team, they don't feel singled out. But when it's a fight, you have to single somebody out. So it's directly like at them, and they're gonna feel like you're going against them. It's not, and even no matter how you try to slice it, it sounds like you're going against them if you choose somebody that isn't them. So I'm cool on that.
How many cheesesteaks did you have in Philly?
I had a half. I couldn't even finish a whole one. Them things was crazy.
You just had one?
I had one. Yeah, I had one, and I had a piece of one.
Do you remember where it was from?
Dang. I posted about it on my Instagram. I forgot the name of the place.
How was it?
I don't know why I can't think. It was amazing.
Okay.
It was amazing. And that was the best pastrami sandwich I ever had, too. It was so good. It was so good.
Okay, and what about this Alabama? Here it is, right?
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
And you had the cheesesteak and the pastrami?
Yeah, so I had the pastrami right there because that was before the fight.
Oh, damn.
I saved the cheesesteak for after the fight.
Look at that. Golly. Looks tremendous.
Yeah.
What about this Alabama sauce that you were freaking out about?
Oh, the Bama sauce?
Yeah, what is
Oh,
you were having a moment there with that. I saw you eating that.
I legitimately almost cried, Ariel.
Yes.
I almost shed tears. It was so good.
Look at you here. This is spiritual. What is this? Why is it so good?
Because I told you, I just flew in from SoCal. I hadn't eaten anything. I was like, I'm waiting until I get there to eat, because I didn't want to mess up anything for this weight cut. And they had that sauce, and it was so good. And I was talking to Charles, and he's like, yeah, this is a new sauce we got. And I was like, yo, this is amazing. Where's the chef? Like, who made this? Like, I want to give him a hug. And then he ends up walking by. His name's Nacho. And I was like, Nacho, bro, I love you. Thank you. I said, God bless your heart. Like, this is so good. And then they gave me that sauce the rest of the week. I was like, heck yeah.
That's from the PI?
Yeah, it was from the PI. Yes.
Damn. Well done. Look at that.
I stepped it up.
Yeah. I saw you trading body shots with someone. Who was that?
Bro, Ariel, I'm bad with names.
Who is this? Who are you punching?
Oh, that's
here?
Josh. That's Josh.
Who's Josh? You were hitting him hard.
Yeah, I hit him hard. Yeah, I don't know. He just eats body shots. I'm like, he works with Full Violence. He's a solid kid. Yeah. So
where were you going?
Yeah,
like scale of 1 to 10 there, like in terms of power.
No, I tried to sit him down.
Okay. Jeez. And he took it. Shout out.
Yeah, he took it. Yeah. No, he took it. I really tried to sit him down.
Okay. And by the way, I saw a cool, a new skateboarding video. What are we working on these days?
Man, I'm just trying to keep my little flat ground tricks. I need to get that game of skate with Marcus McGee. We need to set that up.
Oh, yeah.
Battle at the Barracks UFC edition. Where
is this? Is this near your home?
Yeah, it's Volcom Skate Park in Costa Mesa.
Okay, look at that. Looks amazing.
Yeah. See, and those aren't even my clean clips. Those are just like, you know, I was landing a little sloppy on some of those little toe touches, but you know, I got a little nicer than that.
And you still posted it.
So I got a team that does my social media, so they edited that. But you know, we talked about it after.
Okay, damn, they did you dirty. They did you dirty.
They just don't. They didn't know. They don't know like the skate lingo.
I got you.
They just think like the trick is cool. You landed it. You know.
They didn't know how clean it was or how clean it should be. All that stuff.
Yeah.
I got you.
Exactly.
Do you want to get one more in this year?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, and if you had your way, who's it against?
Ariel, you know me, man. I don't say no names.
You're chilling.
I just handle business. I don't want to say no names. I don't have any dream opponents, none of that. I just want to, you know, go in there and do my thing. You know, I don't, it's too much to think about opponents and other people. I'm focusing on me. I'm trying to get better at my craft and what I need to grow in.
It's an amazing story to watch unfold. I'm really, really enjoying this from afar. It's amazing to see you kind of pour your heart out there, be so honest with us, open with us, come back, walk away, come back, and then do what you've done in these last two fights with the ferocity and the speed and the finishes. It's just amazing. So keep it up, man. Really a big fan and enjoying everything that you're doing. So well done. Congrats. Enjoy the victory and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I didn't think this was going to happen. Didn't think any of this was going to unfold. And I'm thankful how it's all playing out. And, you know, this is just me, you know, just being faithful and listening, being obedient, you know, and just enjoying the opportunities that I got because, you know, it's just tough. It's wild. It's tough. I love it. Don't love it. You know, it's ups and downs, and you just got to find the joy in it all. And you know, it's another thing too. I want to highlight real quick.
Sure.
I heard that my opponent was talking crap before the fight. I heard like he said something in a Brazilian interview, like, "Why is he fighting me? Like some guys in the top 15 turned him down, and you know he should be fighting up in the rankings." I was like, "Dang!" Like when I heard that, that kind of hurt my heart. I was like, "Bro." Like, you look past me like that? Like, sheesh.
So you use that as fuel?
No, I didn't know about that until after.
Oh, you found that after? Yeah. Damn. How did you find it after?
One of my coaches and I think my pastor told me too. Somebody else told me. I haven't fact checked it myself. So
okay.
If you know, I was just going to say
I didn't see it, but I don't speak Portuguese, so maybe I missed it. By the way, do you always travel with your pastor, or at least maybe now?
No, this is the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the first time.
And did you feel a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we got some prayer time in, got some Bible study in, and it was he even prayed for you know, some of the other fighters. Like, it was good, you know. It's a blessing. It's different spiritually, like having that spiritual backing, you know, and it's love. And he's definitely one of the people that really like helped me, you know, when I was in a dark place. You know, of course, my family always supported me and helped me out as well. But, you know, my church, my congregation, you know, the Way LA, the Way World Outreach, they've been amazing, you know, and I'm just grateful to be partnered with them. And, man, all the believers there, like, they're such good people, you know, like, yeah.
I bet. And I would imagine you're going to keep doing this if the schedules permit, that you'll travel with them.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really believe that there should be, you know, some kind of chaplain or, you know, even like a program for retired UFC athletes, like just to, you know, get in touch with something or, you know, find God, find a higher power, find a new purpose in life after this career, you know, because we give so much of ourselves in fighting, like it becomes our identity. And we see the string of events that have happened with fighters that retire. Like they don't know where to place it. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to find their purpose and who they are and their true identity outside of fighting. And, you know, I want to start pushing for that with the UFC. I want to start advocating for that. You know, I guess I'm kind of testing it out right now, you know, having my pastor come. I know Vicente Luque had his pastor come out as well. I talked to him. My pastor got the prayer, Trayshawn Gore. You know, it was just, you know, it's just good. It's a good spiritual backing, good energy. You know, it's just love. And yeah, there's so many things I just got on my mind. You know, it's like I see so many things past just the fight game. You know, I want to really help fighters, care for fighters, and you know, all people, not just fighters specifically. But right now, since we're talking about MMA, we're on your podcast, like fighters specifically, but you know, just all people.
Man, this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart as well, especially with, you know, what happened with Dustin and Anthony Smith recently. I just hate the fact that the UFC fighters in particular, it's the biggest sport in the world, it's the biggest organization in the world. You just kind of end and you have to like go off into the ether. And there has to be something, and I'm not trying to throw stones or point fingers at them. The sport is still so young, the organization is still so young, but there has to be something in place to help post-fighting, to take care of the fighters so that it's not just like the music is over and you guys just have to figure it out. There's a lot of trauma on the brain, on the body. It's just not normal what you guys put yourself through. And so that would be one of the many things that I would love to see afforded to the fighters in the aftermath. So maybe that's part of your calling as well. Maybe that's another thing that you can help give back to the sport, because I love that idea.
Yeah, no, I believe so. And I believe it's in the works right now. You know, I want to start pushing for it, advocating for it. You know, right now I am focused on my own career personally, but, you know, I will be, you know, I guess a little bit of a guinea pig for it and seeing how it is. You know, I have retired, even though it was a brief time, and I know what that aftermath was like. And then, you know, coming back to the UFC, you know, it's just more of a platform. Like I said, everything I'm doing now is just to shine light and wherever dark area and whatever creases need to be ironed out with the UFC and, you know, post-retirement, just to help, you know, just continue to help. So I do believe there will be a program, there will be something to help fighters, you know, in retirement and even throughout their career as well. So many things. The future is very bright.
I love it. Well, I wish you nothing but the best. Love these chats. Thank you, Jalin. All the best to you. Congrats. And hopefully we can do it again soon.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you for your time.
All right, there he is, the tarantula, Jalin Turner, coming off a big win on Saturday, now 2 in a row since he retired abruptly, somewhat shockingly, and is doing an amazing job. He's doing an amazing job, really. And I enjoy those chats a lot. I know some people may not like them. I like the spiritual talk. I don't know if it's a sign of me getting older or whatnot, but I really feel like it's fun. It's enlightening, even if we don't have the same belief system, don't have the same religion. I don't care. I love learning about all these things. I love talking about them. I find it fascinating. I find it, without getting too deep on all of you, I find it inspiring to think about other things, not just thinking about ourselves, thinking about a higher power. I just love all these things. And I don't care if we agree or not on it. I'm endlessly fascinated by it. We talked earlier with Arman about Usman Nurmagomedov. We haven't had a chance to really speak about Usman here on this program because that was mid-break. Did watch his win over Archie Colgan. Very impressive, very dominant, very quick. He looked phenomenal. And we all knew it was the last fight on his deal. I told you about that back in February. And when he got in the cage, and this was a day after the MVP news, and basically said, like, you know, Jake Paul likes to talk about, sorry, I pressed something by mistake. Jake Paul likes to talk about like how Dana White doesn't pay. We're about to find out. I knew right then and there it was over. He was a goner. He was out of there. It was all set up for this, number one. Islam moving up, lightweight is now free. It's all set up for this. He can now go into lightweight, and they can maybe control the welterweight and lightweight division. And what a nod it would be to the team, to obviously the late Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov. But also, let's be real. I mean, his manager is Ali Abdelaziz, who's very close to the UFC brass, and Dana White in particular. And this is just the perfect way to be like, here you go. Here's the ultimate sign of loyalty from me to you, boss man. I'm going to deliver you Usman Nurmagomedov. Because let's be real, this would be such a this would be such a coup for MVP if they can keep him, and it would be such a loss if they lose him. And this is the new regime, and this is really like their first test. This is their first real test, and they're probably not going to be able to keep him. We're going to have John Martin in studio on Wednesday, and we'll ask him these questions, and maybe I'll be surprised. But seeing him at the event on Saturday, seeing how, he's speaking, seeing this, and I also thought it was interesting that it said final Bellator lightweight champion, not current PFL lightweight champion. Don't give a nod to the current quote-unquote competition, if you want to call it that. By the way, a lot of plaid worn by the team last week. I couldn't help but notice, I don't know if that was a nod, a tip of the cap, an old chapeau, tip of the chapeau. A lot of plaid. Anyway, it just felt like it's all being set up. It's being all set up for him to come over. Here he is at the weigh-ins. Take a listen. This is from Anatomy of a Fighter. Take a listen to Usman. Oh, it's just B-roll, because there is a moment where he's looking up and he's talking about here he is with Hunter Campbell, hugging. Here he is with the brat. Look at this. They're all very friendly, and you don't often see that with a fighter who is not within the UFC at the moment. I do think we have another clip. All right, here he is looking up and talking about the lightweights in the UFC.
This is not my first time. I know everything, brother, about this. Look, these guys. This is, brother. All lightweights in the UFC, I can eat these guys. But we have to wait.
And you just heard Arman moments ago say he agrees, except for one person, of course. Did give a shout out to Quillen, who had an amazing win over Mateus Gamrot. We missed that one as well. That was a beautiful performance. Quillen is a star, man. Quillen is going to fight for the belt, and he has all the makings of a superstar. He's got a little Sean O'Malley in him. He's great on social media. He's very fun. People love him. He marches to the beat of his own drum. Like this new generation of fighter, Tommy McMillan, is like that as well. Very, very fun. But Usman's that guy. Usman is that damn good. He's got the striking, he's got the grappling, maybe better than all of them combined. Honestly, like he might be the best striker of the bunch, and obviously has the grappling as well. Had the close fight against Paul Hughes. We'll actually talk to Paul tomorrow on the show, so I'm looking forward to that. But in my opinion, Usman is, I don't know. It feels like he's as good as gone. It feels like he's as good as gone. Even Daniel Cormier himself is trying to campaign for him to come over, trying to recruit him to come over to the UFC, saying he needs to do it for his legacy. Take a look.
It's time now for legacy. It's time for legacy. You think bumps? Well, come show me. Come to the UFC and show me their bumps. Hey, it's time now for legacy. Hey, Habib say, you have to listen to him. Okay?
I want to know if the new MVP FL is even going to try at this point. Do they just wash their hands of the situation and say, like, man, you're as good as gone. Like, what are we even doing here? He did say in that previous clip, we have to wait. Maybe, there's a period usually, but I heard it ain't that long. So I don't know. I would, at this point, I would be very surprised. I would be very, very, very surprised if he stays in the new MVP MMA organization. But let's see. I'm not reporting that it's a done deal. I'm not reporting anything like that. It just seems like it's all right there. It's all right there. And Dana White was asked about Usman signing. He was non-committal. His answer was a little bit weird. Here's what he had to say.
Well, you guys showed Usman Nurmagomedov on the broadcast as well. Is there any update on talks with him or anything in that regard with him?
If we did, we'd announce it.
So there you go. Not exactly the truth, right? I mean, there's a bunch of things that they've done and not announced, but I still feel like it's going to happen.
You asked if you're PFL MVP, do you try?
Yeah.
If you're not going to try for him, who would you try for?
It's
you
not
should
that,
break the bank for this guy.
Sure, but I just feel honestly, I feel like he would take less money to go to the UFC.
I agree with you, but do you attempt? The answer is unequivocally yes. There are not other opportunities you're going to have to get somebody of this caliber who has already fought for your promotion If not him, then who? Like you must bend over backwards and make whatever best possible offer you can make. It's like a house. Like this house is on the market. It's an incredible house. Best and final. Put in a strong offer before you just let it walk out the door.
I think they're going to do that, and I think they're going to say best and final, and he's going to say thanks but nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably.
I guess you have to do it.
You must.
Because also you want the world, at some point someone's going to ask Usman or John Martin, be like, did you try? And if it's a no, that's an awful look.
Awful.
You're broadcasting. If you don't make that Godfather offer, you are broadcasting that you are not serious. That you are not in this game to do it. If not for Usman Nurmagomedov, then who? Right? Like you have an opportunity on a guy that came up in your promotion, Bellator, which then they acquired, that you can make an offer to before he potentially walks out the door to the UFC. And if you just let that go, you're telling the world you're not serious. So I hope that they do and make a very big offer to him.
How big of a blow would it be if he leaves?
No, not that huge.
You don't think so? He's their best fighter. He's arguably their most famous fighter. We talk about face. I mean, he might be the face as well. You could make a very strong case for that. He sells. You go to Dubai with him. He sells. You don't think it would be a big blow?
He won't. No one person on the PFL MVP, amalgamation roster is a must retain. They don't have that position in the marketplace yet. There is nobody on the roster that they can't afford to lose because the one person is not going to make or break anything, right? Like if they retained Usman, if they re-sign Usman, he's not going to change the fortunes of PFL MVP overnight. Dakota Ditcheva, Paul Hughes, some of the bigger names on the roster, they're not going to change the fortunes of the promotion overnight. What they need to start building is a momentum, right? They need to start making multiple big signings and not just, the top level. Fill out the mid-tier and really start to get some momentum. I don't think any one person, including Usman walking out the door, is a death blow, but I think you want to at least give a good effort for it.
It's not a death blow, but it hurts the momentum.
It hurts.
Having the best fighter on the roster leave and a massive name is not good, especially
in day one.
I was going to say right off rip of PFL MVP.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's just not. It's not the best look. You're trying to now get a TV deal. You're trying to sell, and the thing is, I just don't think that they're going to get a fair shake in this. That's fair. Ultimately my point.
Yep.
So I don't think it's necessarily fair to judge them on this, but it's still ultimately going to be like, tough blow. You lost your best fighter essentially in chapter 1 of this new era.
But if the narrative out there is we offered him a huge amount of money and he turned it down to go to the UFC, if I'm a fighter and I see that, I go, oh, well, fair play to MVP. That's where I want to be, where they're offering people a lot of money. If you just let him walk out the door and you go, our hands were tied, he was going to go to the UFC, the legacy of the family, then you're not serious. So make the offer.
You have to make the offer, but even if he goes to the UFC for substantially less money, then won't other fighters also be like, man, that really is just where I have to end up. I just have to be the best fighter there.
I'd be seeing the opportunity on the other side of the fence that goes, oh, they're offering more money and he made that decision. That's great for him.
Yeah.
But I'm going over here. I'm going over here where they want to put more money toward fighters.
You know what it reminded me of? Seeing those videos, Anatomy of a Fighter did a great job with all the behind-the-scenes work. It reminded me of like a high-level high school football player going to different colleges. And like at PFL, he's at sort of like the small one and everyone loves him and it's great and everything. And then he goes to like an Ohio State, a Georgia, Michigan, and everyone's like, come on, man, like you got to come see the bright lights. You see the 100,000 seat stadium, everything like that. And it's just like, man, how can I not go here? The 100%. Opportunities, because even if PFL pays more, there is going to be more money-making opportunities if he's able to have success in the UFC.
Well, let's, sorry to interrupt, but let's call it like we see it. You were at his fight.
I was.
On Long Island, both of you. Rick was more behind the scenes. You were in the stands, right, GC?
I was, yeah. Shout out.
What was it like? Be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I did not have a great time. It felt like a nothing burger. I showed up probably 30 minutes before the main card started. So I guess it started at 8. So I got there at like 7:15, 7:30. Most of the arena, the upper deck was completely closed off, and then a portion of the lower bowl was cut off due to the stage. It was mostly full in the lower bowl, but I know we like quick pacing. This was almost too quick. It was just like bam, 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 fight, done. And by like 8:35, 8:40, the event was over. And like that was it. And it was just like, all right, well, it took me, and this is no fault of PFLs. It's very difficult to get out to UBS Arena on Long Island, especially when you're coming from the city. But I mean, my commute was like twice the time of the time spent in the arena. It was just like, man, that was it. All right. And now it's time to go. And like, obviously Usman, it was an emphatic moment getting that massive finish over Archie Colgan. But like, Dakota went to a decision and everything like that as like a minus 10,000 favorite. It was sort of just like, all right, well, that was that. I guess it's time to go home. It wasn't like a memorable event.
And it wasn't packed.
No, it wasn't. The fans were good, but like it wasn't like this is an insane atmosphere. This wasn't like we're at MSG for, Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, or you're at a UFC pay-per-view or anything like that. It wasn't like, wow, this is insane.
They booed Jake Paul.
They did. That was the loudest pop of the night, was booing Jake Paul. I mean, there were fights going on and the fans were chanting, fuck Jake Paul. He was the biggest star of the night by far.
Do you think that they react that way because they genuinely hate him, or because they're sort of programmed to be like, oh, I see Jake Paul, I boo Jake Paul, I say F Jake Paul?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of like a shtick to say fuck Jake Paul.
Okay. Do you think that ever changes?
Probably not. And I think he
I don't think he likes it.
To me, it feels like he leans into it. It's just like he does the ear thing. Yeah. Like, come on. I don't think he minds it.
I mean, he did kind of react afterwards and be like, well, he was getting mad about the whole Khabib belt thing. And I thought it was interesting. He was getting mad about the whole Khabib belt thing. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like they said, oh, Khabib took the belt away. And
he snatched it away from Jake Paul.
And apparently that wasn't what happened. But he wrote on Instagram being like, I don't even want to be a promoter. I'm like, you guys are coming after me. And I was like, that's a weird thing to say 24 hours after this announcement. You know what I mean? Like you're being positioned as the guy here.
I think I understand why Jake Paul will be frustrated from the perspective that his entire platform, him, Nikisa, MVP, has been like, we value athletes. We're trying to treat them right. We are doing what's best for the athletes, which will in turn be best for the fans. And they're coming in on that platform. And then he comes to the arena and they're like, fuck you, Jake Paul, boo. And it's like, I could understand the frustration with, I'm trying to do what's best for the sport, which is in turn what's best for you guys. And you're just like, fuck off. So I could understand why he'd be upset about it.
Was there a lot of MVP branding and all that stuff? Or did it still feel like a PFL event?
There was a decent, like, there was posters around and like some of the video board stuff had it.
I'm curious. We'll have a lot of time to talk about this. First of all, the biggest story is, where are they going to sign? You're nothing if you don't have a good distribution deal. But I'm just curious how it's all going to work come next year. That's why I really want to have John Martin in studio. We'll have him in studio on Wednesday. MVP Boxing has their TikTok event this weekend. And that's the Amanda Serrano fight. They've got the big one in the UK next week. Chantel Cameron against Michaela Mayer, which is one of the best women's fights of the year, in my opinion. But back to Usman for a moment. If he does go to the UFC, who are you booking him against first? Like, you're not giving him a title shot probably, right?
That's a great question.
I think it's a warranted move, but I don't know if he'll leapfrog someone like Arman.
At 155, I don't think you do title shot off rip.
Could you imagine Usman versus Ilia Topuria?
Would you be something?
Would you do that?
That would be something.
I think you're doing top 10.
For sure. The options are Charles, Max, Patty.
I think a Charles or Max will be a very good landing spot for Usman.
That'd be sick.
Landing spot being a legend of the game and one of the biggest stars in the sport is that's not a bad debut.
Do you ease him in? Like, do you give him like a Benoit Saint Denis? I know he's coming off a loss, but tough. Or do you go for the gusto? Do you go straight up?
I give him a tough fight. I don't understand. I've never been understanding of the like slow build thing. It just doesn't make sense to me. You're either good or you're not. Let me find out.
Give me if we're not getting Ilia versus Arman, Ilia versus Islam. Could we get Ilia versus Usman?
I'm down.
And by the way, I saw Quillen talk about Patty. Could we get that one too?
No, come on. I want Ilia versus Patty.
Yeah. Well, how many Ilia fights are we getting?
Ilia versus Patty.
No, Ilia, Usman, Quillen, Patty.
No, Ilia, Patty.
Okay, so Ilia, Patty, Quillen, Usman?
I was just saying, I'm down for Quillen Usman.
What?
That doesn't help Usman. You need a name.
Doesn't help Usman. The guy is not even in the promotion yet.
Yes, but if you're angling for him to be a guy, you want him to get a name on his resume in the first fight. You want a Charles or a Max.
He was a name.
Quillen?
Bro, they
Not
gave
yet,
Gable
chill.
Stevenson, Elisha Ellison.
Yeah, that's my point.
Nah,
Look at what that did. It did nothing.
He's getting fast tracked.
Usman Nurmagomedov will be debuting against Tawfiq Musayev.
He's going to be fast tracked. He's got the last name. He's got the credentials. He's got the record. He's going to be fast tracked. There's no doubt about it.
I agree. I
by the way,
love the idea of an Usman versus a Charles, a Max. That'd be incredible.
Charles one not bad too.
When we were talking about earlier how long it took Usman to get into the title fights, I wanted to bring up just like there's an issue with Habib Islam. What did I say? Usman? I meant Islam. Habib, Islam, and Umar, where it took them so long to get to the title because nobody wanted to fight the guys. Like there was, I imagine that Islam could have had a bunch more title defenses if he was finally able to get a title fight. It would be like he'd be booked against RDA, or RDA didn't want to fight, then he gets injured, then it's Bobby Green. All these things, like the opportunity for them to fight to the title came so late. I say that to say, it'd be sick if Usman could hop right into a title fight or be 1 or 2 away where we could kind of forego that period where it's like, fuck, nobody wants to face the guy. It would be fun if we could just jump straight into it. Let's not do the whole thing.
Well, there's a big difference, right? There's a big difference. The big difference is those guys kind of came into the organization as very young fighters. He already has had a great career with multiple belts and all that stuff. So
he also has the benefit of they built this legacy of the Nurmagomedovs.
I wonder who they book him against.
One of those guys.
Diego Lopez?
Oh, what if that's the one Diego's been teasing?
That's a fun one.
I mean, that's a banger. That's a banger.
Just another day to do some good business.
Hashtag 155.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good one, actually.
Arman did say that he thinks it's Diego Charles.
Yeah.
Now, so
That's
Maybe he
also a
wasn't taking
banger.
that into
My
account.
God,
Yeah.
that's a banger.
All right.
No slow roll. No slow roll.
No.
Please.
We talked about, we talked about this a little bit with Arman. The presser on Friday was amazing. Joshua Van, Alex Pantoja. We've had flyweight title fights with some heat attached to them. Obviously, Henry Cejudo and DJ back in the day. Which else? Ian McCall and DJ had some heat. DJ, Joseph Benavidez. But it's been a minute that it feels like a flyweight title fight has this kind of heat. There's the history, the injury. Joshua Van was amazing at the presser. And I know he's got some edge to him, but like he is a full-on heel. And I'm not asking him to ramp it up or do anything like that, but the dynamic between like good guy Pantoja with the story and the family and all that stuff, and Van with the shades on just being like, shut up, was amazing, was absolutely amazing. Can we watch this for a second and just enjoy it? It was just an amazing back and forth. Here it is from Friday.
First, I think he need to wash his mouth. I respect where I'm from. I'm from Brazil. In Brazil, you need to take care about what you talk. If you're not, maybe you lose your teeth. And you already say, brother, I lose my belt, the champion of the world, but like a man, he not defeat me, And September 19, we have this opportunity, I want to fight with the best fighters of the world. I just want to say thank you to Dana White, UFC, to make my dream happen. I'm just a kid from Brazil. Now I'm a man. I bring my family to America, and I live my dream. I fight with the best fighters all the world, and I did that from I don't know when. I have almost 20 years professional fighter. I fight the guys from all the world. Before lose my belt, I have a sequence for 8 streak wins. I beat Manel K.
Yeah, bro, talk about the fight for September 19, man. We're not here for your story, bro. We're here for the fight. Let's go.
Hey, kid, when someone talk, you shut the fuck up mouth.
Shut up. Shut up.
You understand?
Shut up.
You understand that?
Shut up. What you gonna do about it? You ain't doing shit. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
Oh,
you ain't doing shit. Somebody get him some milk.
Hey kid, September 19, you're gonna lock in the octagon with me, brother.
Fuck, I can't wait for that fight. I can't wait. I wish the audio was cleaner. Shut up. Shut up. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. Look at this guy, Joshua Van. Look at this dude right here. Houston boy wearing the Dodgers hat. Is there audio on this? Can we hear it or no?
Look up, guys. Take your belts down. Enjoy your belts for now.
You talking about this belt?
I love that fight.
Dude, it's got me like emotionally invested because obviously I've been a Pants fan forever, and like to your point, Dad, are you proud of me now? Like everyone loves him, respects him. He's one of the greatest flyweight champions of all time, and now Josh Van, who gets the win, like to Pantoja's point, it's this freak injury for Pantoja, and now he's just like, man, fuck you. This is my belt now. It's beautiful, and it's like it has all the makings of being an unbelievable fight as well. I just can't imagine it's not going to be exciting.
The intensity is going to be amazing, like the speed in which these guys fight, the intensity. I feel like it's going to be frenetic. You know what I mean? I feel like that fight is going to be frenetic. By the way, like LK, just for a moment, kids hate when I say that, by the way. They despise it.
I'm going to join the kids.
Yeah, no shit.
LK. 331 feels cobbled together. It was just announced, a week ago? It is such a good card.
It's great.
Van Pantoja, Arman Tsarukyan, Moicano Ortega at 55. Fun. Patricio Pitbull against Dooho Choi. Very fun. I always messed up. I mess it up every time.
Ivo Aslan?
No. Baranovsky?
Yeah.
Maybe. Alonzo Menefield. Fun. Charles Jourdain against Marlon Vera. Really like a do or die for Marlon Vera, I would say, at 135. What else? Casey O'Neal's on there. Edmund Shabazian is on there against Bruno Ferreira. Tai Tuivasa against Robles Despine? Come on.
No.
What?
First of all, you calling him Marlon Vera, just not even referencing Cheeto.
I was reading.
How times have changed.
No. You know what I think about Cheeto? Gable Steveson buried Giga Chikadze? Yo, this is a sick card.
I can't wait for it. At crypto as well.
Yeah.
Tai Tuivasa, though. Come on, man. Come on.
What was that?
I was just laughing about the Gable Steveson.
What is it? Steveson Ellison too?
I like it.
Yo, why?
He did stuff that one takedown.
What's up with not liking Robles and Ty?
Bro, Ty has lost 7 in a row. He just lost to Louis fucking Sutherland, and now we're giving him the 6'6" Cuban Terminator. And Robles
but to be fair, Robles got cut and then came back.
Yeah. Good matchup for him for sure.
Or was he a free agent? I don't even remember. He might.
I think they parted ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Karate combat.
It's not bad. Van and Pantoja is my fight that I'm looking forward to most the rest of the year for so far.
I mean, yeah.
That's announced. It's unbelievable.
If Tommy Boy comes back,
That's not I'm saying
current. That's announced. Yeah, sure.
It's unbelievable.
331 and 333 we're eating.
332 they announced. It's in Utah, October 3rd. No main event. Peyton Talbot, Davison Figueiredo. Nice.
Love that.
That is nice. Not
what
officially announced. I don't know. Mick Parkin, Johnny Walker. Nice.
Main event?
No. Roman Kopylov against Atiba Gauthier? Nice.
I'm down.
What's the main event, though?
No, I don't know. Kayla?
Could be.
That would be one of the limited options they got. Yeah, where's Valentina?
Yeah, where's Valentina? You think they do both women at the top?
That could be fun.
This Mackenzie Dern fight was the first women's title fight of 2026?
Yeah, we were saying that on Saturday. It's crazy.
Is crazy. Okay, I mean, if you just look at it, we'll get to 333 in a second, but it ain't going to be bantamweight. It's not going to be featherweight. It's not going to be lightweight. It's not going to be welterweight. Strickland and Strickland Hamza 2 in Utah?
Utah? Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't feel like a...
I mean, Strickland would love Utah, I feel like.
Hamza in Utah?
It's not going to be Elberg. It's not going to... Imagine they...
Could it be interim?
What if they stick Tom in Utah? Here you go, Tom.
That would be very short notice for Tom to make his return.
One coach seat for you in the middle row, row 49. You could sit with your friend Eddie. Frank Smith was at the fight on Saturday for Ian Gary.
I would be shocked if Tom Aspinall's return was announced on that short notice. They're like, our UFC heavyweight champion is back?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Also, bro, it's in Salt Lake City. That feels so MSG.
Yeah.
Heavyweight title, rematch, bad blood.
Well, if in fact, my theory is, and I don't think it's going to happen, but if in fact if in fact AJ Fury is going to happen at MSG, and who the hell knows at this point, and it feels like we're losing interest by the day, it would be pretty damn cool if I get why everyone's mad about it, trust me, but you can have Aspinall fighting 1 week, heavyweight king from the UK, and then the two kings from the UK fighting in boxing the next week. That's a pretty cool thing for TKO as a brand.
Yeah.
But I don't think it happens that way. I would be surprised.
Kayla, Amanda, and
by the way, we are close enough to the MSG yearly card to where usually at around this time we could kind of get a sense for who it's going to be.
My only guess is
wouldn't it be
is
Tom versus Cyril? That's seems like the most.
Yeah. Okay. I would love that. Anyway, UFC 333 also announced over the weekend. Well, before I get to 333, what about the big Raul Rosas against Helwani Barcelos main event?
Yeah, 121 is going to be huge, man.
Yeah, Apex 121. By the way, could we give a shout out to the Apex?
Yeah, it looked good.
No,
about time, guys.
Dude,
about time.
It doesn't. It doesn't only look good. It sounds good too.
Yeah.
Like it feels like a real place now. Like I can't keep up the charade anymore. Like
oh my God.
Rick's saying about time.
Yeah, it's
all
crazy.
it took was them completely renovating, adding thousands of seats, putting fans in there. It's almost
Turning
like
it into a new thing.
Yeah, it's almost like they turned it into a stadium or something. But I'm with it.
I really don't mind. That last one, I guess it was the Salkield fight, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that last one, I was like, yeah, there's pops, there's crowds.
Right.
Even the camera, angles were different now.
Now we got to go.
HK worried about the Bill Stadium. Very worried. Speaking of camera angles.
Uh-oh.
You see those angles?
What last we heard, you were like, it's all good.
No, but the camera
problem.
angles, it's just not. It's not.
It's the camera, not anything else.
It's
a lot
just,
of seats blocked.
Obstructed views. I've heard.
Gray jerseys.
No, you said they were AI. Those were AI, right?
It's the angles. It's the angles. Anyway, 333, Volkanovski, Yevloev, Pyotr against Merab 3, excuse me. How many trilogies have there been in the UFC where one was non-title and two were title? I'm thinking.
Do you know the answer?
Well, I'm thinking Gray Maynard, Frankie Edgar.
Gray Maynard, Frankie Edgar. Wow.
One was non-title, two were title. I was about to say Conor versus Poirier, but none were title.
Yeah.
In an amazing twist. That might be the only one. There's got to be another one.
Is there like a Tito one in there? That's
one non-title, two title. This might be. It might be this and
There's
Frankie.
got to be like a Tito, Chuck, or Randy version somewhere in there.
In there?
Those guys
in the
have just
early
fought
days.
So many, yeah.
Maybe Jedi could get on that. Lonnie Kavanaugh, Ramazan Temirov, Volkov against Rizvan Kuniev.
Oh, what about?
Oh,
was it Moreno Pantoja? What was the one where that was a?
What was that? Was that a tough?
What about?
And then
because the first one would have been tough non-title.
Yeah,
and then was it for titles?
No, it wasn't two titles. I think it was two non-titles and one title.
Okay.
You guys locked in on tough.
Yeah, for sure.
I heard there was some sort of Herb Dean controversy.
I can't believe how that played out.
Yeah, tough. It's Bisping Cormier, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good one.
You don't know? Come on, man.
My favorite thing of the break, we were kind of limited in our fighting chats in the group chat. My favorite thing was us referencing. I hope I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. Us referencing a Contender Series guy and someone in the chat having no idea who we were talking about.
A star from the Contender Series.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy freaking hosted the UFC watch party.
He did.
The disrespect that Bilal Hassan was getting was just.
Bilal Hassan got disrespected?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to name names, but he doesn't live in this
The Indo Ninja.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And he's already got a fight book, so.
He's already got a fight book on the Sacramento card, right?
No, I believe on the Shanghai card.
Oh, okay. Damn. Close. Yeah, Indonesia. Would make sense.
No, same thing.
Yeah, tomato.
Outs himself as the one who didn't know.
By the way, my boy tomorrow, he's fighting.
Yeah. Dana White Contender Series tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I was actually locked in. I watched all 5 fights.
No, tomorrow, Fazil from the
from the MVP?
From the MVP card in the main event.
Let's rip.
We saw him
I will be
doing
tuned in. I'm watching Contender Series every
Bellamere coming up.
We saw him doing an impromptu press conference at the arena. He's got a fan base.
Oh no, he's got a fan base for sure, and he's an amazing character. Who else? Arnold Allen, Aaron Pico on that 333. That's a great one. Dominic Reyes on there against Mirzakhanov. Your boy,
Abus, we're flying back, baby. Everybody on the bus, baby. We're talking about the van. We're riding the bus.
Yes. Cam Rouston, Nikita Krylov on there, Grant Dawson. I don't know. It's a good one. Narulo.
Nikita Krylov fighting
Abdul Rahman Yakhiev.
All right.
Your boy.
You got a lot of boys now.
I'm tripping. I swear you just said Nikita Krylov's fighting someone else like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, you
Did I?
I think you did.
I think you did when you were reading the other card. Did you just get Todd Duffy versus what's his name?
I don't freaking know.
Who was it?
Who knows?
John
Who did
Vellante
he
versus
say,
Todd
bro?
Duffy? Did you just get DC?
He said it was Nikita Krylov versus someone. You
did.
And he was hyping it up. He was
You
like,
did.
yeah, that one's sick.
No, was it Kopylov that he said?
Yeah.
It was Kopylov.
Yeah.
Who's
You just
Kopylov
confused
fighting?
Kopylov and
Someone,
and Krylov.
I forget, but I was hyped about it. He's fighting someone good.
Kopylov is fighting, it is...
Shout out
Atiba
Roman.
Gauthier.
My boy. Love Atiba. Anyway,
I
back
got a lot
to
of boys. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's everybody's boy.
It's like Ahmad Rashad back in the day. You always say, my main man. Anyway, back to 331. We showed you the Van Pantoja face-off. We talked about the face-off with Arman against Ruffy, but I do want to play it one more time if I can because I felt like it was quite spicy between the two of them. Here they are. Oh, yeah. And then Dana go, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Joshua Van afterwards saying this on Twitter. He took to Twitter to say, they mad, he mad, she mad. I'm loving it. Joshua Van. Anyway, here's the poster for UFC 331. What do we think, guys? What do we think?
What is that, choose your rival?
That's...
It does look like that. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it?
It's not easy to make out, right?
Choose your rival.
That's what I thought. That's what I said before the show.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'll go a step further. When I first saw the poster release, I didn't even realize it said City of Angels.
What did you think it said?
I didn't even notice the lettering. I was just sort of like,
There's clearly a C there.
Yeah.
It could have been like City OnlyFans Angels.
Oh, sorry, easy.
The OF. Arman Charles, what the hell happened? Here's Dana White being asked about it.
There were reports that Arman was supposed to be fighting Oliveira. Can you kind of clarify what happened with that?
Does it make a difference? You know who he's fighting.
It's such a crazy thing. Like, does Dana White even, like, does he like doing these anymore? What do you mean does it make a difference? Like, just tell us what happened.
He does not like doing these, I don't think.
So why does he do them?
I mean, the guy that was just like, can we get more Philly fighters on the card? He's like, what? You want more Philly fighters? Huh?
What's with the AI thing now? What's going on?
The AI text? It's good.
We're taking it to a whole new level.
So what do you think? There's like a monitor in front of him?
Yeah, that tells
It's just
him.
like closed captioning
Yeah.
for the questions. And then he just sits there and reads it.
So, Dana, so what's going on with Fury AJ? Are you guys close to making an announcement? So what's going on with Fury AJ? Are we close? What? But then sometimes it's automatic.
No, but that's better than when it's like, huh? What? Lene?
Yeah.
Tell me what you could just read it.
I actually appreciate the performance of the... Huh?
Do you... Over under, he's...
No more over under.
Over under, he's actually just contemplating his answer when he does
Well,
that.
it is both things. There is truly a thing that he's reading off, and he is also stalling for time to contemplate his answer, which will end up being who gives a fuck.
Right.
By the way, every time you ask who gives a fuck, me or the person that asked the question.
Literally.
That's the whole point.
That is our job.
We give a fuck. That's why we're asking.
I just think he can't hear shit. I think that once we were at the White House and he asked to translate English when Diego Lopez said it in English, it's over. It's over. I just don't think he can hear shit.
Give me a fucking break.
Oh, Holloway Poirier. First fight non-title, second fight interim, third BMF.
Wow.
Jedi. Thank you.
Any others, or that was the one? There's only one.
We're efforting.
So for undisputed
Wow, that's
title,
good.
it's
For undisputed, this is still
Maynard,
Yeah.
Edgar,
That's pretty good.
trilogy.
Arman was asked about Ilya Paddy. Let's see what he had to say.
And if you win the title, who do you want more, Ilya or Paddy Pimblett?
Both of them same night.
I like the glasses.
Easy, man, easy. But it's a nightmare for somebody.
Yeah. I'm not sure who. Anyway, what else do we have? Okay, Diego was with Hunter. We saw that. We saw Rosas and Barcelos. We got all the fights. Oh, I didn't tell you about Sean Brady, Gabriel Bonfim. We can agree on this one. This is a nice one. I like this main event.
It's a great fight.
This is in November. Brady should have been on the Philly card. Who's the favorite in this fight?
I think Sean Brady will be.
You think so? 5 versus 6?
Yeah.
Brady's the lower ranked fighter. Could you believe that? Dana White was also on the Pat McAfee program teasing that he's got some big, not teasing, saying that they've already thought, well, anyway, here's the clip and then we'll react to it.
My head of production, Craig Borsari, is so cocky after he absolutely killed that event. We are talking about something right now that he came up with. This was his idea, and I love it. I have to do some more groundwork on it, and if I end up doing this, I'll announce it here first.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for that. So cool, you guys are going to the moon. You guys are going to go fight.
By the way, congratulations to Pat McAfee on the new album dropping. I know there's a lot of haters out there. I've listened to it, and I actually think it's really good. I know a lot of people are like throwing stones and stuff like that. I think it's damn good.
Favorite song?
You know,
it's too tough. You love them all.
I'm a Spotify guy now, and you know, I just signed up for Spotify for the first time in my life.
Wow, congrats, man.
Yeah. I used to work for Spotify, and I didn't have a Spotify account. And my kids are into Spotify. People are telling me you can do things, you could make playlists and all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? Let me give this a try. So I pop it on, I'm listening to it, and I'm just letting it play. The country, the rap. Why are people
this playlist thing? This is new
time
to me.
out.
Please,
Time
Why
out.
are people so mad?
How do you make
First,
a playlist?
when you worked for Spotify,
never signed up. Crazy, right?
You told me that I had to get on Spotify because the app was so fantastic. And even better, I've been on ever since, and I love Spotify. But yes,
so
you converted me.
I have to clarify. I've always been a Spotify podcast guy.
Okay.
I never had a Spotify account.
Oh, you didn't have like a subscription.
Yeah, because now I could download, I can go ad-free.
So download playlists, like all the traditional things that every podcast platform can do.
Send each other we send each other songs and stuff like that. You didn't know you could do this.
I knew you could do all these things because you can do that on every
lyrics, translate lyrics. There's all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Huh. I gotta get off Apple Music if they got all this over.
So I'm I'm an Apple One guy. I've always been an Apple One guy.
And was just introduced last year.
Always been. Always been.
I've always been an Apple One guy.
What is Apple One?
Apple One's like a plan that includes all your subscriptions, but again, it came
I don't
out
even know what I'm
last year.
getting for it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, clearly.
The amount that I'm probably paying for subscriptions right now is absolutely insane.
Well, we got to get that figured out.
I've always been an Apple One guy.
They have playlists.
They have playlists, but I always felt like it was a little clunky. They ruin podcasts. You have to admit, they ruin podcasts. I'm not
Once you told me to get to Spotify, it changed my
agree,
my
right?
podcast game. It's great. It's fantastic.
I probably should have had the epiphany that, they do podcasts so well, they probably do music so well. Yeah. I never did that. I recently did it. I'm loving it. And so I was listening to McAfee on there, and I loved it. But I just had the device in my pocket. I'm just jamming. I'm walking on the beaches of Kauai listening to Mac. The Mac Daddy.
Oh, that's how he goes now?
That's my boy.
In the song, does he?
That's my boy.
Blue Collar Symphony.
By the way, if he wants, if he needs an opening on the pod, like if he needs a guest or two, I'd love to be back on as well.
Not a bad show.
So you can give your full review of Life of a Polarizing Figure. Diary of a Polarizing Figure.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
Don't disrespect it. How did we go down this path?
It's a great question.
You were talking about podcasts.
I put it on in the car with someone, and they had no idea that Pat McAfee dropped an album, and I just put it on without saying anything.
And they loved it.
They just thought it was a country album.
There you go.
And I was like, this is that new Mac.
We're free.
Life is good today.
If he needs us, we could do a collab,
A Helwani. Okay, but forget that. Why don't you just drop an album? Forget that collab.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I don't.
We need the Helwani heat.
album.
We need the hits.
I don't want to take anyone's shine away. This is his time. That's my boy. He was good to me back in the day. Hasn't talked to me in like 5 years, but still drop me like an old habit, but still.
I'm not saying a diss track. I'm just saying you were.
No, I'm not. I'm just not trying to I'm not trying to take his shine.
Because it would be too hot. Like the streets would talk about only the Helwani album.
So whenever a musician drops an album, they're taking other.
Yeah, but it's
you don't have to do music. You
guy.
can do your poetry. You can do your spoken word.
I do like a good poetry.
Nah, I want the music.
Side note: best thing I consumed during the vacation. I know GC agrees.
Yeah.
TB.
Yeah.
The Travis Barker documentary that's on Hulu Plus and Disney Plus. Did you watch it, Rick?
I haven't seen it yet, but after his review, I'm going.
What about my review?
Nah, fucking.
Nah, I don't trust you. I don't trust your taste. So Connor,
on air.
Listen, if you watch something all the way through, I gotta check it out.
That's a good point.
Is that not the greatest endorsement of it all?
It is.
Honestly, though, it is fantastic. It is so good. It reveals so much about Travis Barker that I didn't know. Dude is a badass. Story is crazy. He's an unbelievable figure, and it's just so well made, man. All the
so well shot, so
all
well
the
shot.
interviews and stuff. It's beautifully done. It's fantastic.
Made me emotional.
Oh yeah, there are several times where it's easy to get emotional at. Put my brother onto it, who's like a lifelong drummer as well, who likes Travis Barker. He loved it. Highly recommend.
The shots of his hand and like the beating his hand takes, the background
with the fire when he's like hitting it and it's like lighting on fire is crazy.
I watched the first 7 minutes, I told you guys, and then I went to bed. And then the next day on the flight, I was waiting for Wi-Fi, and I was like, oh, wow, it works. You can actually stream on flights now?
Yeah.
Amazing. And I watched it. Oh, it was unbelievable. I was very emotional.
If that Wi-Fi doesn't pop up, is there a chance you're just watching for 7 minutes and that's that?
No, I'll keep chipping away. 7 minutes.
The
7
chip
minutes,
away
7
is
minutes.
crazy work.
But
7 minutes in heaven. The Ariel Helwani strategy.
highly recommend. Now I'm trying to go back.
Yeah.
It's because we played the McAfee clip. Where is he? Like, what is he talking about? Where are we going?
Oh, yes. Okay. I forgot that's where we were.
Sphere, White House. Where's he going? What's he talking about? What's the crazy thing?
Are we going back to Alcatraz?
No.
Okay, Alki is good. What about?
I don't think that would qualify.
Pyramids we did. Are we talking like Eiffel Tower?
I don't think it's a venue.
So are we
I
talking?
don't think it's a location. I think it's like an escalation of some kind of like crazy implementation production thing that they're gonna do. Location doesn't feel.
Like, what could that possibly?
What's bigger than the White House?
Okay, but he has said in interviews it's not bigger than the White House. We're not going to top the White House, but it's just crazy.
Okay, then maybe it's
Cocky Craig.
That's
what he was calling him all week.
Craig is the man. Craig Borsari.
I mean, he did kill the White House. He absolutely killed it.
He did. By the way, we were in Vegas for International Fight Week. Can we talk about the eBay thing?
Oh, yes.
We forgot to do it earlier.
It's 2:00.
Is it live?
Oh, yeah, it's live. I got to put it in the chat right now.
Okay, so yeah, we forgot about this. We had a poker table that we had everyone sign, and all the guests. Who are the guests? Can you remind us? You have the list there, right?
Yes, I absolutely blew this. I forgot to give Jordan a thing as well. Just keep talking.
Keep going? Okay, I thought we were waiting for it. We'll get back to that in a moment. Basically, the point is we had this poker table. We had every guest sign, everyone who came in, and we're now ready to put it up for auction. And every single cent that is generated is going to go to the two charities that Helwani Jacek is affiliated with for cancer patients and her own personal charity. We said this. We are going through with it just like last year. We donated all the money that we raised to Ben Askren and his family as he was going through his health issues. And this is something that we love to do. So we had this cool poker table with the Ariel Helwani Show branding on it. Every single person that came through, including Joanne Wood, who was there with her husband, John Wood, signed it. And right now it's up for auction on eBay, and every single penny is going to these charities. We're just going to split it down the middle, and we're going to put the link in the chat, and you'll be able to do the eBay thing where you
go and bid on it.
You go and bid on it.
It's going to be an auction. I'm now dropping the link into the chat right now. And the fighters that you were looking for, Joanna Jacek, Chael Sonnen, Robert Whittaker, Aljamain Sterling, Paulo Costa, John Anik, John Kavanaugh, Mauricio Ruffy, Mayhem Miller, Eric Nixick, John Wood, Joanne Wood, Fabiano Busquet, Adiatar, Owen Roddy, Tyler Menton, and the entire Uncrowned team. All the proceeds, like you mentioned, split down the middle to the Cancer Fighters Foundation and Ioana Jędrzejczyk's charity, the JJ Stars Foundation. The link to both those charities are also in the description of the eBay post. And yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just successful last year for Ben Askren's charity. I believe it went for $5,500, and all of that went to Ben Askren's GoFundMe.
Yes.
One point of clarity for audio listeners: it's the felt. It's the felt top. It's not the tape. You're not getting a table. You're getting the felt top signed by all those people.
Man, that is a 101 right there.
That's it. There was only one, and that is it.
And by the way, the certificate of authenticity is basically you going back to the stream and seeing these people sign it.
And the hot chip stain that's in the middle somewhere from when we did that.
Hell yeah.
You'll be able to identify it.
Shout out to the Uncrowned Combat eBay channel. It was nice to knock the dust off that one.
We've only had one, right?
One sale.
Yeah.
Now we're going for number 2.
I'm actually a big eBay guy now because there's a lot of Nick stuff that I got on there.
Also, if you just search Helwani on there,
oh, what do you got?
David Helwani has got a lot of stuff listed on there.
My bro.
La Pina.
Oh, yeah.
David Helwani, dress, orange, ribbed, nice fit, $30 or best offer.
Damn, on eBay.
Yeah, someone's, I guess, trying to...
Well, no, so my brother had a line called 20, and then he had like a spin-off line called La Pina, which is my mom's name, Pina, and it was like women's only. It's a legit thing. I just didn't know he had it on eBay.
Well, I think people bought it, and they're like, you know what?
We don't like it.
Well, you know, they used it. They're trying to get some money back to buy more David Helwani.
All right.
Also, you can buy a signed picture of you and Chael from ESPN.
How much?
Right now, it's $99.99. Buy it now. You don't even need to bid.
$100.
I feel like you could lower the price on that, Ariel. You know,
$90. Yeah, right.
Already got 3 bids in. Already at $51. We were gonna set it to end next Wednesday.
Yeah.
eBay wouldn't let us do that, so it ends next Monday at 2 p.m.
Okay, so you have 7 days.
You got a week.
7 days.
So let's keep reminding people about this. Put it out there, tweet it out there, whatever it is. It is for an amazing cause, 2 amazing causes, and we're very, very happy to do it. A few more news and notes. Let's talk about Conor McGregor, who Dana White continues to be asked about and continues to say, yo, man, the guy's recovering from an ACL, an injury. Surgery. There's nothing to talk about. And you know what? He's right. There really isn't anything to talk about. The good news is he finally got the surgery. That is amazing news. And so here we go. Here's Conor McGregor working out post-surgery. He got the surgery while we were away. Look at this beast right here. There he goes. Not putting a lot of pressure on that right. What is that machine called? It's called something.
The Concept 2.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's like a
rower.
It's like a skier.
Yeah, skier. Here he is reviving the knee. A little bit of a stim. Is it a stim or a stem?
Stem.
To those interested in orthopedic surgery and sports science recovery, I'm currently undergoing the best and most advanced training in California with Dr. Elatrash and Heather Milligan. Dr. Elatrash is the doctor that was cited in that New York Times piece. Heather, I do believe, works for the PI.
I think that's Heather Linden you're thinking.
You're 100% right. I wanted to make sure you were paying attention. My leg, 8 days after surgery, has the ability to activate with full strengthening of the leg, my entire quad, unheard of 8 days post-op. We are still here. God bless all on the journey of recovery. And remember, it is not for you or I to judge others. Have a good and safe weekend all. And then he also adds, there's always something you can work on. Find it and work on it. Look at that. Beautiful stuff. He also posted this video giving us an update on his knee.
What's up, folks? The Mac is back, baby. My knee is repaired. Surgery was a success. And I'm on the road to recovery. That should tell you all you need to know about my mindset. Straight into surgery, knee repaired, and on the road. Let's go. I want to give a shout out to Dominic Cruz, who returned from multiple ACLs to recapture his bantamweight crown. George St. Pierre had multiple ACLs. Don't know whether he returned after his second ACL. However, he's doing backflips and his movement is still stellar. Other notables in other sports, NFL, Tom Brady done it. Aaron Peters done it. These are my motivation here, especially the fighting boys. You up crews. Yeah. Unstoppable, baby. My mindset is unstoppable, unbreakable. I'm gonna do something about this hair. I'm not sure just what yet. Stay tuned, folks. Yeah, I love you all. Mac Energy is available now on Amazon. Forge Irish Stout if you're having a social one. Enjoy yourself out there, folks. Thank you, God. Thank you so much, God.
Wow. Intense stuff there from Conor, but he seems to be in great spirits. He seems to be happy. Giving love to Dominic Cruz, who gave him some love, who showed him some love. It's going to be a journey for him, but he seems ready. He seems motivated. He seems inspired. Again, these are 45-second clips, but he seems to be in a good place. Excuse me. So let us see how it all kind of plays out. And he has said on multiple occasions that he wants to come back. The plan is to come back next summer. He was also seen in a brace on a balcony doing his thing. What's in between his arms there? Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't see that part. What's he doing? He's saluting everyone?
He's out there waving like he's on a parade float.
It's interesting that he's in, I guess he's going to do all of it in California.
Not a bad place to be.
Well, is it Dr. Elatrosh? He was the Dodgers doctor, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
By the way, I looked up Heather Milligan.
Yes.
Physical therapist and Arnold Schwarzenegger's girlfriend.
Oh, girlfriend as well. He did work. Remember he ran into Arnold that other time that he tore his ACL 13 years ago and the GSP's guy and all that stuff. So it all seems to kind of check out, right?
It does.
What is she, a doctor or something?
Yeah.
Physical therapist?
Her exact title. She is the founder of Elite Ortho Sport and an athletic trainer, certified athletic trainer, physical therapy.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm surprised that we've gone 4 hours and 5 minutes here and no mention of Clarissa Shields' big win on Saturday. Unified middleweight champion, defeating Case Scott. Look at that shot right there. Golly. By the way, State Farm Arena was lit on Saturday. I'm surprised you didn't make the trip, GC.
Sold out as well.
That's what they say.
That's crazy. It's like an 18,000 seat arena.
She's a star. Rick, your thoughts?
I mean, I've said it all already. I'm just glad you guys are catching up.
Is she the best female fighter in the world?
Yes, has been. I know you guys love Katie Taylor, but it just can't, like...
Strength of schedule. It's not her fault.
She's fighting who she can fight, and she's actually, like...
Give me the Michaela Mayer fight. If Michaela Mayer gets by Chantel Cameron, give me that fight. I know it's at 154 and she'll have to move up, but man, I just want to see her fight someone that I feel, and she's done it in the past, Savannah Marshall, but like I want to see her fight someone that is of, you know.
You want to see a big name, but like the fighters that she's not fighting 8 and 24 fighters, you know?
No,
it's
I
not
know.
like... She's fighting the best available talent in these weight classes.
And also impressive.
Going up, going down.
That's impressive.
Like, what more can she possibly do? It's not up to her to be the lighter weight. She is the best. And not for nothing, like you see the skills. I agree with you. Like the level of competition is not as high as somebody who's in these lighter weight classes. But you see her skills. It's very clear how good she is compared to all these other fighters.
No, I mean, no one doubts that. Her amateur pedigree, Olympic pedigree, pro pedigree. I just wish that there was some like big fights for her. But honestly, it doesn't even matter. She's a freaking star. She's selling out arenas, not just Detroit anymore. Atlanta, she wants to go to Vegas like she told us.
She said T-Mobile was her number one.
Her dream. So shout out to the great Clarissa Shields. Big win for her on Saturday. A couple other boxing notes for you all. What about this?
Andy wanted to talk about the undercard. Did you see the undercard?
Ah, yes.
Such an important one, man. How could you skip it?
Please tell us about Ray J. Big win for him, right? Your boy.
What is there to say? What is there to say?
What more? Yeah, that's right.
Just an unbelievable comeback
Sorry, did you
story.
say Ray J?
And Orlando Brown, baby.
Real talk. Did you guys watch that though?
I'm hoping there's
Orlando
B-roll to
Brown?
support this.
There's no B-roll. We're just
What?
going to talk about it.
You didn't-
Orlando Brown, the actor from That's
You
So
guys
Raven?
did not know this for real.
Ray
The
J and
disrespect.
Orlando
Marissa
Brown?
Shields was fighting on Saturday.
Yo, there were some sussy fights on that undercard. There was one with
Ray J was in the hospital after his last fight. Comes back.
Yo, Ray J got the dub.
inspirational,
He got the
gets
dub.
UD.
Against Orlando Brown?
Guys, we even
Orlando
talked
Brown,
about
baby.
the prep for this. We were like, he had heart issues. Like, why is this man's fighting?
Yo.
But he won.
He got. Not only did he get the dub. By the way, now that we mention it, like maybe this was part of the reason why they sold so many tickets.
Oh, you trying to detract?
No.
So
You think Orlando Brown and Ray J were the draw here?
Okay.
Wait, you guys didn't see? Maybe I was more tapped in than you guys.
You were
Ray
more tapped
J. There was a stream. He's doing the stream with Adrian Broner. Brandy shows up. She disses Adrian Broner. She doesn't say hello.
Randy was on a stream?
Yes. You guys missed. Andy, did you see this?
No.
Brandy shows up looking like
Whose
a queen.
stream is this?
Her
Broner?
hair is
His
like
kick shit?
It was Broner and Ray J doing it,
Yeah,
and
'cause
then
Broner does his kick channel thing.
She walks right by Broner, and then Broner walks back, and he's like, he feels some sort of way that he was disrespected by Brandy, that she didn't acknowledge him. And she's like, I
Pop
did acknowledge him.
Princess, the megastar Brandy?
Kobe's prom date. Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
By now, we certainly have the footage. It's DAZN footage. We could play it. No.
All right, we'll work on that.
All right.
Honestly,
Wait, was Brandy at the fight?
I'm assuming because it was like fight day that she showed up.
My lord. I missed all
How
this.
did you guys miss all of this?
I really can't believe
I just
you
went
missed all
back and
this.
watched
I don't know how you
Clarissa's
guys
fight.
saw it, actually. I'm just going to flip
Honestly,
the script
I
on you.
saw some video of Orlando Brown from the fight. Did not know that was on the same card because I was like,
Oh my
there's no
God.
way they're going to attach this to Clarissa
Oh.
Shields.
Can I tell you something?
Connor is clearly
I've
watching
just,
it.
I've just
watching
found footage
Orlando
of Ray
Brown.
J and Orlando Brown. Holy
Please
shit.
watch it in its entirety.
Please
No, it's actually just them getting their hand raised. Orlando Brown has lost it, man.
Yo, who is Orlando Brown?
What?
He's from That's So Raven.
No.
Come on, man.
I
He
don't.
has put
That's
on
So
some
Raven?
LB.
For real?
Yeah.
You don't
Oh,
know.
was that the one? That was the one with the big boy. No weight classes in that one?
The big
No,
boy
no.
is Orlando Brown, sure.
Who's Orlando Brown?
He's an actor.
Look up a picture. He's like, I mean, there's been a bit of a downfall by now, but he was like a Disney Channel legend.
He was Orlando Brown. Oh, I see. Okay.
You know him. You've seen his face.
Sort of. Yeah, it was quite. Some people were saying like, "Oh, this shouldn't be on a Clarissa card." I don't know. They're trying to sell tickets.
Oh shit! Ray J became the Zeus champion.
Yeah, so it was on something called like Zeus Network. I don't know.
All right.
Oh yeah, he's got Zeus on his ass on his shorts. There's Zeus in the ring.
Yeah.
So the Zeus champion is Ray J now.
Yeah, hell yeah.
As long as Brandy's there, that's all I care about. Shout out to Brandy.
Anyway, big win for both Ray J and Clarissa. Matchroom has a new signing, Odell Kamara of Liverpool, and they did a thank God, Hainesy's probably back now. Alex Haynes, best in the business as far as promos are concerned. Thank God they called him back because the AI one with AJ, which I'm assuming he had nothing to do with, was atrocious. This was amazing. This is the quality that we love to see. Look at this. The old VHS. We can't play it, I think, because of the music, but this is like, what does this look like? Well, is this Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous? Starring Edward Hearn. Look at this. How do they make the footage look this way? This is so good. This is great stuff. One of my favorite things about this is, I don't have it confirmed, but I feel like this is Eddie's actual boat. Like, I feel like other people are renting the boat. This is Eddie's actual boat. And here he is announcing his latest signing, Odell Kamara. I tried to time it, but it didn't work out. The Cup says, I got 99 problems, but making a deal ain't one, or closing a deal. Anyway, here he is. And then it's great. I think at this point, there's no music, by the way. It's actually quite fun. He's walking out. He's looking like a tall glass of milk. I mean, let's be honest. He's got all the makings. He's
Talking
fast.
about Eddie or Odell?
He's furious. And let's be honest, he ain't bad looking either.
Oh!
I mean, you said it, Frankie. So come on down in October to find out why Fastcar Eddie, Big Boat Eddie, signed the hottest young star in the world of boxing. Call Big Boat Eddie at 1-800-111-1111. And here's Sam Jones saying, where do I come in? And he jumps off so kind of cartoonishly. And then they posted this B-roll, I guess, of him being thrown into the water. That's Sam Jones, manager to the Stars. Really the second coming of Malky Kawa. He reminds me so much of Malky. Is this him falling? Yeah.
Getting thrown in as part of the promo, and he's bought his own sea boots. What? Wait.
3, 2, 1, Sam. So when do I come in?
One take, huh?
What?
Yeah, that is good.
Him even adding the fantastic.
Hey.
Oh, that winded me.
Hey, he went.
Yeah, he hit that hard.
Check that there.
That is tremendous.
Oh, I'm never doing that ever again. Oh.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love this guy.
He's a great character.
He's my number one.
He's a great character. He's a fast talker. He's a great character. One of the many fun characters in boxing. Reminds me of the waterfall hike that we took in Maui. I wore my Bronsons, my first Bronsons, guys. Huge mistake. I have some unfortunate news.
What's that?
May they rest in peace.
They didn't make it back.
Everyone was wearing the water shoes. I didn't get the memo.
Bro.
Ruined.
You're wearing sneakers in Hawaii?
I wore a waterfall hike.
Hawaii.
It was Hawaii. It was muddy.
No, it's a V. You got to put the V. Hawaii.
It was a
sandals. I mean, Tevas at best, but no sneakers. What do you
want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Chacos.
What do you want me to wear?
Barefoot.
Sandals as I'm like
Hiking
slipping?
sandals.
Yeah, I know. We weren't prepared.
You know they have like hiking ones.
I know. We weren't prepared.
You know, the hiking kind.
My kids were killing it.
You can get the shoes that have like the toes cut out. That,
Oh, the
like,
Vibram. Those are fire.
I wish I had
But
that.
you throw them out then?
No, I brought them back, but like they're
Did a
done.
ceremony
They're
and
toast.
everything.
Not only that, we washed them when we got back, and then I left the well, like as a communal, endeavor.
Help.
And then I took the soles out and washed those and left them out, and I think one flew like off the balcony. Yeah. So now I'm missing a sole. It's a big problem.
Yeah,
You said it, brother.
Throw them the fuck out.
Then you drop right.
I'm so sad. Those are the originals.
Yeah,
What
the
the
OGs.
hell?
Oh, I still have mine in prime.
Yeah, everyone got. The whole team got, right?
Stop.
What?
Yeah, I got them.
There are
Still
a few
waiting.
feet that did not get them.
What?
I got.
Yeah.
Oh.
Speaking of Scousers, Darren Till got into a fight over the break as well. Here he is. Let's see what he got up to over there. Okay, here he is at the Blarney Stone, an Irish pub. What's happening here, Darren? What's happening? What are you doing? Where's Darren? I can't even. Oh, there he is.
He's yelling in the back.
Oh, damn. 1, 2, 3 there.
Wasn't as good without audio, I got to be honest.
my
fucking name out your mouth.
Yeah.
You can hear the dude getting popped. It was fast hand speed by Darren Till.
Yeah. Getting ready for the big Yoel Romero fight. And finally, our good friend Marius Vok was back in action. You'll remember Marius from the Tyson Fury fight from like
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Which one's he?
Bro needs money bad.
He's on the receiving end of this beatdown, a 6-on-1.
From the Gypsy team after taking a beating from the Gypsy King.
Oh, you think this is a like retribution fight? Revenge?
He didn't get the revenge if he was seeking it.
I like those gloves. Remind me
These
of
dudes
the,
are actually hammering us.
Let's be honest.
Shit out of him, dude.
This one 3 rounds. I mean, he took quite a beating for 3 rounds to let them keep going. Like
I hope he's getting paid.
These guys are not actually small enough for this to be like comical. This is actually just dangerous.
Yeah, I hope he's getting paid.
Like these guys are way too big. Usually when they do shit like this, it's like little flyweights. These guys look like they're a little.
they're teeing off.
Bigger, yeah.
And he lost, right?
Yeah, in the 3rd round. Still looks better than Orlando Brown, if you ask me.
All right. Oh, here it is.
We got to get Orlando in the gym, man.
Yo,
he's putting the hands up.
He's hyped. Look at Ray.
Oh shit.
How tall is Orlando
He can't box,
Brown,
huh?
bro?
What's Ray J doing? Why is he doing this?
What do you mean?
Money?
Yeah, I guess. What do you think he's getting paid for this?
I don't know, but
Enough.
Orlando is kind of boxing like his character in That's So Ravenwood.
Oh,
if
do you think
ask me.
you think he's putting on a show?
No, I
No.
feel like this is just.
Oh, last time, remember, AJ got in trouble because he said something about.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, no, can't do that. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
What was that card called?
Brand Risk.
Yeah.
We had a brief feud, Brand Risk and I, but I think we
A brief beef.
I think we squared it away. Well, I don't know if I did. Anyone watch that Drake video?
You're talking about the dating
Andy,
one?
I know you
Oh,
watched
yeah.
it.
Yep,
with
yep,
the-
with
yeah,
20v1.
I saw 20v1. That was a good one.
It was fun.
I'm just thinking of all the fun things I watched during the break.
Who was your favorite?
I went from Aiden to Drake. Favorite? I mean, seeing how happy he was with the goth girl was fun.
Goth girl's great.
But he had already talked about this with Rhea Ripley that he likes.
loves his goth.
Yeah. So he
was
kind
set
of
up
Bought
for
the
sure.
mama house.
bought the mama house. Crazy. I mean, what a sweetheart. Who's better than Drake? No one.
The goth girl or Drake?
Wait,
Who's a sweetheart?
Mr.
Drake.
Aubrey, Champagne Puppy. Do we have any super chats? And oh, no music, huh? I was gonna say. I was gonna say R.I.P. to the interns. This is usually where they
R.I.P. Jesus Christ!
No, I just mean like
Put them out back in the chat.
Summer interns.
Peace.
We miss you, Josh and Jack. We miss you. Hey, shout out to Josh. Launched his podcast.
Oh,
Mark.
Markowitz.
No. The name of the pod, Mark.
it's good.
I've subscribed.
I subscribe too. I even left a comment.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's it called? Golly.
You gotta load that into your Spotify playlist.
Certified Mark.
Certified
Josh. No good deed goes unpunished. Go check him out. Cedric Alexander and Josh Bishop on his first episode. We miss you, boys. All right, so what are we doing, Frank? I'm
think you
reading.
should go
you're
ahead and
reading?
read them, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Here we go. Super chats. Okay. Here's my boy, 24-inch Dubs, who says, "Welcome back, Ariel and boys. L to the F to the G. Happy 2? Oh, happy 2-year anniversary. Yeah, on Thursday. Should we do anything for the anniversary?
Nah.
Yeah,
Pound for pound
Let's
list?
talk about it tomorrow night.
All right.
No, we already got our pound for pound this week. Sorry.
What's tomorrow night?
Oh, we were having dinner.
Nah, that's Wednesday, and it wasn't a dinner. It's just like a quick chat.
I thought it was dinner.
I never.
Nah,
said
we'll
dinner.
get some food catered.
I have an objection.
Okay, cool.
Food catered.
I'm down with
We'll
that.
bring something. We'll bring something.
Lucia's. Lucia's.
Oh, that's not bad. Lucia's. That's not bad.
Mike Hunt says.
Careful.
Impression of Ian Gary. I think I was safe on that one. Wait, wrong channel. I don't get it.
Cool.
Here's Mike again, who says, and I know he's trolling, but he's giving us money, so I guess I'll do it. I seen you in Hawaii. The way you were shaking ass on the table when Islam won was crazy. Good to see you, Ariel. I wasn't in Hawaii at the time. I did the post show.
Okay, but
Lahu.
now that shows your support for Islam. You said that the haters don't understand.
Was that Mike again?
Yeah,
that was Mike.
Mike
Hunt.
Sensitive.
Hunt.
Here's Jake. Our long national nightmares over. Boys are back. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Here's Might, who says, Islam hands another loss to a friend of the program. Surely unbiased takes are coming. Oh, it's so funny. Like you'll give Islam all the credit in the world, but you say one critical. Oh, they're not giving him all the love. They're not glazing. D1 Glazers. Here's Mohammed, who says, what do you think of this GOAT list? Islam, 1. It's weird how the numbers are after the name, but fine. Mighty Mouse 2, Volkanovski 3, John Jones's wins don't age well. Oh, stop it with this. Anthony Smith lost to Dominic Reyes. Cyril Gane, ground game was bad. Stipe's 42. Nah, I'm not buying that.
At the end of the day, every fighter it just sucks. Like as soon as like 20 years passes, John Joe stinks. Demetrius sucks. Like it's unbelievable what happens.
Here's Sammy, who says, Ian Gary, true professional, did not have issues with him greeting Islam in round 5 as long as you go out and give it your best. All right, there you go. Here's Benjamin, who says, well back, everyone. I hope you all had that good little break. Who do you guys miss the most at work? Any fatty boom baddies on the break? Well, who did I miss the most? I missed...
Be nice. Be nice.
Yeah. I missed everyone. I actually think that I was the one who was expressing the most amount of missing. Hey guys, thinking of you. Hope your trip is going well. Can I tell you something?
Trip?
Yeah. I had 2 Mai Tais on this trip.
Jesus.
Whoa.
It shows.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Any fatty boom baddies as yet?
No fatties. Tough to do. The Mai Tais were nice. I'm not going to lie.
Mai Tais on the beach, not bad.
So never had them on the beach, believe it or not. One was on a boat. We went snorkeling. Gotta say, little seasick afterwards.
You
Not
went
gonna-
snorkeling?
Didn't go off the boat.
Oh, okay.
Watched everyone. I said
That
I was
makes
just
sense.
I was watching.
Drinking
I was
Mai
just
Tai
I
while
was
they're-
surveying the landscape.
Drinking Mai Tai is getting
Dolphins, turtles, highly recommend. That was one. Another one was at the hotel, just kind of walking around. Had a couple of sakes as well.
Oh yeah.
The sakes were not bad.
What
Not
was
gonna lie.
what was the bottle?
It wasn't quite the $800 dreams come true, but I did every time that I had it talked about it. I told the story about the. I said, by any chance, do you have dreams come true?
I said, no, that's the rarest sake known to man.
I did go to a phenomenal sushi spot. You know, we were in LA for 3 days beforehand. Matsuhisa. You guys know about Matsuhisa?
No.
Of course you don't. You don't have that cultured palate.
No, I just don't know.
You know who I
shit in
didn't
LA.
miss during the break?
Nobuyuki Matsuhisa. Does the name ring a bell?
Is that the full version of Nobu?
Yes, his first restaurant.
Yep.
Mr. Nobu then opened up, but the first was Matsuhisa by Mr. Nobuyuki. Oh, one of the all-time great meals. Had the omakase, had the chocolate souffle, the miso soup. I mean,
Happy for you.
yeah.
The chocolate souffle.
There's just one. Just tell him Helwani said yeah. Why did I bring this up? Oh, no fatty boo baddies for me. What about you guys? Any?
Am I right now?
Yeah, you know what? I was walking through Legoland and I lit one up.
How was Legoland, by the way? Been a minute since I was there. Wait, you said you liked it.
Where is it?
I don't understand. You said it. Are you pulling a Frank right now?
What the fuck is that supposed
Actually,
to be?
where is Legoland?
He shared it with
There's
me.
one in,
He shared
upstate,
the MSG
Goshen.
Legos. It was great.
I did share some photos.
No. But are you making that face right now because you're saying like I outed that you went there? You just said it.
No.
Oh,
He was
It
farting.
was.
So what would the out be?
It was
He's already
a-
left.
It was.
what?
He's already gone. He's already left. What would the
Yep.
outing be?
Oh my God! You're telling me that if we said where Frank went on vacation, that he wouldn't afterwards be like, "Hey man, that was
Is
kind
that
of
what you're
personal."
trying to do right now? Or
No, but no, we haven't talked
You know,
about
you
it.
keep asking how everyone's trip was, but I think other than Legoland, you're the only one who.
I don't think anyone went on a
You're like,
trip.
I
We
hope
only
your
had
trip's going
vacation because
well.
you wanted to go to. How do you say it? Hawaii.
No, okay, first
Hawaii.
of all, I'm sorry for everyone having a vacation. I'm sorry for caring about your mental health and your physical health and your family time. Andy went on a trip,
I went to Pennsylvania.
so that's
It was
nice.
a 90-minute ride from my house.
That's nice.
But it was fun.
The fatty bad buddy I had.
No
90
fatty
minute
boom
trip around the
baddies.
world.
Let's not forget
Yeah,
about
baby.
the MCR trip. So that was a
There
trip.
may have been a second one while we were on break.
There you go.
Yeah.
I believe GC went. Where did you go? You went to Jersey,
Philadelphia. I did go to Philadelphia.
to the dock. Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out Doc Marco.
So all right. So people went on trips.
That's a good point. Sorry, I am mistaken.
You went to the beach. You took trips to the beach.
That's a half mile from my house.
Listen, I'm not judging the length of the
No,
trip
no,
or
I
the.
appreciated the time off. It was a great time to be
Everyone
off.
looks
but
happy, healthy. I'm sorry. Listen,
Played some golf.
that's nice as well.
Edited some pods.
Frank feels like he's bringing them around.
Yeah. Okay. We continue. Alfaro, Danny, Ariel, the MMA fans have a unanimous voice. Nobody wanted Ian as champ. Stop glazing him. Islam literally breaking records. Yep. I think we pretty much said all of that. Yep. Here's Brad who says, "Welcome back, guys. What did y'all make of the new Scrub Daddy commercial?"
I actually,
remember-
first and foremost, I'm a massive supporter of both Scrub Daddy and Scrub Mommy.
Yeah.
Always have them in the house. Secondly, Brennan Schaub is the star of that commercial.
Yeah,
no doubt
shout
about
out.
I thought it was great.
It was great.
It was actually.
I never heard of Scrub Daddy or Mommy.
What?
Shark Tank Company.
Tank.
Is this a
absolutely
kids
killing
show?
it.
No, Scrub Daddy's a product.
It's
more of a
a
magic
sponge
eraser.
that you use to wash your dishes.
Oh.
I guess you don't wash dishes.
No, he just throws them out.
That's weird.
No, he's not saying
Weirdly
you're dirty.
accurate.
He's saying the help does that. You know?
No, I don't have that.
they're
Cam
washing
rank.
his shoes.
John Jones currently on a 19-fight winning streak, 15 straight title fight wins, doesn't get enough credit. Yeah, that's right.
Is he on a night? No.
Whatever it is, he doesn't get enough credit.
The dude's never lost.
Renat says, "Hey, will you ever have Danny Sabatello on?" Sure, he's doing great things in Ryzen. We should have him on. It's been a minute. Here's the Sakamoto. Is Ian Gary going to be given the Bilal treatment because of his ties with Eddie Hearn, fan hate, and lack of violence? We'll see. I won't lie. When Dana was saying what he was saying, I was wondering how much of that contributed to his sentiment.
The sex.
And here's Joshua who says, Ariel, what's your take on Bischoff's and Conrad's take on Roman? Would you have Solomonster on as a guest? Smoking an FBB. Betty Boom Betty. Welcome back. Shout out BITB. Solomonster did a great job breaking that down. What is my take? I mean...
Can you restate their take?
Basically, they were saying like there's no memorable Roman Reigns matches.
They were kind of questioning his all-time status, right?
Yes.
They're like, it's like a soft run for him.
I don't know if that's fair. I mean, they've done some massive business with him attached to it. The recent WrestleManias were great. The Cody matches were great. I think Roman's longevity, I think his success, I think his evolution from where he was 10, 15 years ago, maybe not 15, but 10 years ago to now is incredible. Not to mention the health issues that he's had to overcome. I don't subscribe to this. I don't subscribe. Is the thought, how many 5-star matches can you name off the top of your head? I mean, the guy he was the guy for 5-6 years in this company. He was literally the face of the company. He was the guy who headlined every single show, especially during a really tough period for them. Pandemic, post-pandemic, Vince leaving, all that stuff. I'm a Roman guy. I mean, he's right here. Tribal chief. I'm a Roman guy. Sometimes are the walkouts long? Is the physical, attack somewhat limited? Yeah, but he is a freaking star, man. He's to me, he's got aura. He's got star power. He doesn't only put himself over. I mean, the angle with Sami Zayn was amazing. That match in Montreal. I mean, you talk about a memorable match. That was a memorable one. The Cody match, the 2 back-to-back Manias. So no, I don't necessarily agree. Solomonster, great. Go check out the Uncrowned Wrestling show. Tomorrow's show is absolutely stacked. Tomorrow's show is absolutely stacked. I can't wait for tomorrow's show. Chad Braunstein, the co-founder of RAF, is going to be joining us in studio. Glover Teixeira is going to be joining us on the show. Been a minute since we spoke to him. Hamza Shiraz is going to join us as well. He's got some things that he wants to get off his chest. The boxing champ. Paul Hughes, big news, going to talk about a whole bunch of things. He's been quite vocal as of late. Looking forward to that. Big news, Hughes. Carlos Praches is going to join us as well. So looking forward to hearing his thoughts on the fight. And the one and only, for the first time ever, one-on-one on this show, never happened before, Edge, a.k.a. On This Day, I see clearly everything's got to there are things that are known to me. One of the all-time great walkout songs, Adam Copeland, Canadian hero from Orangeville, Ontario, Canada, now one half of the AEW Tag Team Champs with his good friend Christian Cage, going to be joining us to talk about All In, which is happening next weekend at Wembley. Adam Copeland, a.k.a. Edge. That's 6 guests on tomorrow's show. A 6-pack for the ages. I don't know why I just did. Is that the Wakanda Forever? What did I just do there? What did I do? What did I just do?
Yeah.
I think that's
This is so
Macarena.
great.
That was it was the Macarena. I'm still on the beach.
You know about Ruth Conda?
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm still on the beach somewhere. Throw up the shakas for everyone out there. You've all been great brothers and sisters.
You're really trying to add that in.
But
so the Moco Loco, it was hamburger?
So it was gravy,
egg,
not over easy egg. First time I had it with the Impossible Burger, not as good with
No.
No.
Horrible decision.
No.
It didn't quite hit the same. Then I went with the beef, rice, mountain of rice, and then just lathered in gravy.
Sounds unbelievable.
Yeah.
Have you had a Loco Moco?
I have. We did a Max Hawaiian Fight Feast. What was that place called? Just down the road.
I forgot the name.
It's
I need to stop by
fantastic.
that, John. You hit him with the shaka there.
You didn't. Maybe we should go back.
No,
What's it called, bro?
not a hard. It's very soft.
Norita, right down the road.
Norita, yeah.
We were actually, when we did Fight Feast with Action Bronson, they were all
yeah,
like,
yeah.
y'all know about Norita? We were like, yeah. They were like, ball
Yeah.
knowers. So we should all go one time. Maybe for the meeting on Wednesday.
I was on the beach in Kauai and I saw these two surfers and I was like, "Hey guys," and they're like, "No, brother," like
Hit
this.
him with the stiff.
Very loose, he said, loose.
You shouldn't even know that I'm doing it.
Yeah, very loose. Like just
Your hand looks too like you're almost not curling enough, Connor. You're just like putting your hand out.
What's up, man?
And when you're driving past someone, you just lift it, real subtle.
It just looks like you guys are having tremors. I'm gonna be honest.
It's just
you just shake it.
I'm just so fucking chill.
And by the way, did you guys how many letters in the Hawaiian alphabet?
29.
Rick?
I have no fucking idea.
You don't know. How many times you been there?
Enough, and trust me, I'm not doing
take a
shotguns
fucking
on the
alphabet
beach.
class.
How many times you been there, cuz? 13 letters.
All right.
That's why they repeat so much.
Yeah.
So the king and the long name and all that. What else?
Kamehameha?
I went to a pineapple farm. I went to a pineapple farm. I saw. I was gonna send you guys all this, but I didn't know if you cared. Pineapple farm was great.
Dole. You went to the Dole plantation, you mean?
No, it was called Maui Gold.
Oh,
Maui
that's
Gold.
that is
Walk out
one
with
of
the
the
box.
pineapples that there's Dole, there's Maui Gold that people send home as souvenirs.
Yeah.
That is a high level pineapple.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
With the tour, you walk out with the box and the thing, and I'm like, all right, we didn't eat these, so we're now heading to the airport, and I gave them to all the people at the hotel, and then I get to the airport, and I
you can
see
get
them
it.
everywhere, and I'm like, wait, you could travel with these?
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't know you could get on the flight with them. So.
You cannot bring things in.
And then I asked the people, it's only pineapple and one other fruit that you could take out.
Yeah.
The rest, you can't.
They're very strict with it.
What else can I tell you guys?
Yeah.
And here's my Landry
I
Shamet.
was just going to say, can we see the framed Landry Shamet real quick?
It's great to be back, friends, but it's time to say goodbye. There it is, Frankie. Oh my gosh. How much did you guys miss us, huh? How much did you miss us?
Apparently, not enough.
Oh, all right. Oh, God.
No souvenirs for us, huh? You couldn't bring the pineapple, no Kona whole bean. Nothing.
Kona whole bean.
I swear to God. I was in the supermarket and I was
Just
like,
not thinking of us at all.
no, I was in the super. I was like, oh, what can I get them? And then at some point, the thought just sort of exited my
Basically,
mind.
year
As
one,
soon,
you would
actually,
bring
as
us,
soon
like-
as it entered, it also exited.
I was
Year
walking-
one, you're
last
bringing
time-
wine gummies from
Yeah,
where you
no,
live.
you're
Year
100%.
two, it's like we have a meeting on Wednesday,
I
3
can-
hours.
I can actually see it right now in the aisle. You're seeing some Kona
was
coffee,
like-
being like, Frank would love this. And then you just started walking off.
You should know I brought back Kona coffee, but it was ground instead of whole beans. So Frank actually said, "Fuck you! I can't believe you even brought me this shit."
Why, Frank, you grind your own beans?
I grind my own
You're not a
beans.
grinder?
Nah, I grind my own beans.
I learned my
cuz.
lesson. No
You got
more
an
coffee
espresso
for
machine?
Frank. No more.
I grind my own beans, cuz.
We don't need gifts. The stories are enough.
Hey, eBay, Helwani
Popping?
Show International Fight Week signed poker field. 34 bids already.
Hell yeah.
Already up to
go.
411.
Come on.
It's going to be a race to the finish. All proceeds, cancer fighters,
Yeah.
AJ Stars Foundation.
Hey, throw up the shakas for the charities, huh? Tomorrow I'm coming with my shirt, with my lei. I'm coming with everything.
The shark's been jumped, no?
Nah, yeah, I feel like I missed the boat. Damn it. I missed the damn boat. It's been a great day. Thank you to all our guests. Arman Tsarukyan, Jalin Turner, Mackenzie Dern, Charles Johnson. Tomorrow gonna be absolutely stacked. Back on Tuesday. Don't go to this episode.